Good evening, everyone. I am Chris, and I am joined once again. It's been a while with Bathtime. Thank you for joining me tonight, man. So we are talking about the latest Lord of the Rings news that came out. This came out a few weeks ago on Tolkien Reading Day, and I woke up to see a wonderful little announcement from Warner Brothers. Well, we're going to watch the video in a second, announcing that a new Lord of the Rings sequel is being made, is in production, with Stephen Colbert and his son. I say helming the project. I think they're co-writing it. They're sort of getting it off the ground. There's no director attached to it or anything like that yet. But yeah, the Lord of the Rings IP is very fertile at the moment. We've got Hunt for Gollum coming out, and now I think they actually announced quite a bit back actually that they were working on 2 films, and we knew that Hunt for Gollum was one of them, and the other one was like this big mystery. Well, now we have our answer at what this movie is. So, Bathtime, how you doing today, man? You all good?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I'm probably going to start getting very, very angry when we start talking about Stephen Colbert and what this project may lead to. But this is actually really convenient timing that we're talking about this, and even like the film, like tagline and the synopsis of the film, because we did a video probably a fair few months ago now where we talked about the Tolkien stories that we think could be adapted or that we'd like to see adapted. And this feels like a culmination of a few of the ideas that we were throwing around. And, you know, we'll go into it later into the discussion, but they're kind of running with the Tom Bombadil and Barrow Downs idea that we talked about, possible Angmar connections, maybe with it. And then one of the ideas, I don't know if it was your idea or my idea, was like a sequel story where it was telling the events of the Fourth Age and bringing all the characters back, possibly like a Gimli, Legolas, Aragorn, getting the whole team back together again kind of thing. And it really is an amalgamation of like a whole bunch of those ideas. So we're getting it for better or worse in 2029, I think they've said, haven't they? This is meant to be coming out.
Is that soon? 2029? Jesus.
I think it is, because I mean we've got Hunt for Gollum next year, and then I would assume 2 years after that, maybe. I actually don't know if they've attached the date to it. I thought I saw 2029 thrown around somewhere, but
are we getting 2 Hunt for Gollums? Is it just one?
No,
I
thought it was just the one, because they announced that they were making 2 Lord of the Rings films, one of which was Hunt for Gollum, and the other was a mystery project that we knew Philippa Boyens was attached to, but we had no more information on it other than that. And now they've announced this, so I'm assuming that's the second film. I don't think they're splitting Hunt for Christ. I hope not. There's barely enough story to make one film out of it. Let alone did we learn nothing from the Hobbit trilogy? Like, what are we doing?
Well, this comes from the most unreliable of sources, but it was Ian McKellen said that he thought that they were doing 2 films for the Hunt for Gollum. It is possible,
know, does he?
Well, it's possible that he's going to be in. Like, I mean, this film sounds like it's going to involve hefty flashbacks, so they might be getting him to film scenes for the other one. But you're right; he doesn't really know what's going on. But he said
if they are filming scenes for it, they got to get on that quick. Like, it's got, what is he, 86 or something at this point, something like that.
I've no idea. He must be. He was very young for Gandalf. He was like 60, wasn't he? Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's. I'd love to say it's an exciting time to be a Lord of the Rings fan, but I'm a bit like 2 little hobbits afraid to leave the Shire. I think we're quite cautious about all of this, aren't we?
Oh, it's going to be a bumper few years, isn't it? We've got Rings of Power Season 3, which we were just chatting about before we went live. We've got Hunt for Gollum. We've got this to look forward to. God almighty. Hopefully they don't sink their teeth into a Silmarillion movie, but that kind of weirdly feels like that's the only one they haven't mind. But apparently I was mistaken, because you brought something to my attention regarding this film, and we're going to be talking about a whole bunch of stuff. Actually, we're going to be watching the video announcement and giving our commentary on it, the synopsis from Variety, but then we're also going to talk about what we know, the information, the very small bit of information that we know, the chapters it's based on, and how we think that's going to be crafted into a movie. And actually, based on what you said there about flashbacks, mine and your pitches for this film might actually be really, really different, because I don't think they're going to go the route of flashbacks with this one. But you brought something to my attention that there was I think it was an unfinished or unreleased epilogue that Tolkien was working on when he was writing The Lord of the Rings. He actually did want to continue it with an epilogue surrounding Eleanor, well, Gardner, as she was later called, but Eleanor Gamgee, Samwise's daughter, and the story that continued. So now it feels like with this, The Lord of the Rings as an IP, we've mined The Hobbit, we've done The Lord of the Rings, everything that is sort of like within our power to make, we've kind of done it. We've got Hunt for Gollum coming out. Now we're turning to like an unfinished epilogue from volume 9 of the History of Middle-earth books. Like, what are we doing? Are we really that desperate for more Tolkien content for films?
Well, I mean, to be fair, like Tolkien is always. I'm not going to pretend that I've read his letters. I've just seen quotes from them, but he's always very strange about his own work, where he never treats it like his own work. And the one thing I have seen where he speaks about his own work is precisely with the epilogue, where it was originally included. Everyone hated it, so he took it out. But said
so let's make a movie on it.
There. So that's what we're getting: a film of a rejected part of Lord of the Rings.
Oh God! It's a great time to be alive, isn't it? So great.
But no, I'm going to pretend that I'm going to give it a chance. I am 100% done with the Jackson cinematic universe after watching the re-releases, the extended editions in less than a week. I would like us to move on to a different universe, to be honest. I'd like to see fresh talent have a go. Whether that's Stephen Colbert or not, I'm not sure, but I hope they recast everyone.
Well, we're going to get this kind of weird spiritual successor hodgepodge with the Rings of Power. I've seen statements come out. I know Evangeline Lilly said that she hasn't been asked to return. I know she had like a bad accident recently. I think she took a fall and got like brain damage or something from it, and she's in like the recovery stages. But yeah, she was on holiday, and I think she like passed out and hit her head on a rock, and got like brain damage from it. I don't know how severe it is. Well, she wasn't talking like "Hello, Woody" or anything like that, so I think she's fine. I think she'll make a full recovery. But she says that she hasn't.
She's crucial to the story, though.
Well, when I did my she's in the Woodland Realm, I guess. She could be there.
She's Eleanor's boss. She becomes Eleanor Gardner, Ganges, whatever, is employed by there's a whole scene.
This is for Hunt for Gollum. This is for Hunt for Gollum.
No, this is what happens in the epilogue. Is that Arwen? She's pledged to Arwen as a handmaiden.
Yeah,
and she goes off and lives with Arwen and things and stuff like that. So Arwen has to be part of that story in some.
Oh, Arwen, yes. No, I'm talking about Evangeline Toriel from the Hobbit films.
Oh, I thought she played.
Not Liv Tyler. No,
right,
that's Liv Tyler, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, shout out. Oh, Kate from Lost.
Yes, yeah. So she hasn't been invited back for Hunt for Gollum, but they do go to the Woodland Realm in the story, right? Like Aragorn dumps Gollum at the Woodland Realm. Yes, so I was thinking, right, you're going to have Thranduil, which, by Hobbit logic, if we're going to have Thranduil, then you're probably also going to have Legolas, and by extension, we sort of kept our foot in the door for Toriel to come back because she didn't die at the end of Battle of the Five Armies. But apparently she hasn't been asked back, Orlando Bloom hasn't been asked back, and Thranduil, Lee Pace isn't coming back for it either. Elrond isn't coming back. So I'm like, okay, who is? I think Anya Taylor-Joy has been cast, and a lot of people are speculating that she's going to be a young Arwen, which makes sense. She looks very elf-like. And then Aragorn's been cast, and they have thrown a name around, but I don't think they've come to any official conclusion. And then also Kate Winslet's been announced as one of the main female leads. Some people speculating she's either going to be playing Gollum's grandmother, or possibly Aragorn's mom, Gilryan, which I hope is the option they go for, because I think she could be really good for that.
They've worked together before, haven't they? Is she in Lovely Bones, Kate Winslet?
No, that was Heavenly Creatures, wasn't it? The one
Is
he
it
made
Heavenly
before.
Creatures?
Yeah, I think he made that, and then the Frighteners, and then he made Lord of the Rings after that. I think. Yeah, that's a good spot. I didn't remember that actually. Yeah, there is a link there.
Well, I like
So
Kate
that's yeah.
Winslet.
Oh, she's great. Yeah.
I think Anna Taylor-Joy is good. I assume because I saw that casting as well, and I thought, oh, young Galadriel.
Yeah.
But you
See,
think Arwen?
if you, yeah, well, you've got like a recast younger Aragorn. I'm thinking, well, if you get a younger recast Arwen, that makes sense, and
Yeah.
she is part of the story, I suppose, so that checks out. But then you've also got your foot in the door from the Lord of the Rings films that we know. You've got Elijah Wood coming back, whether he's going to be like a framing device for the story, I don't know. You've got Ian McKellen coming back, so it's going to be this weird mishmash that it's meant to, and of course Andy Serkis coming back for Gollum, so part of it's going to exist in the world of the Peter Jackson films, and this is meant to take place, it's like a midquel, right? It takes place like around the first act. The 17-year gap, even though there wasn't in the movies a 17-year gap, which is also going to have ramifications for this movie, the Shadow of the Past, because I'm thinking, is this taking place within the movie verse? Is this going to be taking place from the books? Because the two can't coincide, unfortunately. And that's going to lead us on to our later discussion, because a lot of the things Colbert's apparently adapting for this it's not going to gel. It can't physically work if you're going by book accuracy and everything. But yeah, should we get on to the actual video announcement itself and start laying into it a little bit more? So everyone who's in the comments, sound off just if you can hear the audio and everything, because I know I've done some reactions before where embarrassingly like no one can hear the fucking audio of what we're talking about. So let us know. I'm still trying to work this shit out all these years later. So I'll bump it down a little bit. Here we go then. So this article is from Variety. This came out on Tolkien Reading Day. Here's the announcement.
Well, hi everybody. I thought it was time to give you all a Hunt for Gollum update.
Can we? We're gonna pause it and talk about it throughout. Can we just talk about the absolute state that is Peter Jackson at the moment? Now, I don't want to badmouth the guy because I haven't seen anyone else mention this, but to me, it looks like he's had something of a mild stroke. Like that, like the slurred speech, sort of like you can see the lip. And actually, when you went to see the Lord of the Rings films in the re-release, you got like a 10-minute intro to each film. Now, I didn't get that with my screenings, but you mentioned that, God, Peter Jackson's just prattling on in probably a setting that's very akin to this, where he's just set up the webcam, he's just rolled out of bed, he hasn't even combed his hair, and he's just whittering on about nothing for 10 minutes.
I do think it's quite charming and quite Hobbit-like in some ways that his announcement for these things he's just got out of bed and is on Zoom.
Yes. Filming vertically as well. Yeah.
Except, I think it's quite charming. I've got a lot. I don't agree with a huge amount of Jackson's adaptations, but I mean, he's as rich as he's very, very rich, isn't he? And look, he's sort of dressed like Bombadil.
Yeah.
Lost a lot of weight. What worries me about this, Chris, is there's no enthusiasm at all. There's nothing like, I can't wait to share with you a story that I wanted to tell 20 years ago. It's like a cameo that he's recorded or something.
Yeah. I do appreciate that about him, though. There's no airs and graces about him. Like, for all like the Oscars that have been lauded towards him and everything, the fame and the fortune of Hollywood, it never seems to have gone to his head. He does still feel very grounded, which I can appreciate. But yeah, you're expecting this, epic, triumphant music playing in the background, this big announcement. And it's just one of the comments he makes about the Hunt for Gollum in a minute always makes me laugh. Like, you couldn't be less enthusiastic about any of this shit. Like, he's so checked out from it. He was checked out from Middle Earth as the Hobbit films were being made. He didn't want to direct the Hobbit films. He was happy to be an executive producer or whatever, or one of the screenwriters or whatever it was going to be. And then somehow, when he thought he was out, they just got him back in. And now forever and always, he will never be able to leave the Lord of the Rings films. They're going to keep cranking all of these out for the next few decades. And as long as he's alive, they'll drag him out of bed to make a fucking video like this.
Well, I've got a theory on why he has to do these. I think because he is essentially the New Zealand film industry, that there's just I think it's two things. I think it's the pressure on him because I'm not going to pretend I know a huge amount about this, but he made a film called Meet the Feebles maybe 40 years ago or something.
Yeah.
And he had a massive fight with the New Zealand Film Commission and all this kind of stuff. And I think he's got quite a complicated relationship with the New Zealand film industry. And I believe that he's tried to take on leadership roles and stuff. So I think that the fact you're seeing 2 Lord of the Rings films made, get the film economy going again after COVID, give chances to Kiwi actors and so on. I think that there's that pressure. But my second thing is, I think that this is going to be the world's most expensive showreel for Weta's deep fake technology or something.
Mm-hmm.
I think that those are the because he's rich. He's richer than he ever thought he'd be. He's healthier than he ever thought he would be. He he lived his dream. I think that now it's kind of about trying to re-establish New Zealand and Weta and all the people around him and give them their foot up. And I don't think his heart is in it beyond that.
Do you think it's like a George Lucas thing with the prequels where he's pushing the technologies and ILM and everything and, taking the technology to different levels maybe? Because they did try the de-aging thing in the Hobbit films, didn't they? But everyone had that Snapchat filter over their faces. Everyone looked like they were made of plastic and there was sort of this blurry glow around their faces a little bit. Orlando Bloom looked really weird. Yeah, exactly. So, but we've had over a decade since that now, so...
I think it is. I've got a few friends that are actors, and one thing they consistently whinge about. This isn't my mate Tyrone. These are different people. Mm-hmm. Is that this country used to produce very, very successful romantic comedies with Curtis as the guy who did it, and for about 15 years he was the British film industry, and he stopped. And so did Guy Ritchie. And there's nothing that we produce now that gives opportunities to people. And I think that Jackson, with Weta, which is massively successful in it, I think that this is about almost stimulating the New Zealand film industry and trying to give people a leg up. And you can even see that from the fact that Philippa Boyens' daughter and Colbert's son are the ones driving these projects that I don't even know if you can say this is nepotism. Nepotism is where you favor someone for a position. They've invented positions for these people. Yeah. It's absolutely wild what they're doing.
And no resume or anything. If you look at Colbert's son, I don't even know if he's written a film. I don't even know if because he says he's a screenwriter, but I checked his credits and I really couldn't find anything at all. Same with Colbert. I think Colbert's written one little film, but it's I'll try and find it in a minute before we talk about Colbert.
It's very common for screenwriters not to be credited on huge amounts of work that they've done. Mm-hmm. For example, Quentin Tarantino is believed to have written about a quarter of The Rock. Scripts are sent around Hollywood that are polished by other writers and they change things and so on. So I wouldn't actually put too much on the fact that he hasn't received a writing credit. I would be very surprised if he hasn't actually done quite a lot of work. It's that he hasn't been the auteur or the driver of his own work, and that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Like the guys that did Game of Thrones, one of them did the film Troy, which I think I love the Odyssey and the Iliad. And it's the closest I think I've ever seen anyone get to the theme and the basis and the understanding of it. And even someone like Ricky Gervais had literally no experience before he wrote The Office. So I wouldn't get too worried about the fact that he doesn't have any credentials. It's his dad really is the thing that worries me.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels to me like a bring your kid to work day kind of thing. That's how it all seems like it's fallen out. Because, maybe the script will be great, but it feels like he's only a part of it because, number one, his show's finished. And to my understanding, because I know Warner Brothers was up for sale, wasn't it? And I think didn't Paramount buy them out in the end with it, because there was a bidding war, wasn't there, between? Yeah, so Paramount, and I think Paramount actually were the ones that were financing or backing or had something to do with Colbert's show to begin with. So they've cancelled his show, but they've kind of in a weird way got him back in again doing a Lord of the Rings film now.
Well,
but
yeah,
it feels
so
like
what,
yeah, go on, sorry.
So this is the understanding I have of the situation, is that Donald Trump has authoritative control of the American media at the moment, and is suing everyone. He's suing the BBC as well. And he doesn't like criticism from American talk show hosts. So if he was to approve the merger between Paramount and Warner Brothers, his price was the Colbert Show goes away. And I think that this is probably, I think another sort of like extra bit of fun to this is I think that this project is probably part of an agreement between Stephen Colbert and Paramount that he doesn't sue them into the next world.
Yeah. And I think even the leadership of Paramount is changing as well. So I don't know much about it. To my understanding, the current people that are running Paramount have lean a certain way when it comes to politics. So maybe that is reason why we're getting Stephen Colbert in amongst all of this. But then to my knowledge, the people that are taking over Paramount don't share those same ideals from what I've heard. But maybe all of this is now too late to cancel. We can't pull the plug on this because we've done a video announcement. That being said, if we look at Disney, like the amount of Star Wars films that were announced by Kathleen Kennedy and everything that never saw the light of day, they had Comic-Con appearances from Daisy Ridley saying, "Oh yeah, we're making a Rey movie," and that's gone quiet.
Is that not happening?
I think that's been quietly swept under the rug. And then we had the Patty Jenkins movie, Rogue Squadron, which had a teaser trailer with her talking about how her father was like a pilot or something, and she was really excited to be making this project. That got cancelled. So it's not unheard of to have a video announcement of some kind that's really quite public to then never happen. So there is a chance
like the Skyrim trailer.
Yeah,
The Elder Scrolls 6.
My mate actually sent me a link about that. 2018 that came out, that announcement. I thought it was before that even, but apparently it was 2018. So yeah, almost coming up to 10 years.
I wonder if they just sometimes do this for investor calls and so on.
Probably. And I mean, if we look at Warner Brothers anyway, if they're financially in a bad situation, they're probably looking. Well, we got Harry Potter being remade this year. It's like, right, what IPs have we got? DC.
It's on HBO, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's tied to Warner Brothers are tied to it, though, aren't they? Warner Brothers have HBO.
Is it not a bit like is it not a bit like us and Amazon and Amazon, like like the rights for television?
Oh, like an offshoot. I don't know. I thought HBO was tied to Warner Brothers in some way. It was like an affiliate.
They all end up being the same company.
Yeah, it all goes to the same source, doesn't it? So I don't know, but I mean, we're getting Harry Potter remake, we're getting more Lord of the Rings. It feels like they're just mining IPs that they have lying around that could make a quick buck.
Yeah. Well, it's hard times for the film industry because it's very easy to watch stuff for free.
Yeah,
and it costs too much to go to the cinema. But in terms of the politics of Paramount and stuff, all they care about is green. They just care about the bottom line. It's you've got to be more worried about the writers, the directors, and the people annoying you. But they don't have a lot of power, these people, and so they'll always say it's something when it isn't. It never really means anything. Is Bruce Banner from the Hulk? He's the worst one, isn't he? Mark Ruffalo for lecturing.
Oh God, yeah, Jesus Christ, yeah.
You ever see the Hulk doing any of that? No, because you've got to separate the actor from the artist. So I don't. It's like Disa from Lord of the Rings, from The Rings of Power. I thought she was going to annoy the hell out of me because she was annoying in interviews. She was brilliant in the show. No issues.
Another thing as well, with Colbert, another reason it feels like, oh, well, he's a fan of the books, therefore he can make a movie. It's like, well, shit, give me a camera and $1 million, then let's fucking go. Let's, you know what I mean? It's just, you get a Lord of the Rings film because you're a fan, and that can help, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make a good movie out of it. So I don't know. Let's continue.
The fact he's a fan worries me the most.
Yes. Yeah, well, it's more his politics that I'm worried about, because to me, like, his politics and the stuff Tolkien was writing about, the two ain't going to go together. So I'm expecting a lot of social commentary with this one, which I hope isn't the case. I hope he has the same attitude like Peter Jackson did in that famous interview where he says, we didn't want to bring any of our own baggage or our own messages into it. We just wanted to tell Tolkien and what he'd written, basically. So I hope Colbert goes with that, but the whole landscape of everything's changed so much now since the Lord of the Rings came out, where I feel like making a movie like that without being tethered to all of this political stuff is damn near an impossibility nowadays. Not unheard of. It can be done. Top Gun Maverick is one that comes to mind. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard that Project Hail Mary is really good as well.
Yeah,
just like the good escapism kind of thing where it's not tethered to anything. I don't know. Right, anyway, let's watch a little bit more.
The first of many that we'll do, little blogs along the way. And Andy Serkis has been busy designing the film. He's going to direct it and obviously play Gollum. We've got a lot of the old team back again, familiar faces and some new faces. But Andy's doing a terrific job.
I love that. He says we've got some familiar faces and some new faces as well. And then it just shows Philippa Boyens, who's been part of these films. So who are the new people?
We play Gollum.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of the old team back again, familiar faces and some new faces. But Andy's doing a terrific job. It's looking amazing. The script is coming together really well, and I think it's going to be a really good film. Really good film.
Oh wow, what a seal of approval that is. Oh yeah, no, I think it's going to be really good. I think it's going to be a good film.
Oh, he's such a token head now. Like he's not involved in any of this.
No,
they've just sent him some pictures, and he went, "Oh yeah, that looks good."
Yeah.
Oh.
So, script's coming along well, and I think it's going to be a really good film. It's like, oh, great. 2 thumbs up. I can't wait to book my fucking ticket.
Honestly,
come on,
this is
once
like,
more, Peter Jackson, with feeling this time, you know? But...
It's like a YouTube video from a guy who's got 400 subscribers giving his views on like his son's sports day or something.
Yeah, I know.
Unbelievable.
But even Andy Serkis as well, like, he's pretty decent actor, but if you look at his body of work as a director, it ain't great. I think he had his first movie, I think, was called Breathe, if I remember rightly, which was like this small budget drama with Andrew Garfield. It was about like one of the first people to be afflicted with polio or something like that. And it was fun, but it was like your bog standard sort of like Oscar baity kind of dry. It's like something you'd see on TV on like a Sunday afternoon or something. Like it was fine, but it was bog standard. But then he's made Venom 2, Let There Be Carnage.
Yes.
He did that horrible fucking adaptation of Animal Farm, which I think came out this year. That animated one, which is just completely devoid from the source material.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with communism.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's like it feels like one of those bargain bin animated films you'd find in Poundland or something that they're just giving away. And then he did the live action Jungle Book film, not the main one that Disney made. He did another one which went straight to Netflix, which itself was terrible. I think it went into production around about the same time as the Disney one, and I think there was some awkward tensions between the two. And I think he's done a few other films, but nothing of Venom 2, Let There Be Carnage. You know what I'm talking about? Like and I know he's been second unit director on the Hobbit films, and I know his career really took off with the Lord of the Rings. So, it's kind of his bread and butter, I suppose. So we'll see.
Make an argument, he's the most important actor, since like Judy Garland or something, like whoever spoke first. His work in Planet of the Apes is beyond belief.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's got that sort of like almost animation background, in terms of that he wasn't just making Gollum a real character. He understood the process. And now with things like that Carnage film, we can all dismiss it as rubbish. I haven't seen them, but I bet you I bet you he knows exactly what he is doing in terms of lighting and things and the ability to use CG. I would think he's a really good choice for it. His audiobooks are fantastic. I've got no issues with sorry, you're talking to someone else. I've got no
sorry,
issues.
we've had a few comments come up, so I was just replying to Rafa. Rafa was just
Shout
saying
out to Rafa Bolde.
Yeah, if that was the only criteria, how many of us would be involved in Lord of the Rings projects? Yeah, just being a fan will get your foot in the door, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm okay with Serkis as the director. I genuinely can't think of someone that you would pick ahead of him. He understands Gollum. It's the hunt for Gollum. He loves Gollum. It's the only thing that's keeping me positive about this film is that it's his child, as it were.
Yeah. It's, it's going to be that and fucking hell. Avengers Doomsday apparently is going to be Ian McKellen's last swan song of acting. I think he's retiring after that, if that's the case. Which, he's earned it. There's many long years on this earth. So, it'll be kind of
be just from films, surely. He'll still do the stage, won't he?
Well, I think it's what's keeping him young, to be honest, at the moment, because the amount of people that retire and then just, shuffle off this mortal coil because, they've got nothing to get up in the morning for, essentially, really, have they? So I don't think he'll quit acting. I think he'll keep his theatre stuff going, definitely. But yeah, right. We're on to the actual announcement now. Here we go.
But it is not the only Tolkien movie that we're developing. We've actually got another film that we'll be making after Hunt for Gollum. So I thought I should tell you a little bit about that. Actually, why don't I get somebody else to explain it? Because we've got a very special partner that we're working with.
Do you think he like
Robert?
Do you think
he gets someone else?
I think it was like he lost the cursor on his mouse there for a second and he was stalling for time. It's like me on these live streams where I'm trying to like bring something up and I'm like, stall for time. Let me get someone else. Where the fuck's the cursor? There it is.
It's incredible. He made one of the most technologically advanced films ever, years ahead of its time with parallel camera motions and things. And here he is now just rabbiting away. He's fantastic.
Oh, here we go.
And you can see for yourself.
So telegraphed. Look at this shit. Oh, God.
Hello.
Hi, Peter.
There we go. Look at that plastic face right there. Oh, my God. Right,
like
Stephen Colbert. I detest Stephen Colbert. Can't stand the man. And he's so phony and fake. Like, even in this video, it's so performative and everything. And I know what we were saying, that we wish that Peter Jackson was a little bit more animated, but I get like American Psycho vibes from Stephen Colbert. There's just a facade there. It's just pure Hollywood. There's nothing there. There's no soul behind the eyes. Maybe apart from the adrenochrome. Let's continue.
Hey, Stephen. Hi. How are you?
How are you doing?
Good. I like all your Tolkien stuff on the wall there. That's that's.
Oh, thanks. This is part of the collection.
Oh, the smug. He's so smug, isn't he?
Oh no! It's the fact they've never bloody spoken outside of the telly that makes me laugh. He's like, "Oh, this first time seeing your house. We're collaborators on this film." Like,
Stephen Colbert was a cameo in Desolation of Smaug. Do you remember that whole like weird interconnected spy network when they first arrive in Lake Town and Bard's trying to smuggle the dwarves in? And there's like someone signaling to someone else. There was a guy who was like a fisherman who had like a pipe with like an eye patch. That was Stephen Colbert. So he has cameoed in the Desolation of Smaug, but that could have been Andy Serkis doing second unit shooting that day. Maybe Peter Jackson wasn't even on set that day. I don't know. I can't remember. So maybe they've had a run-in, but I think it was probably just
they know each other.
Yeah,
like I've seen interviews where Jackson has always been sort of like he just thinks he's a massive nerd. Like Colbert beat the Tolkien expert they had on The Hobbit in some sort of like, I imagine it was like 8 Mile, in a big pub quiz. And stuff like that. And, Colbert has never been shy about showing his love for Lord of the Rings. And I imagine he irritates Jackson a lot. I just find it really funny that he's never seen that. This is obviously the first time they've communicated in this fashion, and yet it's being sort of presented like they're great friends. And the first thing that Jackson does, God, look at your house. You've got some lovely photos. It's like my nan.
Oh, and then he's smuggling. Oh, yeah, it's just part of the collection. Yeah, oh, fuck off. Rafa says, "Oh my goodness, I hate these forced interactions with a passion." Yeah, it gets worse. It gets worse. Oh, let's keep moving on. Stephen Colbert says something in a minute which just really grinds my gears. It's coming up.
So I was just explaining to the folks about the next Tolkien movie after Hunt for Gollum, and the fact that we've partnered up with you to develop the script. So
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about it.
Oh, you fuck. Oh. Yeah, I got a Lord of the Rings gig now. My show's finished. Just failing upwards, right? That's the story of Hollywood. Now he's got a Lord of the Rings movie. God help us all. Right, here we go. So this is the nitty gritty now. He's going to explain a little bit about the project.
Should I tell people what the story is?
as much as you want. Yep.
I will, as much as I can. You know what the books mean to me and what your films mean to me. But the thing I found myself reading over and over again were the 6 chapters early on in the Fellowship that y'all never developed.
Y'all never developed? Like, where's that come from? Just like turns into Stephen Colbert, Texas Ranger all of a second there. Yeah.
I don't know how they use y'all in America. To me, it's just another way of saying Christmas.
Is it him trying to be like down with the Midwest or something? Like,
wouldn't have thought so. I mean, he did a parody of a right-wing news anchor for 10 years. I don't think there's any way he's getting in with those kind of people now.
So here we go. This is where he talks about the chapters it's going to be based on.
Into the first movie back in the day. It's basically the chapter is Three's Company through Fog on the Barrow Downs. And I thought, oh, wait, maybe that could be its own story that could fit into the larger story.
No, it can't. This basically is what my criticism of this is going to be. It can't happen. It can't coexist based on
Chris.
How the
best stories. The best stories are where you take the beginning and not the end. That's the best story possible.
Yes, exactly. Oh God! Right, let's carry on. We're nearly done.
Could we make something that was completely?
Oh, here we go.
Faithful to the books while also being completely faithful to the movie.
That can't happen. It can't happen. No way.
Well, if you it depends what you mean by faithful. If you take it as faithful to the look, faithful to the cinematography, faithful to the music, then yeah, those things can add up. But it's very important what you think faithful means here.
Well, me and you have reread the chapters in question here, Three's Company all the way through to Fog on the Barrow Downs. If he's talking about faithful as we're going to adapt basically how it is in the book into the movies and still keep it tied into the films, it literally can't be done. Three's Company opens with Frodo basically selling his house, right, to Lobelia Sackville Baggins and moving furniture, getting everything packed away, and then leaving the Shire with Sam and Pippin. Well, already there's a difference because we don't meet Merry and Pippin. Until they're running through Farmer Maggot's field, which takes me on to the next chapter, A Shortcut to Mushrooms, where they have a sit-down chat with Farmer Maggot. And they meet him and they chill with his family and his wife makes them mushrooms and they see his dogs and everything. Already, that can't happen either. So we're 2 chapters down now. We're only adapting a few chapters here. And
well,
2 of them...
You see, Chris, the issue here, right, is that this is why I said it depends what you mean by faithful. You can be faithful to the books and you should be faithful to the books. That should be your number 1 priority in this. Like, you've obviously got to tell a story, but there's no point giving like extended scenes of things we missed. Like, it has to be a story. But when he says that it's faithful to the movies, my interpretation of this is that it will just be the same cinematic language. It's not going to have to, Like, it's not going to be like a multiverse where it's got to tie in with the Hunt for Gollum, the Hobbit, and you know that they're not going to be exactly, you know, the sun's not going to be at the same angle as it was in the original and things. I take this to be more, it's going to be the style of direction, the same music and the same tone, because that's what faithful means in terms of a film, because that's all you have. Like in the book, we have the actual plot, the themes, all that kind of stuff. I don't think that the two necessarily can't coexist together.
Well, the two announcements that we have with this, with number one with this video, and then the actual synopsis, the written synopsis, which we'll get onto after the video, even those two almost feel like they can't coexist, because in this video he's basically saying it's an adaptation, of chapter 3 through to, was it chapter 7 or chapter 8, whatever it was on the video there, Fog on the Barrow Downs. But then you read the synopsis that Variety published as well, and the two are completely different.
Yeah,
and that's gonna lead us on to how both of these can be mashed together, if at all. If we're going by accuracy and faithfulness in terms of the content that's within Tolkien's pages and trying to retrofit that into the movie verse, Peter Jackson, of course, didn't do Tom Bombadil or anything like that, or Fog on the Barrow Downs, but he did take little excerpts from it, lines or something.
I'm so interested.
Yeah,
I'm so interested how they're going to do this, because I think like there's some really clever stuff in Lord of the Rings. Like obviously, like Bilbo gives his speech at the party tree, where he talks about, you know, watch out, you don't know where your feet are going to take you, and so on. But he also says, excited feet. And when Frodo retells it in, I think it's Shortcut to Mushrooms, Frodo says weary feet instead of excited. It's a lovely bit of characterization. But we know that so much of the stuff from those chapters was repurposed in terms of dialogue, and the best bits were put in different parts of the film. So how that's the bit about being faithful to the movie that intrigues me the most. Is any dialogue that's used outside, any dialogue that's used in the film, now off limits?
In terms of dialogue, I'm not sure. The main issues come into it with Old Man Willow, because we've kind of adapted that with the extended edition of Two Towers, where Merry and Pippin get eaten by the tree, but it's in Fangorn. It's been completely moved.
That's deleted though.
It's still part of the.
It's in the.
You know what I mean?
It's in. It's not the theatrical release, and I bet you this will be crazy to all of us. I bet you that a lot more people have seen the theatrical release than they have the extended release.
When was the last time you watched the theatrical version? Since the extended edition came, of all of them, since the extended editions came out, have you ever gone back to the theatricals before them? Oh, yes. Okay.
Plain Journey though.
Oh, okay. So it's what's available, right? I think on like Netflix, it's just the theatrical versions that are available.
I won't lie. If I'm watching by myself, I fast forward the Fangorn added scenes. I just skip them.
Well, here's the thing, because now with you saying like, oh, well, the extended editions don't count, it's going by theatrical. Now you're fracturing this canon, this movie canon, in 3 different directions now. Now you've got, there's the canon of the theatrical version, there's the canon of the extended version, and then there's the canon of whatever this is going to be, whatever shape
Once
it takes.
again, Chris, it depends what you mean by canonical in this stage, because the easiest way to do this is that, like, the Lord of the Rings, by definition, is an unreliable narrator's story. It's the Red Book of Westmarch. So I would suspect that it's like, now it's time for the real story. Because this will be this, in my opinion, a lot of this will be the Lord of the Rings from Sam's perspective, which will be different to Frodo's perspective. You know, like they might experience the same events, but not in the same way. They might have completely different interpretations of what Aragorn's like. And, you know, like when we talk about the books and things like that, we all have different views on it. And rereading these chapters, I was very surprised how keen Sam was to get out of the Shire. like how fascinated he is by the world outside of the Shire. He's the one that is the most engaged in it, and yet in the films he's portrayed as being, you know, this is the furthest I've ever been from home, and he's constantly like, it's like a sort of emotionally wanking over the Shire for the majority of the film.
There's hints of it though, right, where Frodo's like, I thought you wanted to see the elves, Sam, more than anything. Like they hint at it a little bit, that he was excited to see the elves. Like,
yeah, they
Rivendell,
do, but it would be so interesting to me if things are different and that's how they explain it. Like this great film by, I can't remember his name or the name of the film, but it's about a comet that is coming to hit the Earth, and it is told from the perspective of two different people. The same story, two different people, and everything's completely different in the second part of the film when the perspective switches. So I think it would be quite interesting to see that Sam has named that Sam's daughter Eleanor is essentially, she's basically a half elf. Like, and Sam's always been fascinated by the elves and so on, and so that meeting with the elves is it's gonna be really interesting. Like how Pippin is just complete idiot during that meeting, telling them everything straight away, just like Sauron does with the just like he does with Sauron. But it's contrasted with the Nazgûl. I think that there's a lot of interesting stuff here, but you have to accept. I think you have to accept this, that it's probably going to be nearer to the films than to the books. Yeah, because that's the format, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just very misleading of how he said, "Oh, can we create something that's both faithful to the book and the movies?" To me, like a comparison that I draw is the Hobbit films. Like when Peter Jackson was set to make these films, he was following off the coattails of the much more grandiose and epic Lord of the Rings trilogy, and now he's faced with this book that was made as a children's bedtime story. But he was trying to adapt it in such a way, especially that first movie, An Unexpected Journey, there were moments where he had like all the sing-songy moments in and the silly comedic things, but then he was also trying to keep it in the realm of the Lord of the Rings world too, and the two tones cannot mash when you're dealing with something like that with Hobbit. You either have to wholly commit to one of those things, and if you made like this farcical comedy out of the whole thing with a real whimsical tone across all three films, then that could have worked a lot better. And if he went, well, actually, I want to try and ground The Hobbit and not make it as childlike like the book and want to make it more like the Lord of the Rings films, then that could have worked too. And even Tolkien himself was working on an updated version of The Hobbit that would bring it more in line with the tone of Lord of the Rings, which ultimately he abandoned after, I think he wrote like the first 2 chapters, was about to get to Rivendell, probably realized how much work it was going to be now he was dealing with the elves and everything, and then just said it wasn't worth doing or whatever. But I think you're going to have the same issue with this one, is that the two can't coexist in the same world. And I guess just another 2 quick little things that tie into these chapters that got removed by Peter Jackson with his adaptation. Still in the Fangorn setting, when Merry and Pippin are swallowed by Old Man Willow in Fangorn, I guess, Treebeard shows up and he says, like, you should not be waking, eat earth, drink water, go to sleep. That's line taken from Tom Bombadil, and they've repurposed that line of dialogue and given it to Treebeard. And the last one that I can think of is when Gollum and Frodo are talking right before the winged Nazgûl shows up in Two Towers. Gollum's kind of like singing a song to himself, and he sings like, "Cold be heart and hand and bone, cold be travellers far from home." That "cold be heart and hand and bone" is the incantation that the Barrow-wight says. That's very slight though. So there are a few, like they've tipped their cap to those chapters that they moved past. But I
mean, he says a shortcut to what? To mushrooms. It's quite a cute moment in the film. Isn't it?
Oh no, I like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I hope that they were gonna. They did it in The Hobbit as well, didn't they? Did they go out of the frying pan and into the fire? Nice. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah, it's great shit. Yeah, no, I love that. Right, let's finish off this video then. So we'll keep moving.
That you guys had already made, and I started talking it over with my son Peter, who's also a screenwriter, and we worked out what we thought would work, especially as a.
Is that like what's that? Like a guinea pig cup, a gerbil cup? What is that? Some kind of rodent on his cup.
He's fantastic.
Framing device for that.
Have a drink.
We bring it up again. Yeah, it's like a chipmunk or something. Look at that.
Yeah.
And he's angled the cup where that design is just, thinking about cinematography and whatnot.
Yeah, it looks like a Hobbit. Everything's too big.
Yeah, the colourful, I was going to say Hawaiian shirt. It's like a floral shirt, I think, isn't it, that one? Don't know.
Framing device for that story. And
oh, hang on. So
it's what we thought would work, especially as a framing device for that story. And it took me a few years to scrape my courage into a pile to give you a call. But about 2 years ago, I did. You liked it enough to talk to me about it. And ever since then, the two of us have been working with the brilliant Philippa Boyens on how to develop this story.
Okay, Philippa Boyens. That used to be a name that I was like, yeah, she's part of the Lord of the Rings crew. And of course she is part of the Lord of the Rings crew. However, Philippa Boyens and her daughter have penned a fairly recent Lord of the Rings endeavor. Do you remember the good old War of the Rohirrim? And the changes that were made to that?
I never watched it. I watched 20 minutes.
You did the right thing.
Bored,
yeah.
And then was it the Watcher in the Water is running about Rohan?
Well, an Oliphant first, and then
yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. The Oliphant annoys me. So I think I've told you this before, but I've always been really intrigued by what the Romans thought when Hannibal popped over the Alps on elephants.
And you get that in the Battle of Pelennor Fields, right?
Exactly, and that has to be the first time
agreed
that they've seen them or they've heard of you. Like it, so that properly annoyed me. But I'm very pleased you mentioned that it was her daughter that was involved in the writing of this screenplay, because I saw a video from someone recently who was whinging about Colbert's son being involved, but didn't make the link that Philippa Boyens' daughter is the main writer for The Hunt for Gollum and The War of the Rohirrim.
Oh, I didn't know she was on Hunt for Gollum as well.
Main writer, IMBD.
Oh, it's dead in the water. It's done. It's cooked. Because it all comes down to the writing.
It's the only hope that I have. Like I'm hoping that but it's very it is. This is like these are the sons of lesser sires. Lesser sires are the writers. I think is the issue here.
Absolutely, 100%.
And we recently took it to Richard Brenner at New Line and Pam Abdi and Mike DeLuca at Warner Brothers, and I could not be happier to say that they loved it. And so that's what we're going to be working on.
Fantastic. Now, are you sure you've got the time, though? Because,
that I did not think I would have the time. As much as I love it, I knew I couldn't do that and do the show at the same time. But it turns out I'm going to be free starting this summer.
Yes, he is, because his show's been cancelled.
Isn't that fortunate?
Isn't that a you catastrophe right there?
Jackson, man. Just laughing at him. I love Peter Jackson. He's so funny.
Look at that. Like, isn't that a you? Look at this smug bastard. The difference between these two men right here. Look at this. Look at this. Peter Jackson is peak male performance right now, isn't he?
Well, Stephen Colbert has always had a touch of the Smeagol to him, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
But what I will say is that I know that he appears to be quite unpopular. I'm not really familiar with his work, to be honest. The only stuff I've ever seen him do is related to Lord of the Rings. And he did a music video that was absolutely shocking, man. Shocking. With all the people turning up and playing their parts. It's dreadful. But like when I've seen him talking about Lord of the Rings, it's always been very clear. He understands it. He's read it. It's part of his life. So I'm not as against him as everyone else is, but that's because I haven't experienced him in any form outside of Lord of the Rings.
You haven't seen him doing his song and dance number on his show with two inflatable syringes endorsing Pfizer? That was an interesting moment.
No, I'm not American, and I'm not that interested, to be honest. I'm interested in the
best
politics
way to be.
of America. Tariffing me. Absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, let's finish this off now. We're nearly there.
So if you'll excuse me,
Yeah.
I've got to finish a television show and I've got to write a movie script, but I will see you all in the Shire.
Okay, alrighty. Bye-bye. See you, Stephen.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Peter.
Bye-bye.
It is literally the Oblivion thing, not Oblivion, sorry, Elder Scrolls 6, isn't it? It's just like, we haven't written anything, we haven't even put pen to paper yet, things are in motion, it's going to come out at some point, I've got to try and write this movie now. It's
Yeah,
like,
he's up for it though. I mean, like, Jackson is bored, but Colbert's excited. And I know you're not a religious man, but do you think the fact that Colbert is a proper Catholic, anything to take comfort from?
Based on his politics and his show, no. I think there's going to be like the evil orange man or something in the shadow of the past.
Oh, not a chance. That is fear.
I hope not. I hope he can set aside everything and he just, if he can just tap into what the books are and just adapt that, then fair enough. But I'm just saying, in terms of the politics of most movies now, we're never going to get that lightning in a bottle moment where it was almost like the studios took a step back and were like, Peter Jackson and crew, make your passion project.
The politics
I don't
of
think
most
we exist
movies.
like that now.
When was the last movie where you saw an analogy for Donald Trump or any US president?
What was the one that won Best Picture this year? The Leonardo DiCaprio
I haven't seen
movie.
that one, but One Battle After Another.
That's the one.
That's about like a sort of political movement, isn't it? Is there an
I don't know if there's like
analogy
a
or
direct I don't know if there's like a direct Trump allegory in that, but I know it's to do with like the political realm or something. It was definitely more.
But, okay, so do you think that things like the Ewoks being the Viet Cong or the colonial marines being based on Vietnam like dramatically influences the films that they make?
Well, I know that George Lucas mentioned like the ties to that. Like, that's fine. Like, you know, one's the Viet Cong, one's like a cuddly, plushy bunch of Care Bears. Like, it's totally fine. I can divorce the two there.
But would you say that that Star Wars is an anti-imperialist Marxist-Lenin film?
Probably not. No.
No, of course you wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
There are components. There are components there that allow you to interpret it in those ways. Whereas something like Starship Troopers is quite clearly a parody or a farce of fascism, and it's a very enjoyable film. There is no way that they're going to let Colbert turn this into essentially an analogy for stuff. I mean, like we even know that Tolkien hates allegory above all. That's the thing that he dislikes the most. There's no way
he still does it though, doesn't he?
Yeah, of course he does, because he's
on numerous occasions. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah,
but there's absolutely no way that it's going to be a Trump-like allegory, because both these men understand what myth is from what I've seen of them, and they understand that it's a timeless thing, and it's a bit like putting a mobile phone in a film now. You'll notice that they always try and avoid showing like a mobile phone because it instantly ages the film. Like, go and watch Pulp Fiction. There's nothing in there that tells you what year that's from. Like, I'd be stunned if they spent this amount of time and money and this opportunity to make this about current American politics. They'd be fools.
They would, but you know, stranger things have happened, haven't they, in films now?
Like what? What? Like, come on, like, name me a sort of a film, a book as beloved as this that has been turned in to political propaganda.
I'd need time to research that, but there probably is a few examples. I'd have to have time to find that. But yeah, like I hope he won't. I hope he just adapts it, and we'll see what we get. I really hope that's the case.
I'm more worried about his Catholicism, to be honest, than anything. Because I'm speaking here as a Catholic, not as a devoutly religious one, but you know, I was raised as a Catholic, and I've lived in a lot of Catholic countries. The Lord of the Rings, right? If you were to make an adaptation of Tolkien, I think you only need three things for it to have like the kind of DNA of being Tolkien. The first is death and deathlessness.
Mhm.
That to me is like the core strand of the Lord of the Rings and Middle Earth, and it's why the Rings of Power doesn't work, because there's just nothing there that's got anything to do with death and the desire for deathlessness. The second thing is that this is Catholic morality. The whole thing, like, it's impossible for me to see Celebrimbor and Boromir's deaths as anything but the Passion of the Christ, like, and a corrupted version of Celebrimbor. Like, we know that Tolkien was a devout Catholic, like, and I'm hoping that someone like Colbert, who I know a lot of people see as being very progressive, I believe, he will understand that Tolkien would have been aghast at the idea of abortion and things like this, that he understands what the Catholic morality is. And then the third thing is that this is a story of Anglo-Saxon culture.
Yeah.
Like, that's all you need for it to be Lord of the Rings, is you need the idea of death and deathlessness and giving Catholic morality to essentially Norse stories. That's all. That's, as long as it's got that, you can say it's Tolkienian. And my worry is he's going to go too hard on the Catholicism and the morality.
Well, I think that, like, all of that, there's kind of like a taboo around it now, a little bit, to produce something like that with those kind of themes and those kind of ideologies. Like the devout Catholic ties to everything. I think there's almost like a sense of guilt about it or something. So I hope it does find its way into the framework of
it's Catholicism.
Well, yeah. It's just, I don't even like the Peter Jackson films. Like, would you say the Peter Jackson films effectively got across the themes that you just mentioned right there? Yeah.
Death and Deathlessness is the one that comes across the least well to me. I think that the reason that we love Theoden so much is that he's the one who kind of portrays it the most. Like, we have the Army of the Dead that I suppose echoes those kind of themes, but it's the least developed of the themes. But when you look at the great myths, you always like have these kind of lenses that you look at. The first one is the individual, which is the hero, right? And normally the hero virtuous, villain horrible. And then you've got the world around that, which is to do with freedom, whether it's too authoritative, like the Empire, for example, and the rebels. And so you've got the forces of Mordor and what they stand for, and then you've got the free men of the West, what Rohan and Gondor, what they're all about. And then right at the top, you've got the sort of supernatural part or the religious part, depending on how you view things. And I think that the religious part in Lord of the Rings, the idea of a soul, the idea of a life afterwards, the idea of destiny and fate, is actually really well expressed in Jackson's interpretation. Like, it doesn't directly mention Eru Ilúvatar, but Gandalf does describe the afterlife. He does say that something else steadied Bilbo's hand. Like, there's enough of it there for it to be sort of satisfying. So I think it can be done. But this is my worry with Colbert, is I think that he will see Valinor as the Garden of Eden or paradise. Like, and I think that Sam going back to Valinor, Gimli may be going as well. I think they might be too heavy-handed on the imagery and the ideas behind it, because when you think of it, the biggest challenge they've got in this film is how you explain to a modern audience that a dad is leaving his daughter to go somewhere else after her mum has died. And that's what I'm worried about in terms of the film, is that Colbert, devout Catholic, understands the story. I think he'll put too much Catholicism on the interpretation of it.
Right. Yeah. And based on, well, I guess we're going to get onto like the actual very short synopsis that we've got given to sort of give us a little bit more insight into the film. And this is where I'm really confused, because this log line, almost conflicts with everything that we've just heard in the video about the chapters that it's being adapted. So we'll go into our individual pitches, and based on the 2 bits of information we have, this log line and the actual video, I've got an idea of how they might be doing like the framing device and how they might be bringing it all in together, which is not going to be very faithful to the source material at all. But let's go over the log line right now. So it says 14 years after the passing of Frodo. Makes it sound like he's fucking dead. Like, I know it's like him passing into the West and whatever, but he's just gone to live on a different continent. But anyway, 14 years after the passing of Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin set out to retrace the first steps of their adventure. Meanwhile, Sam's daughter Eleanor has discovered a long-buried secret and is determined to uncover why the War of the Ring was very nearly lost before it began. Now, right there, I'm concerned about that latter part. Yes, we're going to get another. It's going to be another War of the Rohirrim. Unnamed daughter of Helm Hammerhand it's the bait and switch. You think you're getting a Helm Hammerhand movie, and the first, I don't know, 5-10 minutes of that movie was actually pretty good. It was adapting the story really well with Frecker where he rocks up and he calls him out to a fist fight. Hell yeah. And then as soon as we got to that, as soon as the trailer came out, we knew exactly what they were going to do, and that was just how the whole film went down. So considering we've got the same writing team of that movie, and I'm reading that, and of course we're bringing in like loads of other Hollywood things, right? We're looking at like the Star Wars sequel trilogy here with Rey, and there's always the headstrong, usually a daughter or female character.
Oh my God, Chris! They're going to have to change Fatty Bulger's name. There's no way that they're going to be able to call him Fatty Bulger. Calorific Bulger.
There'll be like a whole subplot about body positivity or some shit with Fatty Bulger.
I mean, maybe they just body shame him all the way through the film. And then he's proper hench at the end of it.
Bring back body shaming. We need. I wish someone had body shamed me back in the day. Like maybe I'm
very up for it if you want.
So yeah, it's this part here. Meanwhile, Sam's daughter Eleanor has discovered a long buried secret and is determined to uncover. So that to me is like, okay, we know where the focus of this is going to be, and there are grounds for that through a unreleased epilogue that everyone hated about, Eleanor is the one who eventually inherits the Red Book of Westmarch and becomes a handmaiden to Arwen and everything like that. Like the grounds of it are there. However, I have been burned by recent Hollywood too many times, and I can already kind of predict how this is going to go down. I think it's going to be the sort of Luke Skywalker-Rey relationship where Sam is either like a curmudgeonly asshole or there's some kind of dark secret.
No.
It mentions about a dark secret here. I think they're going to vilify Sam. I think they're going to... Eleanor's going to discover something about Sam. I've got a feeling. I don't know. Like the headstrong daughter and the father, like she's got to prove something to her father that he was wrong about something. I don't know.
Who's writing the film?
That same beat is in War of the Rohirrim, though.
Who's writing the film?
Well, Colbert's son, and I'm assuming is like
father
Philippa
and son
Boynes.
are writing the film, and you think that they're going to sit there and do the dad? Philippa
Boynes and Philippa Boynes' daughter's on it too, right?
Yeah, and you think that this is going to be some sort of like Oedipus or something? That as the father and son and mother and daughter are writing the film, they're all going to agree that it's about the sins of the father.
Yes.
No way.
War of the Rohirrim. The War of the Rohirrim does it. That's literally the whole movie. It's just that
I haven't seen it.
Use the same blueprint and you've got it. Like there's the moment towards the end where Helm Hammerhand has the moment with his daughter and he says like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I've been ruthless and you're a better leader than me. You should lead the people and I'm not worthy." There's that whole moment and then he goes out into the snow and
I'll give you a better interpretation of the same idea, which is that the two people writing this film, growing up, would have been quite overawed by their parents, I would think, and have been in the shadow of their accomplishments. Stephen Colbert was massive in the 2010s or whatever on... Is it the Colbert Report? It's like the most watched comedy show in America or something. Philippa Boyens made The Lord of the Rings. I would suspect that we might see parts of that real life dynamic blend into this film where all Eleanor has ever heard about is her war hero dad. That's something that I think would be fair to say might influence them. But I can't imagine that Philippa Boyens or Jackson are going to let them do what happened to Luke Skywalker or Indiana Jones.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a chance we're going to see Sam, drunk in a haystack as the film starts or whatever. He's the sheriff.
You say this, but did you think we were going to get that with Luke before The Last Jedi came out?
I did actually, yeah, but not the way it was done. I assume that look, I mean,
it is a classic Western trope, isn't it? It's the hero. Yeah. It's the hero who's washed up and has to be brought back into the fight.
Unforgiven was what I thought that they were going to do with Luke Skywalker. Was a legendary semi-retired gunslinger gets brought out of retirement for one last job. That's essentially what I thought they were going to do. I didn't realize it was going to be a complete rejection of who he was to serve another character. And I just don't think, I can't see them doing this. Like, I think what is more likely to happen is, I'll tell you what, this is a hell of an aside. I watched a video recently with the lead singer of Linkin Park on a chat show. And he said that, he was around the house and he heard his daughter playing the guitar. Goes into a room, says, look, can I show you a couple of these things? And she was like, look, Dad, I'm going to be doing a school performance. And he went, well, yeah, I can show you some stuff. And she went, yeah, fine, whatever. And he showed her some stuff. And then he spoke to his wife later, and she said, I heard you arguing. So I went in and I said, do you know what? You should listen to your dad. And the daughter went, yeah, well, what does he know about performing? And so the wife goes, let me show you this video. It's Linkin Park playing in front of 90,000 people at Rio de Janeiro. And the daughter watches it and goes, who's that? And she goes, it's your dad. And I wonder, I would quite like it if Eleanor has no idea what Sam got up to. And she starts finding out what a G he was.
See, that would be. I think it's going to be that she's bored of the humdrum life, because really, once Sam settles with Rosie, and they spawn about 13 kids or whatever,
17 kids in it.
She's just a baby making machine. That is like what she's put on this planet to do.
Good Catholic girl.
Yeah, exactly, right. I think Eleanor is going to be this feisty, headstrong, sort of like Tookish kind of, like raring for an adventure or something, or maybe she's read the tales in the Red Book of Westmarch, and she wants to be part of those stories as well. It's going to be like Belle. I want much more than this provincial life kind of thing, and maybe she'll bomb off on an adventure on her own. And the three lads, the retired dads, have all got to like get the band back together and go in search of something.
That's how you see that.
Well, or it's going to be that they're all like really deflated, and they're like, the anniversary of Frodo is gone or something. It's like, we've been living this boring Hobbit life, and we've been irreparably changed by the events of the War of the Ring.
Yeah.
Let's go and capture that adventurous spirit. Let's go for like a lad's weekend away or something and follow our footsteps.
Do you think it's that, like, my concern, like when you sort of bring up Luke Skywalker and I brought up Indiana Jones, is my big concern is the start of this film is Sam crying after Rosie Cotton has died.
Oh, because God.
He leaves, is it a year he waits before he leaves? And then I think Merrin and Pippin around this time are, right, my understanding of after... Okay. My understanding
I'm just checking when Rosie died.
Confused. I think that the same year Rosie dies, Sam goes to Valinor and Merry and Pippin go to Minas Tirith.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's
I've got it. Yeah. So 14 years. So we've got a date from when Frodo sailed into the West. I've been really nerdy and worked all of this shit out. So bear with me.
Nice
so This is in Shire Reckoning, by the way. So 1421 is when Frodo sets sail. So 14 years later puts us at the time of 1435. Rosie dies in 1482. So she should still be around. I do have a sneaky suspicion we'll get a time jump at the end, and we will see Sam sailing into the west. I do think we are going to get that. And the passing down of the Red Book of Westmarch. I think we're just going to do the whole Grey Havens thing again. But yeah, right around this point, it's there is a little bit of discrepancy with the time, because if it is exactly 1435, there isn't anything that's listed in the appendices as to what actually really happens. There's 1434, and it just says that Peregrine becomes the Tuck and the Thane. King Elisar makes the Thane the master and the mayor councillors of the North Kingdom. Master Samwise is elected mayor for the second time. Can't wait to see a movie about that. That's going to be rip-roaring, isn't it? And then a year after, when it's set, 1436, it says King Elisar rides north and dwells for a while by Lake Evandem and comes to the Brandywine Bridge and there greets his friends. He gives the Star of the Dunedain to Master Sam, and Eleanor is made a maid of honor to Queen Arwen. That's it. That's all the surrounding information we have around the date that this film's set. But I think we should take that with a grain of salt, because they're going to be constructing their own story out of it, aren't they? And it's going to be, well, Tolkien never actually wrote it, but it doesn't mean that it couldn't have happened. It still exists on
That's not them. Don't
the
do
edges
them
of
like
the page.
That's not them. That's being done by the Rings of Power people. That's Jackson.
Philippa Boyne says that. Philippa Boyne says that. She says even though we didn't adapt the Tom Bombadil stuff, we don't know that they didn't go to the old forest and see Tom Bombadil. The way it's cut in the movie, all of that could have happened.
Well, you know, Eleanor's going to meet Tom Bombadil.
Well, what I was going to ask you is, what is the main threat of this film going to be? This is a sequel. Sauron's been defeated. We can't do the whole somehow Sauron returned. The Witch King's gone. The Ring Wraiths are gone. What's going to be the main threat?
The Barrow-wight.
Just the Barrow-wights.
Yeah.
I think you're right. But the only thing I like tying it into Angmar, but again, the main head honcho, the Ring, the Witch King is gone. So are the Barrow-wights?
The Witch King's gone. Are the Nazgul gone? What happened to them? Were they undone with the?
Well, I think I think it's probably when the ring was destroyed, they kind of went along with it.
Well, I mean, I have to say, for me, the secret part is the bit that I'm worried about, because that can recontextualize the story of Lord of the Rings. And I recently watched a film called Hamlet, won an Oscar. It's one of the worst films I've ever seen, because the premise of the film is, let's make Hamlet interesting. And it's already interesting. It doesn't need anything else done to it. It's one of the greatest stories ever made, as is the Lord of the Rings. And unless the only way that I can see them doing it that is satisfactory to me is if it is by chance, i.e. Eru Ilúvatar, and Eleanor discovers that there was a coincidence happened, but we know it's not a coincidence. We know it's the guiding will of Eru Ilúvatar. But I also worry that they're going to keep Merry and Pippin the same. Do you know what I mean? There's going to be no change in them. And I mean, for me, I can see many different versions of this. The one that worries me the most is that they go out on a big walk to where things happened. So they go to Farmer Maggot's house or whatever, and then we'll get 3 different versions of the same story. That's what I fear the most. And that one of them will be as similar to Lord of the Rings as possible, and then Merry's version is just a stupid version where he's really clever or really handsome, or that kind of storytelling. That's the one that worries me, plus a shitload of cameos for no reason.
Yeah. So you think it's going to go? Sorry,
I was going to say I would find it quite funny if someone like Legolas was completely different. like a different actor in each different version, because because his portrayal in the film is obviously it's great, but it is fairly forgettable in terms of what his character is, who he is as a person. It's just he's someone who just suddenly does something cool, and then you don't see him again. So I find it quite funny if one thing he's 6'3", another one he's 5'1", and things like that. That would be amusing to me. I don't know if that's worth making a film for, though.
So in terms of a structure, you believe it's going to be they're going to get to key location. You just mentioned Farmer Maggot's house. Then we're going to get the dissolve, and then we're going to get some kind of flashback to tell the chapter from the book as much as possible, and that's how they're going to integrate everything. Okay,
I think it'll be two things. I think it will be. I think that they will redo the conspirator plot with the idea of Sam going to Valinor.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think we're going to get the Bath song at Brandy Hall or whatever it's called? What was it called? Crick Hollow? Is it Crick Hollow?
Crick Hollow.
Yeah. Can't wait to see that bit in the movie with Pippin splashing around in the bathtub singing a song.
I wonder if they're going to be worried about the criticisms of The Lord of the Rings as just a big long walk and a bit of a sing-song. I wonder if that's going to... I wonder if they're going to, like, shoehorn action in, because one of the key things to me about these chapters is and what happens by leaving them out is how we perceive Frodo, because the Barrow-wights is where Frodo steps up and he doesn't even really believe in himself, but he steps up and shows courage. He's saying, like, oh, I've fucked everything up, I've lost this quest before it's begun. And then he takes on basically the most evil thing that he could possibly imagine. Seen nothing in his life. He knows nothing of the world beyond stories. And then there's a Barrow down there, a Barrow-wight, the most terrifying thing possible. He's got nothing. He can do nothing. But he sings a song in it about Tom Bombadil, and he shows up and saves him. But the thing is that this links directly to the Fords of Bruin, where once again, Frodo is driven by essentially courage and foolhardiness to challenge Nine Nazgul to a fight and say, let's have you. And that's what these chapters are about to me. It's like Frodo doesn't really want to leave the Shire. He's all talk, but it takes so long to do it. And then this moment is where he becomes the hero of the story. And you see the solidification of Pip and Merry and Sam as these people that are going to be there for it. But this is in context of a massive story. I'm just worried that it's just going to be an action scene in this
of course it will.
film.
Of course it will.
Yeah.
It'll be your big, spectacular, scary, spooky third act, your big climax and everything. Of course, we didn't mention as well that the inclusion of these the removal of these chapters from the Lord of the Rings already gives us this weird moment with the swords, the barrow blades. There's kind of like a little bit of a gap in the story there as to why Merry can
of course, that's the secret. That has to be the secret. Is it? It was the Barrow dagger that did the Witch King in.
And you're going to have Eleanor. So this gets onto my pitch now. So we haven't got Frodo in this, obviously. We've got the three hobbits. We've got Sam, Merry, and Pippin. I don't think we're going to get flashbacks to this, because you think we're going to flash back to so that these events sort of take place within the same confines of the main story of the Lord of the Rings.
I think part two structure.
Yeah. But I think we're taking those chapters from the book and we're converting them into a straight up sequel.
Eleanor's going to do those chapters.
She's going to be Frodo. She is going to be like the I have the power moment where she holds up the barrow blade and steps up. So therefore you can, because he talked about a framing device, right? And how can we take those chapters and still tell them, but with this new framing device? So I think we're going to now make those chapters a sequel. Still a little bit iffy because of, as I mentioned, Old Man Willow, do you repeat that again? And Merry and Pippin go, this has happened to us before, why is it happening again? You know what I mean? You're gonna have weird moments like that. But I think that's the cleanest way that you can take those chapters and tell it,
I don't.
and still have Eleanor.
I think the way it works is that Eleanor, after discovering the secret and understanding her dad's really cool and stuff, and she was wrong about him, ends up using the Barrow blade or whatever it's called to kill the Barrow-wight. Like, that's the culmination of her story, and then she accepts her place in society, goes off with Arwen and so on, with a better understanding of the Shire and all that kind of stuff. If they do it your way, that's a dreadful film.
I just had another thought as well. You know how the mentor figure usually dies in these things, right? You have Spider-Man No Way Home. There's the bit where Tobey Maguire stops and not Andrew Garfield, Tom Holland from stabbing the Green Goblin and wants him to spare him, but then he gets stabbed. There's the Luke Skywalker moment in Last Jedi. There was the original ending for Dial of Destiny, which had Indiana Jones dying. Like, it tends to be a familiar trope that once they've passed on their wisdom in some way, and there's no place for them, they'll...
Kevin Costner, where he dies through the wind. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think Sam's going to do that?
Well,
I
I don't know about the properties of a Barrow-wight sword. I think he's going to get stabbed during the final conflict, and I think that's gonna. And I think he has to go into the west to heal. Yeah,
that's a lot more plausible, I think, than anything else that you've said, because I do think that's the big problem with the film, is that the parting of like in traditional stories, we see the hero detach from his father. Like, you know, that's why I love I'm a Jedi, like my father before me. That's a separation from the father. In separating from the daughter is something that's normally only really done by death. Like, you think of things like Rogue One, which everyone liked. Her dad dies, like saving her or something. I can't remember it, but normally the father dies and is replaced by the boyfriend, which is actually basically what happens in The Lord of the Rings as well. You know, Sam leaves and she marries someone or other.
Yeah, I can't remember his name. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense to me because it removes the selfishness of the choice. Like, like Sam stayed a bit like Elrond, I suppose. He stayed for his wife, as it were. And of course, the fourth age is marked by Elrond leaving, isn't it? I wonder.
I believe so.
I think that's the official start, is that Elrond pisses off and the fourth age begins.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting because when framing device, I just thought never-ending story. She's just going to be told a story.
Right, yeah.
Like,
all good stories deserve embellishment, so there is a chance where they could go, oh, well, in Lord of the Rings, we actually met up with Farmer Maggot and we met this Tom Bombadil character, and Pippin's like, no, we didn't. He's like, shut the fuck up, I'm telling a story.
Yeah, that's I worry about that, to be honest. Like, you know, a cute, funny argument about the size of the dragon firework or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't really want that, because Tolkien was a man of war. And a lot of like the issues with Frodo leaving are about, in my view, is Tolkien coming to terms with coming back after war and how it's changed you and so on. And I don't want this to be a happy sort of like, let's get the boys back together and go off on a picnic and, you know, I'm going to go nick Farmer Maggot's apples or something like that. I'd like it to be more sort of serious and things. And I think it could be quite poignant, the relationship between a father and his daughter, with the daughter like misunderstanding him and then finding out that he's not this sort of stuffy bureaucrat that everyone like sucks up to, that he's one of the greatest heroes of the age. Like, I think that's a really interesting story, but I am worried it's just going to be a load of bollocks, to be perfectly honest.
Let's just bring that up again real quick. So there's the first part where it's about 14 years after the passing of Frodo. Sam, Merry, and Pippin set out to retrace the first steps of their adventure. That's so almost in the realm of member berries. I'm thinking it's just like, oh, do you remember that from Lord of
Yeah.
the Rings 25 years on? Hey, do you remember that? Do you remember that? We're at the same field, and I hope it doesn't go, but I think it's almost going to be irresistible to them to do that, because there is that nostalgia now for us having seen Lord of the Rings 25 plus years ago or whatever by the time this comes out, that I think there will be an element of that.
It does make sense in terms of the actual story, though.
Mhm.
Like, the idea that they're different to who they are now. Like Sam, who was like, you know, he was basically a gardener. Like he was like lower class and stuff, and now he's running the Shire. Like Pippin has become a man of responsibility. Like when we saw him as footloose and fancy free and things.
Mhm.
So I can understand that this is like the equivalent of a middle-aged lads trip. And I think it makes sense within the universe. But if it's used as a vehicle to just recreate, like, you know, when they fall down the hill and stuff.
Yes.
Or,
yeah.
I mean, now I've just had a thought, which is,
Force Awakens,
imagine
isn't it?
if, well, just imagine if they portray one of their wives a battle axe, you know, really scary, nasty to them and stuff, and they all hide behind a tree while she's looking for one of them. That's the kind of stuff I worry about.
Yeah. 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 I hope
that's
they
a
don't
Nazgul reference for anyone who doesn't understand. Like,
yes.
we can explain that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Imagine if they call one of their wives a Nazgul. That would be quite funny.
Yeah, then it says, meanwhile, Sam's daughter Eleanor has discovered a long buried secret and is determined. Long buried. I mean, that could be the Barrows, right? If we're going like literal with it. A long buried secret, and is determined to uncover why the War of the Ring was nearly lost even before it began. Okay, so events before the War of the Ring, that would point to Angmar for me. And that's the only thing that I can think of that might be tied into all of this. And how the battle was almost lost. But that happened, but it had no real ramifications with the actual... Well, I guess it was the Oh, sorry.
That's the only thing I can think of is that I understand you're talking about Angmar and it leading to like Glorf. Ooh.
Yeah, and if like the witch... Maybe. Yeah.
That would be interesting. But for me, the sort of like the sliding doors moment, like I think in Star Wars, it's something like, you know, a gunner didn't shoot down C-3PO and R2-D2 when they escaped. The sliding doors moment for me is probably Fatty Bulger talking to the Nazgul. Like, and you got to remember that, like in the books, not in the films, but in the books, the Nazgul are fairly nondescript at this point. We just know that they're a bit bad. We've no idea of the depths of their like depravity, as it were. They're presented as normal men, like, you know, they're just called the Nine by Gandalf. We learn about them gradually, like a creeping horror. And I can't literally Fatty Bulger telling the Nazgul to do one, and the Barrow Down dagger are the only two things I can think that are related to the Shire that affect the story. Am I missing something obvious?
No, I think you're right there, because I mean it mentions why the war, before it even started, how it was almost lost. And the only event that I can think of is that tied into that. Also, the title, we should talk about the title as well, Shadow of the Past, which is ironic because that's chapter 2 of the book, and this The Hunt for Gollum is covering the Shadow of the Past chapter. And it's all ass backwards, but Shadow of the Past, the title, links to possibly the threat, whether it is going to be like the Angmar Wars and the Barrow-wights and the Barrow Blades and everything. But when I saw that, and just, you know, negative thinking, maybe based on a lot of Hollywood films that we've seen and the sins of the father and everything, I thought, oh, there's a shadow, there's a secret in Sam's past that Eleanor's going to find out about or something. But I couldn't think what it is. I thought, is it the fact that he was a ring bearer, that he possessed the One Ring and wanted to be like this evil gardener for a split second and then relinquished the ring? I can't.
Do you think it could be like campaigning for Saruman to die?
I don't know, because Sam's so fucking wholesome that I can't find fault in anything that man did. So,
well, do you not remember Frodo in Scouring the Shire? Frodo has to talk all three of them out of butchering the ruffians that surrendered. And things.
Right.
Like, that's the only dark secret I can think about Sam, is that all of them went bloody bloodthirsty in the Scourging of the Shire. Like, you know, they made a choke point and just gunned people down, basically.
I'm actually
and then
surprised they haven't found a way to adapt that chapter as well, either in this film or...
That's where I think the flashback will be.
Oh, do you think they're put it in?
Yeah, because I'm convinced that the most interesting thing to relate this to a new audience and keep the old audience is to have Eleanor think her dad is just a bit of a loser and boring and all that kind of stuff. But really, you know, in reality, he saved the Shire. He saved the fucking world. Like,
the real hero. And I think even Tolkien said that Sam is the real hero of the story.
And he says that in the same letter that he said he should have kept in the Eleanor Sam epilogue. So that those two things are linked. And I would hope in some ways that we get a correction of Frodo's character. If we are adapting those chapters, I think the frauds are brewing. I think that's a bit too much to ask for to get what actually happened, because it would be amazing. I would love somehow them to do what actually happened on Pelennor Fields with the Grey Company arriving, because that's my favourite bit in Lord of the Rings. And you know, there's a possibility of that, because we're gonna, you know, she's got to interact with Arwen. Surely, like,
I don't think Vigo's gonna. I mean, if Vigo's not coming back for Hunt for Gollum, I don't see him coming back for Shadow of the Past either. So they'll be looking around. They'll be like, "Oh, is Lord Aragorn with you?" No,
but they've got a new actor.
Yeah, well,
they've got a new actor. Get him and Anna Taylor-Joy to turn up.
But this is perfect, because this would be grounds for an older Vigo. Do you know what I mean? It's not like older Vigo trying to pass off as young Vigo.
It would be like, have you seen Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves with Kevin Costner?
Yeah, of course I have. Yeah, I love that.
When Sean Connery turns up, that's what I want from Vigo. Just trotting in on his horse. And come on, love, come on, lads, we're going back to Gondor. It'd be amazing. But yeah, I think the problem is, right, is they shouldn't be adapting these chapters.
Yeah,
that's the issue. They're wicked.
It comes down to story structure, doesn't it? Because I mean, and again, like the Hobbit films were guilty of this as well, because you're taking this one complete story which has a 3-act structure, you know, rising tension and then the fall off and everything, all the technical terminology that you can attach to it. You're taking that and then you're having to fragment that into 3 separate films, which individually have to have some sense of the beginning, middle, and end, and 3-act structure. And you can't do that. And because of that, of course, we got like the molten gold stuff at the end of the second movie, because we don't have a climax in the second film now, and we've got to construct that. And yeah, it just all completely fell apart. And the chapters that you're taking and adapting from this one, Three's Company through to Fog on the Barrow Downs, is like a small chunk of... Well, it's just part of the first act, isn't it? I would say the second act begins probably when they get to Rivendell and we find out what the quest is about, and we're going to set off on that quest. I see these chapters as just part of that first act, personally.
Well, there is a way you can do it. Like, so when like we talk about like 3-act structures and things like that, the soul of the story is about the transformation of the character and the transformation of the world. So it's always slightly annoyed me in the film version of Lord of the Rings that when they return to the Shire, I can't even remember who the character is. It's one of the Proudfeet or Foots.
Yes, the one who's scowling all the time, the old guy. Yeah,
he sees the lads coming back, and you've got them in their finery, and this is them changed. They're different. They're men now, as it were, and so like. But you also have the idea that the world has changed, like the transformation of the character, transformation of the world. It's just standard story writing. With these chapters, you can actually do that. You can take Frodo, who is the main character of these, you can take him from being like secretive, a little bit distrusting due to his with the Sackville Baggins and how everyone is dissing Gandalf and stuff. And you can turn him into a hero who stands up against a supernatural foe. Like that's actually a story that's pretty easy to tell. Problem is that's Frodo's story. Sam's story, the only real way that you can relate it, I feel, to a change in the world is through the Malorn tree that he plants and the blonde hair that Eleanor has and his love of the elves. Because I'm not going to lie, the elves are complete dicks when they first meet them. They don't tell them about the danger of the Nazgul. They're very condescending and stuff.
Are you talking about Gildor in those early chapters? Yeah.
Like, and that's going to be a massive part, surely, of the early chapters, because it's the idea that the Nazgul are pursuing them, a sort of unknown supernatural entity representing evil. You then meet the sort of like the opposite of them, which is the elves, who are completely checking out from this world. And stuff. And it's really interesting how that is sort of like juxtaposed with each other. It's the first time Frodo and the boys begin to see the mythology and the bigger world of Middle-earth and their place within it. Like it's the world opening up. And that's what those chapters are about, is them discovering that there is a bit more to the Shire. There is more to village politics. You know, there is more to like who's buying a house and where did Bilbo get his money from, and this sort of like really weird romanticization of a class system and so on. You're beginning to see a dangerous, savage, cruel but beautiful world. And I don't know if we can do that to Sam. Do you know what I mean? Like make that transformation, because Sam is a bimbo throughout the films. It's literally the moment you see him change is where he wants to bang Rosie Cotton. My God, does he do that 17 times?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
When it's so disappointing to me that we don't see the Sam from the Scourging of the Shire, resplendent in his armor, giving battle orders and stuff. And I think you can tell a story, but
this is like the new Star Wars canon for me, because a lot of what they're doing is they take characters from the old expanded universe, which is now considered legends and things like that, and they completely bastardize them and work them into a new story. And you're thinking,
is this like Thrawn?
Yeah, like Thrawn, and there's other aspects that they're doing, like the new Darth Maul series that's come out with Darth Talon. Those were part of the story treatments that George Lucas wrote for 7, 8, and 9 at the bit where it was handed over to Disney, and they threw them in the trash. Right? They were like, "Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to do like a retro movie. We're going to do basically a soft remake of A New Hope." But now they've kind of fished those stories out of the shredder, and it's like, okay, well now we're sort of repurposing it as something else. And I just hope that feels like that's going to be the case with this as well, in that we're taking those earlier chapters, and I don't think they're going to be flashbacks, because you'd have to have Frodo as part of that, and they're very, very clearly saying this tagline that, you know, Frodo's coming back as maybe as a cameo or a framing device or something for Hunt for Gollum. Maybe he's going to be like the Cate Blanchett voiceover equivalent at the beginning of the movie or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But they're very clearly saying here that he is not a part of it, right? So I'm thinking, well, this can't be flashbacks. This has to be surely a sequel. And we're taking those earlier chapters and we're moving them post the destruction of the ring now for this film.
This is why I said I think this is an advert for wetter technology and the deep faking. Is that I think, right, without question, there is going to be a flashback. I think we can both agree on that. Like, and it might be a flashback, something we haven't seen. My hope is the Scourging of the Shire, with Sam triumphant and resplendent and all this kind of stuff. My big fear is that Saruman is in this somehow, to be honest, and he is the shadow of the past. I just don't. I think they love Christopher Lee too much. Also, shout out to Robin Wilde. It's always nice to speak to you in the comments, Robin.
They will cook the heck out of Sam in every way. Mark my words. I think they will. Robin, I agree with you. Bathtime.
You've been so algorithm-brained. They will not.
I've said that it feels like for every IP in the last 10 years. And I don't know. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I've been fooled a lot of times recently.
No, do you know what it is, Chris? Have you ever read the Odyssey?
No, I was trying to work my way through the Iliad, and after the 20th strained metaphor that goes on for a page and a half, I just had to stop. I couldn't do it.
Look, fair play for dissing it. Like, lots of people say they've read it and they love it and they don't. But I
was listening to Alfred
disagree.
Molina. I was listening to Dr. Octopus read it, and when it was like, and like a coiled viper before it takes down a gazelle, and the two are locked in epic combat. And this metaphor goes on, and this is like the flowery language, which I know it's lauded for, and I appreciate its place in history.
Do you know why it uses that language?
Well, it was probably for the masses, wasn't it, that hadn't experienced anything like it?
It's really interesting. It's Homer wasn't one person. He was like 500,000
yes,
people.
yeah. It was
an oral poem.
Yeah.
That was to buy thinking time. So they have all these long names and things because that was the stuff that they memorized. So when they were saying that, another part of their brain was trying to remember what Achilles did next, or what Patroclus was up to. It's absolutely brilliant. But to get to the point, in the Odyssey, the first 4 chapters are called the Telemachai, and they're very, very similar to Luke Skywalker on Tatooine, where it's a young, frustrated boy. Telemachus is the son of Odysseus. His mum, the house is full of people trying to get with his mum. Like there's over 70 people in his house trying to bang his mum. Is the start of it. And he's heard so much about how great his dad was, and he's a sort of spoiled, indolent brat who just wants to be his own man and things. And all you're hearing is how great Odysseus is. Chapter 5, you meet Odysseus for the first time, and he is crying like a baby on the beach. A complete break from everything you've heard about him. And it's exactly what I saw them trying to do in Indiana Jones, like the Dial of Destiny or whatever, where you see a broken Harrison Ford. And then the idea is that he returns to being Indiana Jones, but he doesn't really.
No, Phoebe Waller-Bridge takes over, which I'm hoping isn't going to be the Eleanor equivalent of this, but continue.
I can't believe Robin is saying Telemachus is the only thing about that book I actually liked. Do you know what? Shout out Robin, because it's a brave woman to just say, I don't like the Odyssey. Most people say, it's one of the best things ever written, and they haven't read it. So I rate you for that.
I did want to try and read it before the Nolan movie comes out, but JX was like, well, technically the first one is the Iliad, so you got to start there. And man, I tried that chapter where it lists all of how many ships were brought there and how many men Biggest Dickus bought from somewhere in Greece, and the names of his oxen and its oxen's children and his oxen's grandfather. I was like, I can't. I literally
can't. Have you read the Silmarillion?
I have.
Yeah, it's the same nonsense.
It's not the same. No, it's not the same. It's not the same. There's no strained metaphors.
I'll tell you what I love about the Iliad is, that scene in Commando where Arnie arms up with the shotgun and that is from Hector arming up before he fights Achilles, and I love it. I'm also a big fan of Gilgamesh. Shout out to Rob. Yeah. I don't like books written after the Bible. I've got to be honest, Robin. The whole narrative structure change. It's much more interesting. But so with this idea of cucking Sam, I'm okay with them cucking Sam on this basis that it is from his daughter's perspective. So the difference is like Sam is in the pub surrounded by people telling a story, and she thinks it's really boring and stuff like that. Okay. And so her perception of him is he's an old loser who doesn't know anything. And then as the story goes, she discovers the Samwise Ganges that we know, the warrior gardener of Mordor.
And the thing is that the landscape of the Shire is completely different now, isn't it? Because in the book, the whole Shire knows of this outside threat. Well, at least from Saruman and the whole the scouring of the Shire, and they have to rebuild it. So everyone's kind of in on it, and they all hail Sam as this hero. But the movie verse, they come back and everyone's blissfully unaware.
Sackville Baggins.
So the environment, the landscape, the thought process of the people of the Shire is completely different. So do you think that Sam, Merry, and Pippin would have...
Not necessarily, on the basis that Eleanor is presumably 14 or 15.
Yeah, she'd be, about that, wouldn't she? Yeah.
And she's also the fittest girl in the Shire. That is something that is stressed about her repeatedly, is that she's extraordinarily beautiful with blonde hair and looks like an elf and talks like an elf. Like her and Sam speak in some really weird form of Elvish. Like she calls him like Daddy Wise or something, which is a bit odd. No, she calls him Sam. She calls him Sam Daddy, which I would accept them breaking canon because I don't want to be hearing that.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, please no. But I guess what I'm saying is, do you think they've kept her dark on the whole situation? Like they've kept the War of the Ring and the quest from her to protect her? Or
I think her and her mates are going to be 14 years old and not interested. I would suspect that this will be like children from the 60s. Like, obviously, 40s and 50s people were like in the 1940s and 50s after the Second World War.
Yeah,
people were extremely down and depressed and stuff. And when you think of, are you familiar with the Busby Babes at all?
The name rings a bell, but no, go on.
It was a football team from Manchester United, that were all young local lads that lost their lives tragically in an accident. But they represented to a lot of people the hope of a new world. Like they weren't burdened by the past of the war. They played football really freely. They were the first boys born in their communities after, and you have to remember places like Didsbury were absolute, like there were whole villages around the United Kingdom that were emptied of young men.
Yeah.
Who died in the war and stuff. And so the swinging 60s and the Busby Babes represented a rebirth of the country, as it were. It was hopeful and optimistic and not burdened by the past. I would hope that they have the same vibe where an example, a fictional scene I've just made up is Pippin. It worked better with Pippin. Pippin, who is now a man of responsibility, the Earl of Took or whatever it is, who used to be a certain way, but now he has to do all these things. He sees them pissing about doing a jape and he enjoys it. He sees himself in them and things like that. And he doesn't burden them with the fact that he saw Theoden get crushed by a horse and things. That's the kind of tone that I would like, is that the thing Tolkien wrote was about death and deathlessness. It was about the death of a father and the desire for deathlessness, but it was also about passing tradition to Eleanor, like by passing the Red Book down to her. And it is like, you are connected to your community. You are the sum of all the things that we have done, going all the way back to, to Hurin and Beren and Luthien and so on, which is kind of almost the soul of Tolkien. And I think it can be done, but
the writing's got to be there for this character, though, because there is. I agree that I think there is something there. I mean, I don't like the idea of porting all of those earlier chapters post War of the Ring. I don't like that, but there's something you can do with the Eleanor thing and Sam. That's got to be sort of like the emotional heart to everything, I think, really. But it's going to come down to the writing. And
which one interests you more?
What, Hunt for Gollum or this one?
Or this one? What's got the highest ceiling, do you think, for being a great film?
Thematically, I think Shadow of the Past. Because Hunt for Gollum, I think, like, ultimately we know where it leads. It's ultimately, I say it's superfluous. I know, like, everything that happens within that time period is important, I guess, and reinforces everything. But we get all the information in the Lord of the Rings anyway, so it feels, it completely feels pointless.
It feels unnecessary.
And Shadow of the Past feels unnecessary as well, in a lot of ways, but I think there's more grounds for character and interesting things you could do with the story. Whether
Which
I think
one
they're
do you
going to do
think?
that, I don't know. That's another thing.
Which one do you think can correct parts of the film trilogy of Lord of the Rings that don't work for you?
Well, I need to answer that question. I need to think that what each one is addressing. So I guess you could say the Hunt for Gollum is what just officially creating now. Maybe we think a 17-year gap and sorting the timeline out that way. Is that the what that film's mending?
It would be two things, wouldn't it? It would first of all be all the cool stuff from the Council of Elrond, like Gandalf on Weathertop fighting the Nazgul. There might be. But mainly, you would think it would be either fleshing out or correcting the issues with Aragorn's film adaptation character.
Mm-hmm.
Like
it still exists within that movie verse, though, doesn't it? It doesn't really change anything. I don't think it's going to go off on like a tangent. I think it is going to be beholden to the confines of the film.
What about Beren and Luthien? Like the idea that like Beren was given an impossible quest and Elrond basically echoes it, or something, and like because if you talk to non-autistic normal people who haven't read The Lord of the Rings you know, do 4-hour shows on it, they won't really be familiar with why an elf dancing in a forest is the most important thing that ever happened in like Lord of the Rings and stuff like that. And so my hope for The Hunt for Gollum is that I joked earlier about The Godfather Part 2, where young Godfather and old Godfather have a parallel storyline. I'd love to see something of Beren and Luthien, the actual Beren and Luthien, in that, like the prologue of Lord of the Rings. I'd love to see Morgoth and like, you know, it'd be amazing. It'd be amazing. But for me, all I want from The Hunt for Gollum is just a slight remix of Aragorn's character. Like, because that's where The Hunt for Gollum, in my mind, is basically where he comes to terms with the fact that he is basically Elisar. You know, like he adopts Strider to become Elisar. And the Lord of the Rings kind of like character arc for him, I don't think it's done that well, but it is the rejection of Strider and the exception of the accepting he's Aragorn and stuff like that.
Which doesn't come until much later, like Return of the King.
Yeah, well, he's not Strider for long enough, but it kind of happens with the death of Boromir. Like, you know, I'd follow you into battle and all that. It doesn't really make sense, like, if you've just seen the film about why that happens and so on. Like, I mean, if you're asking me if I wanted to do a film, Young Boromir would be amazing, because I don't think he's done well by Sean Bean, to be honest.
Like, there's a spicy hot take.
I'll tell you why. The moment they drop the ring on Caladras, he's set up as the villain.
Yeah, they definitely vilify him because
exactly.
You want that 180 at the end with the redemption and everything, so you've got to boost the villainous quality to him first.
Yeah, exactly. So the Catholic morality of this is the corruption of the devil is basically what's happening to the best man possible, and I don't think they do that very well in the film version, to be honest. But I love the films. I just don't think they're a very good adaptation of the real source material. So for me, I'd love to see corrections made, which is why I think The Shadow of the Past is interesting but scary, because they've got the most to correct, and they're taking material that I think most filmmakers would leave out. I think you do leave Bombadil out. I do think you leave the 17 years out. I do think you leave the conspiracy. I think turning it into a chase from the moment Gandalf discovers what the One Ring is a much better way to do a film. So I don't know.
You talk about corrections, though, and you're sort of bringing it back to the book, thinking, well, we can sort of nudge it back to the book, but that is going to be fundamentally at odds with the depictions, as you mentioned, like Aragorn and his journey from the films. And these are going to be side stories, to my knowledge anyway, to the films. It's going to be like when Rogue One came out, and it was just like, oh yeah, well, this is just like a little side story that fits within the.
Did we like
spectrum
Rogue
of
One
films.
overall?
I didn't mind it when it came out. I think
I didn't like
the
it.
The two series of Andor have helped boost it a little bit for me, just purely because we have more character history to what was a very forgettable character within the film itself.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think if Rogue One itself as a film tried to correct anything. The only thing that I can think of is everyone kept saying it was a plot hole about the thermal exhaust port on the Death Star, and I've always been like, it's not a plot hole. It's the missing scale on Smaug's chest,
Yes.
isn't it? It's this boastful, arrogant force epitome, or whatever you want to say, like the dragon, the Death Star, the Empire, that they're not concerned about the slightest oversight, and ultimately that's their weakness. I mean, that's going back to stories as old as time. Is it like David and Goliath? You could say, you could like bring that into it or something. Or Achilles, you could even say that, like the small little weak spot. But everyone kept saying when Rogue One came out, oh, this has finally patched that plot hole that's 40 years old or whatever it was at that point. I'm like, it's not a plot hole though. It really isn't.
I think those things actually add to stories in a lot of ways, rather than something that has to be explained. I think it's something that arouses the imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, Tolkien does it really, really well, but in a really weird way in Lord of the Rings, where a lot of action happens off screen. And in fact, like the Lord of the Rings is kind of a footnote to much more interesting stories.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the world changing its shape. I mean, like that's, you talk about like reshaping character and reshaping their environment. Something happened where Sauron bloody made the world round, essentially. Like, Waldrick created Mordor. And so
I wish he was still around, because I'd want Waldrick to be the causation of the giant tidal wave that eventually takes out Numenor as well. That would cool.
Wouldn't it be amazing?
He puts another sword. He puts like the Poseidon trident. It'd be this time.
They look up, like they're looking up, sailing to the west, and they're expecting like Manway or something, but it's fucking Waldrick with the Baywatch music on top of the crest of a wave.
Have you seen Dine of the Day? The bottom, it would be that.
Yeah.
Oh man, gone but never forgotten. Never forgotten.
I know. To anyone who didn't see, the probably the most important thing in recent pop culture, when everything in Middle Earth, Chris and myself discovered that Waldrick was the third most powerful character in the Legendarium.
Yeah,
it was the best show.
The dude landed a right hook on Sauron. That you're gonna tell that story down the pub, ain't you? Like that's amazing.
I can't believe they killed. I think they knew he was just too powerful, and they had to get him out before he just became too much.
I keep saying it. We never saw a body. Let me have this.
I still think he should have been Anatar. Like, where he's like suspended, beautiful and glorious. Imagine if he'd been Waldrick. Like maybe we'll get flashbacks to Waldrick, the man who only Sauron, only Morgoth and Waldrick have ever, not Hurin, Húin, the Hand, have ever inflicted these defeats upon Sauron. But he'll spend a lot of time talking to a sort of imaginary Waldrick. It'll be amazing. It's the Rings of Power. Anything can happen.
I love when everything Middle Earth said he looks like a mucky butcher. Just like in his apron. Oh man!
Tell me, boy, you're the Sauron.
You are the Sauron.
Believe it.
Where were we?
What do the lads in the comments think about? Sorry, and the girls as well. Which is more exciting, Shadow of the Past or Hunt for Gollum?
Well, Robin says Hunt for Gollum is going to contain a subpar Aragorn no matter what.
Such a
you're actually championing the idea of the recastings, though. The reason that I'm kind of against it is because they've got their foot in both doorways. It's like, well, in that case, recast Gandalf, recast Frodo.
Yes.
and just do like the but they're half and half, and it's not going to work. I don't think it's going to be like
recast a lot of them.
successor.
So James Bond. Can you imagine if James Bond ended with Sean Connery, or Superman ended with Christopher Reeve? Like, I'm always amazed that they just didn't recast the Black Panther.
Yes,
like
they should have done. They should have done. They absolutely should have.
Yeah,
done.
like it's they're actors. It's their job. They're meant to portray a character. The character hasn't died. Like, I would have been up for them recasting Gandalf in The Two Towers. Like, now he comes back as Gandalf the White. Have a different actor.
And loads of people were recast in the MCU as well. I mean, Edward Norton, right from the off, was changed to Mark Ruffalo.
Edward Norton?
Yeah, Edward Norton. Fight Club.
Yeah, no, I know the actor. Who's he in the MCU?
Well, he was the Incredible Hulk in 2008. It was literally the second movie
that
followed the first Iron Man film. Yes. The Incredible Hulk, 2008.
Word.
It literally came out a month after the first Iron Man film.
Really?
And then they recast him in the Avengers movie with Mark Ruffalo, and obviously it's been Mark Ruffalo ever
Edward
since.
Norton was the Hulk?
Yes.
Wow.
With Liv Tyler. There you go. With Liv Tyler, we brought it all together. Look at that.
Liv Tyler was in the Hulk?
Yeah, she plays Betty Ross. Yeah.
Wow. I didn't... Okay. I'm not huge into Marvel and comics and so on, but I had absolutely no idea. I thought Mark Ruffalo was just the only Hulk.
Not originally, no.
That's a mad character. That's like getting Tom Hardy to be the Hulk or something, an intense, brooding actor.
There's loads of reports why they got rid of him. They said he was difficult to work with. He was quite outspoken. He was really invested in the character and was writing the script.
More than Ezra Miller.
Input, I think. Well, sorry? Well,
more than Ezra Miller.
Jesus, yeah. And then in the MCU,
so
you had like
they recast.
So there was Thunderbolt Ross. Let me try and find. Recently, they changed him to Harrison Ford for Captain America 4 or whatever it was called.
Right.
Last
So
year.
is this they've just basically recast people from the Hulk film?
Apparently,
I know
yeah.
that the black guy got recast in Iron Man 1 and 2.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Don Cheadle, wasn't it? Yeah. William Hurt, I think he died though, so they got Harrison Ford in to play the character. Yeah.
I know they recast Thor's mates because I saw it on Twitter once. Like no one noticed they recast all of them. A bit like Game of Thrones, where they changed some character, and I never knew for years.
Oh god, Dario Naharis had like 3 actors, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. I had no idea.
In season 3, he was like Fabio, and then all of a sudden he was just like generic, like default Elder Scrolls male character.
Yeah,
just brown
beard,
NPC. Brown... Yeah.
Yeah, see, I think recasts are good, to be honest, because I think that what you're doing is you're respecting the source material, not the people that make it. So, like, for example, when The Hobbit, I found out it was being made by Guillermo del Toro, I wasn't that pleased because I've never really liked him as a director. He's far too obsessed with Spanish fascism for my liking. Like, a lot of his films are based in 1930s Spain. And coming from the north of Spain, it's always a bit weird that a Mexican is that obsessed with it. Yeah. But, you know, so like, I'd love to see his At the Mountains of Madness, though. But I don't think that you need Peter Jackson to direct everything. I think it's similar to Harry Potter, where the first guy that directed it, you've got the music, like the way it's shot, the look of it all, and so on. And I think if you respect that, it's fine. So when you see Marvel films, you're like, oh, that's Wakanda. It's a different director, but it's got the music, it looks the same, you know what it is, no problem. I feel the same about the actors. Like, I don't need, I don't. Viggo Mortensen is extraordinary as that version of Aragorn. But that's not Aragorn to me. Like, that's not Aragorn from the books and stuff. It's a wicked performance. Ian McKellen, very difficult to replace. Yeah. But I don't mind him being replaced. It's like, I'm not into Harry Potter that much. I know they've replaced Snape, and everyone's very upset about it and so on, because it's a black guy and stuff like that. But it doesn't really kind of bother me, because they've got to be the character.
Well, it's the story
Like-
ramifications, really, of the Snape recasting that's ruffled a few feathers.
Yeah,
Because
but
it's
that's
going to have
because-
that snowball effect on it's going to irreparably change the context of everything, how everything's perceived. It's
Yeah,
going to get really,
this is-
really bad,
is
like in
the
a few
bullying and
seasons'
stuff.
time. Yes.
For me
yeah.
personally, I think that this is the Yankification of United Kingdom stuff. Like, our issues are mainly about class and religion, how we discriminate, not really based on like race. This is Americans inserting their politics into our stuff. Like, I saw the new UK Saturday Night Live. Not a single British Indian or British Pakistani on the cast, who are by far the biggest minority in the UK. But there's a lot of British black people in it because it is designed for America, not for the United Kingdom. And so when we talk about DEI and minorities and stuff, I think that if we're going to do that for British stories, let's put British Indians and British Pakistanis in it, because in the United Kingdom, we discriminate mainly on class. Like, chavs are not black, white, or brown. They're lower class. Toffs are not any colour in particular. And what worries me about Colbert having this is that what is he going to know about monarchies and feudal systems and British village life and stuff like that? I have absolutely no idea. No offence to any Americans, but you do not understand how monarchy affects society.
Mhm.
But so that's my issue with casting. It's more about software rather than hardware.
Yeah. Rafa says, "Oh yeah, that Snape casting will fundamentally have to impact the narrative." Yeah, no, it's going to be.
I don't think it does, but I understand. I understand the point all of you are making. If you think that elves need to be white, no issue, because it's understandable. It's about light. It's about light. It goes back to Descartes and Newton arguing over the nature of God and the nature of life. I'm not saying that you're racist or backwards or anything for that, for saying that if a character is written as white, they have to be white. But for me, the important thing is they express the themes and what drives the character. So I have absolutely no issue with recasting people. However, if you just if you put like an Eskimo in India, you need to explain it. So if you just make someone black or brown or whatever for absolutely no reason and never address it, I also think that is, to be honest, I think that is more racist.
Well, I think the thing with Harry Potter is that everything else in that trailer, behind the scenes, the costumes, the look of every other character, the look of Diagon Alley, of Hogwarts, of the Hogwarts Express, everything is how we've seen in illustrations and based on that original film as well. Apart from Snape, I defy anyone. Show anyone a picture of that character and say, which Harry Potter character is that? No one's saying Snape, because it's fundamentally totally different. But the thing is, if they wanted to race swap any characters, there's a whole bunch of characters that they could have done that for. I can't remember her nationality.
She's
she
Indian,
might be like
she?
mixed race or something. Yeah, I'm not sure, or something like that. That's going to be interesting when they call her a mudblood in the second book. But anyway, there's loads of characters they could have changed, like Madame Pomfrey, Professor Sprout. There is, if you want to race swap those characters, that's fine.
Well, Nick Fury is a brilliant example.
Yeah,
like
he was like a solid snake-looking motherfucker, wasn't he? In like the older comics.
Wasn't he David Hasselhoff? Wasn't that who he was based on? Or did
I'm not
David
sure
Hasselhoff
actually.
Play him?
You could be right. You could be right. Yeah, I'm not sure if he was originally based on someone else. And then in like the Ultimate Comics or whatever, where everything got a redesign, they did it in the likeness of Samuel Jackson, didn't they, for the character? Which is fair enough, because that was a complete reboot of everything. But Snape, the decision to do that, it's going to have such a big impact on the story, and that feels like it's almost, I won't say like a malicious change, but with like an agenda back behind it. As I say, like there's loads of other characters you could race swap in Harry Potter and it wouldn't make a lick of difference to the story at all.
Yeah.
But they've picked Snape where there's so much connected to it, which is going to be really awkward
I
now.
quite respect it, to be honest, in some ways. One is, I think it is really difficult to follow Alan Rickman. I don't think anyone can. It's going to be
the
similar
whole
to
cast
Gandalf.
was incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard to follow them. So by completely going in a different direction, I think that's actually quite sensible casting.
That's always what they try and do, though, isn't it? It's like I always go back to like the Joker. Like you had Heath Ledger, and then a few years later we get Suicide Squad. It's like, right, let's go completely off the walls, whatever Jared Leto did for that film, right? I don't know. It just feels like, as I say, everything else is so like Rafa says as well. Like everything else has this accuracy to it that we've seen. And that it's going to be more accurate, and we're going to tell the story. We're going to flesh out the whole story now. And now in interviews, we're hearing like John Lithgow saying, we're reimagining the Harry Potter canon.
Yeah,
and it gives us time.
He's an actor. It doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? Like they always talk a load of bollocks and stuff. And it's like, for example, the Snape guy is. I like the casting because he's a Shakespearean actor. He's played Hamlet, like for the Royal Shakespeare Company. And I'm a massive fan of the acting tradition in the UK. And sometimes I get a bit annoyed that I think Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen hoover up everything. And that we don't have a generation of actors coming through that are British Shakespearean actors. So I'm really pleased that we've got a guy that hopefully can sort of do a good job. And I completely agree with you. James Bond cannot be French. He has to be British. Right? Shaft cannot be a white man. His blackness is part of his character. Snape, I'm not sure if being white is that important to his character. It's just you're right. But the thing is that like.
And the fact that he's described so much in the book as well.
Yeah, but I just want to make this clear, right? That if you have a different opinion to me, I can handle it. And I'm not going to start calling you racists or non-progressives or stuff like that. It's just, for me personally, I care about themes, right? I disliked one of the elves in the Rings of Power, who's played by a pretty fit Chinese girl, I think, because she was one of the worst actresses I've ever seen. It was dreadful.
Was that in the Barrow-wight scene? Was it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it was like watching someone from Hollyoaks. It was unbelievable. And so I want to see the soul of a story done well. And for me, I'm not that concerned if Snape is black or white or whatever. I think that it's actually quite boring to get bogged down in those details, when what you should be looking for is the soul of the project, which is why earlier on I spoke about death and deathlessness, like Catholic and Norse like virtues and mythology and things like that. And my concern is, and it's you've drilled this concern into me, is that everything is going to be surface level now in these films. That it's like, here's a black guy, everyone clap and stuff. It's just so ridiculous. I just want to see the stories told well, and I don't care who the actors are as long as we get the soul of it done properly. But Ron has to be ginger.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, it's never the other way, though, is it? Like with Kingsley Shacklebolt's character or Dean Thomas or something, if they made those characters white, people would be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Hell no! Like they're described as black. Like,
yeah, but you understand why, don't you? It's like if you made one of the seven dwarfs normal sized, it's because those characters are representative to communities. Like the Lord of the Rings is fascinating because of how it's so universal. It appeals to people with lots of different political opinions. You'll see that the right wing in America, for example, name any bit of technology after something from Lord of the Rings, like Palantir and stuff. And yet the lesbian gay people, sorry, I don't mean to be dismissive of them, but they love Lord of the Rings because it's one of the first times that they saw, like, I'm not going to say homosexual love, but maybe homoerotic is the right thing. There's no sex in Lord of the Rings, but there is love. And the love between Sam and Frodo is something that resonated with them because it's universal. And when you concentrate on platforming groups instead of individuals, it becomes political. And that's my main issue with it, is that it's just surface level stuff that doesn't mean anything. And yet everyone wants a round of applause for it.
Yeah. Let's just bring up a few more comments here. Where did I get up to? Yeah, Rafa just says, we all know that HBO had to check some boxes, but if they must, there were so many other characters that they could have gone for. Yeah, for me, like I agree with what you're saying to a point, but I do think with Snape, the story issues later on, as it, like, for example, like he rocks up to Hogwarts and immediately Harry Potter thinks this guy's shifty, just instantly takes a dislike to him. That's now awkward. The fact that they also gave him like dreads and a tracksuit robe as well, like that feels like a bit low-hanging fruit, and that's from the people who made the goddamn show. He also is immediately suspicious of Snape and thinks that he has to be the one who's stolen the Philosopher's Stone. Because, of course, so already, and this is series 1, and this is before we've got into the whole thing with Harry Potter's father, like stringing him up in a tree with the Marauders and picking on him. The fact that Lily Potter is going to reject him for like a white guy. The fact that, like, leading into the thing of Snape's parents were possible. I think in the books it's mentioned that, or hinted at, that they were abusive. It's just, it's going to get a little.
You worry, recontextualize it.
Yeah, yes, exactly. And I think when they said they are going to completely change the story and tell different themes and everything, that they are going to fundamentally warp the story that's from the book. When initially they said that the reason they were making it as a TV show was so that they could accurately tell these books. JK was going to be on board with it. And then as soon as the casting came out, everyone went, okay, well, everyone else is sort of like their book counterpart illustrations, apart from this one character. And this one character is crucial. Yeah. I actually defend Hermione. Like, she's really good in the audiobook, from the sounds of her. I'll say she looks like the character. It looks like she's exuding the same mannerisms as the character. But even that is going to be a little bit awkward in series 2 if they are going to go down some kind of racial angle with the whole mudblood and not being pure-blooded. And I don't know. There's aspects of the story that are going to get a little bit awkward, I think, later down the line.
Yeah,
based on these decisions.
I understand everyone's concerns. I think they're completely valid. And look, you've seen me on other podcasts and stuff. Some of my best friends are racists. That's a joke. Look, there's no point running around saying someone is racist or someone isn't this or someone. It's literally, I can live in a world where you have a different opinion to me, and I don't need to demonize you for it. I have absolutely no issue. It's just, for me, I'm not massively into Harry Potter. Mm-hmm. But if in Lord of the Rings you were to tell me that I can have the choice of a white Legolas who looks like Legolas, or I can have a black Legolas who acts like the Legolas from the books, I'd choose the black Legolas every time, because I'm more interested in the character than the aesthetics. But if you say to me, because of how Lord of the Rings is, that it's a Norse myth, and like the idea of light being pure and white is incredibly important, got no issues with that argument. The thing is, though, is that unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your point of view, is that we are going to see more of this kind of this politics forced upon us. And it's probably better to make the argument of trying to get them true to the character rather than like true to how you think they look, because there's only going to be one winner at the end. The way the world is going, it's only going to go like one way. But once again, I've now said this several. I want to make it really clear: if you have a different opinion to me, I respect it, and I don't think that there's anything inherently. You're not a Nazi or a fascist for saying that you think Snape being black is problematic, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. And that's why we get on so well, right? We can agree about things, we can disagree about other things, and it's nice to have this discourse with people. And I feel like this is a discourse that is becoming less so as the years go on. You know, people villainize everyone, and it's, you know, you can find common ground or you can have different opinions, and that's totally fine. It's okay.
Yeah. I mean,
I wish
my
more people
co-host,
would come up with go on, sorry.
my co-host Tyrone, like I do another podcast which isn't worth your time, lads. But Tyrone is like Black British, and we had, like, I would say, an hour-long argument about why Snape being black isn't important, with Tyrone saying that it was absolutely ridiculous and stuff. And you know, he was trying to say, would Othello, could you accept a white Othello? I was like, no, of course not, because being black is central to his character. I don't think that Snape being white is that important, to be honest. I think it's him being essentially, you know, my concern is more that instead of making him be like street and stuff, is that they're going to basically make him like a school shooter. Like, we're going to get a goth Snape, which is what I don't want. Like, Snape should be someone who loves the rules and is like a, you know, bean counter and loves, he gets off on punishing people. No, I don't want him, like, you know, off listening to, I don't know, goth bands, but listening to one of them in the corner. Like Kevin the Teenager.
Yeah. Well, there's your channel at the bottom of the screen there, everyone. Real Talk Podcast 2025.
You know the last film we reviewed?
I must admit, I've been really bad. I haven't tuned in for it for a while because I've been so busy on the Mondays. It's Monday nights.
We reviewed a film from 1935. Yeah,
that's not Seven Dwarfs.
No, it was Cats in Blood with Errol Flynn.
Okay.
I wouldn't recommend my podcast, to be honest.
No, I would recommend it, actually. I tuned in for your guys' review on The Raid, and I believe Life is Beautiful as well, when you guys talked about that one as well. I think maybe Life of Pi too, when you did that one as well. I like the back and forth that you have. I like how, yeah, it's just a lot of the times you guys don't agree on things, but it's that discourse. It's just fun to watch. And then there's all the tangents as well, which I live for. Similar on this channel as well. You know, we'll veer off everywhere, and it's this nice, relaxed approach to it. Yeah, no, I think I would recommend it. Have faith in your product, sir. So.
Oh no, yeah. I have utter faith in it. I know 100% that it is not for people. It's for people. It's not for people that say they like films and then just watch like action adventure films. And unfortunately, that is what most people who like films, who say they like films, do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess we can start rounding off here because I don't know if I've got anything else to add. I was going to offer a comparison earlier where you mentioned about sort of like the flashbacks, the hobbits going to the key locations and flashing back to these extra chapters. Are you familiar with the play? I had to find the name of it here. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead.
Yes, I am.
You talked about
two
Hamlet
characters from Romeo. Yeah, the two characters from Hamlet. Yes, yeah. I am familiar with the play.
And it's like a side story. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be stunned if they tried to do something like that. It's very similar to the TV show Rome, where they took two characters that were named in a Cicero speech, I think, and devised a whole narrative around it. What would be like, right, for you, Chris, what would be the worst version of this film possible?
I honestly, I think the worst version would be to try and keep it sequential, to, like, its place in the actual narrative, because I don't think it can belong within the movies, and I don't think we're veering off and doing our own thing with it. I think we are trying to tie it back in. So I don't actually want it to take place in the time it's meant to within the films. I think the films exist as they are. So I think the best option is to just make it all completely a sequel. Just commit to it. And it is going to be weird, you know, we've overthrown Sauron and all is well in the world. oh, but we should go and take care of those zombies that exist in the Barrow Downs. It's that it's escalation, isn't it? Because it's a sequel, you're expecting more. It was the same thing with The Hobbit, because I know technically it's a prequel in the narrative, but it came out after Lord of the Rings, so there was more of an effort to make the battle scenes even bigger and cram as much as we can in there and bring Sauron into it and everything. So
add in a little bit of Dune, which Tolkien famously loved.
Exactly. So yeah, I think it's doomed either way. But I think the better option is to just commit to it being a sequel, and maybe the focus of it being the relationship between Sam and Eleanor, provided that Sam doesn't get cooked. I quite like your approach to it, how she's grew up on all these legends of her dad, and maybe she just doesn't care. Maybe she's in her own world, and then by the end of it, she comes to some kind of
I'm basing it on Taken, to be honest. Like the idea of like he's got a particular set of skills, the gardener.
Yes. That should be the title. That should be the title. Oh my god, that would be amazing.
Yeah, because what I would really, really love is a similar line to "I'm a Jedi like my father before me." Is that she's facing the Barrow-wight and goes, "I'm a gardener like my father before me," and then just starts shanking them. But do you think they could, like, because we know as fans that the Lord of the Rings is about kind of diminishing returns. Like it's circular, well, not circular, but cyclical, circular stories that just get less and less. Like each time it's diminished.
Yes.
Do you think that they can make a film that is not a big, epic battle scene, music, and things like that? They can just make a small story about a man and his daughter, or a girl and her father.
I don't think they can. When War of the Rohirrim was announced, I was hopeful of that, because that is such a small aspect in the appendices. And then, of course, we had to bring Oliphants into it, and the Water in the Water, like we've talked about, and a big epic battle at Helm's Deep again. You know, all the iconography. I don't think
that.
Yes. Oh, yeah. That's the whole ending. Yeah.
What, at Helm's Deep?
Yes.
She doesn't. Please tell me she doesn't do the horn.
Okay, so Freka's son. He's got like a childhood crush on her, and he's a spurned lover because she turned him down, and he's like the angsty emo boyfriend that feels jaded by her and everything. Yes, exactly. So he launches a war, and it ends with a one-on-one sword fight with her wearing the bridal gown that she was meant to wear at their wedding, like the fucking bride
Kill Bill
from Kill Bill. Yeah, exactly.
Great.
Exactly.
Oh.
And,
I mean,
yeah, that's and then at the end. Oh, this is the best bit. So I think I've told you about this before, but Saruman rocks up to Edoras, which is in the appendices.
Yes.
Like that's fine. That's where he gets given the keys to the kingdom, or he's in Isengard. But then the movie ends where I forgot the name of the daughter character anyway. But they said that there's a letter that's arrived for you, and it's got a wax seal, and the insignia on it, the seal is the Gandalf rune. And I thought, oh God, what are we doing? And she reads it, and it's a message from Gandalf requesting her personally to like aid him in some kind of side quest or something that's coming up. I'm gonna have to try and find it exactly here. Yeah, it kind of a little bit. Let me try and find it on here, because she wants to ride off and be a shield maiden, but for some reason Gandalf's requested her presence. I'm gonna try and find it on here because this was ridiculous.
Why do they do these things?
This is it. So it's the last few sentences. So Saruman the White is the new keeper of Isengard and offers friendship to Freylaf, the new king. That's fine. Hera, that's it. Hera, uninterested in ruling, goes off with Olwen, who's like this old shield maiden woman, to seek adventure. Her first is meeting Gandalf, who has questions about the orcs she saw hunting for rings. Eowyn concludes that Hera remained wild and free until the end of her days. Yeah, that's it. So Gandalf goes, hey, you got some information on these rings. I need to... What is it you knew? Tell me.
Oh, I mean, am I being a bimbo? Or is Helm Hammerhand literally just the 5 lines in the appendices?
Yes.
Like,
yes, you're correct.
He's referenced a few times, I think, in some other stories. Like, I think that everyone who's seen the show knows I'm not brilliant with the Silmarillion. Like, I've always struggled with it, to be honest. Even the children of Hurin, I find difficult. And I think that's the point. Actually, it's meant to be like the Old Testament, like, and just like cataloging stuff. But it's like I think it shows the difference between something like Rogue One and something like Helm Hammerhand, because it's obviously so important to the culture of the Rohirrim when like we blow the horn at Helm's Deep or the Hornburg.
Yeah, it's like death is coming, death incarnate almost.
But this is what annoys me, Chris, right? Is that I think that the genius of Peter Jackson is shown a couple of times in the trilogy. And for me, it's always Helm's Deep, the best example of it. Because when I read that, it was much more of a skirmish. It was the start of something. And in my head, in my canon, until we get to Pelennor Fields, the Lord of the Rings is quite small scale. And that's where it kind of opens out. It's always been an implied threat. But when you see, like, Helm's Deep is the best battle in film history. Like, even things
Agreed.
like when the lightning goes and you see the scale of the army, it is extraordinary filmmaking. But it's, to be honest, it's only really important to the film compared to the book. It's incidental in some ways to the book, and to then take basically a line that is said there and try and make a film out of it. To me, it shows a complete misunderstanding of what Lord of the Rings is about. It's not about individuals.
Yeah.
Like, Theoden is about honouring his forefathers. I haven't seen all this film, but by any chance does Hera blaze her own way?
Yes.
And show the stuff.
Yes. Right from the off, she is the free-spirited sort of, the confines of the kind of like the Mulan thing, I suppose. She wants to be off fighting, but she has to be Nedorus, and she rides around all day, daydreaming about. And that's what I think Eleanor might be in this, that she's kind of bored of hobbity life and wanting more.
Right. I don't want people to think I'm massively woke. Like, I've been accused of being a fascist on another channel.
Oh God! Hey, join the club.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. But like, you have, I think everyone is familiar with the hero's journey, which is the idea of a young boy breaking from his father, breaking from his community, understanding his place in the world, coming back to his community as an individual and being part of society. Luke Skywalker, Neo, whatever, all of it. There is also the heroine's journey. And the conflict in the heroine's journey is essentially about the difference between being an individual and being a mother. And in that, they also break from their father and join with their lover or their husband and stuff.
Yeah.
And one real issue with what you sort of talk about, the sort of political agenda, which to be honest, I don't see it as much as you do. But one thing I have noticed is that the two iconic female characters in cinema to me,
I know what you're going to say.
Who are they?
Yeah. So we've got Sarah Connor and we've got Ripley from Alien. Can we throw the bride in there as well? Because the theme that you're going to talk about is very similar. Yes. Yeah. Motherhood.
And they reconcile their relationship as mothers. Yeah. And so I think a really good modern day character that does this is Keira Knightley in Pirates of the Caribbean, where she switches through loads of different roles and then basically sort of becomes someone who waits for her husband to come back to her with her children. Like, the happy ending is that they're a family. And my one thing is that I understand if you want to bring up Frankfurt School 1930s like Marxist Leninist theories, you know, I will indulge it and I will talk about it and stuff. But the whole basis of stories is basically how to act in a society and how to be part of your family. And my only concern about the political parts that you're bringing up is that to be a strong, independent woman is to be part of a society and not to elevate your individuality above others.
It feels like a rejection of that a lot of time in a lot of modern films. And I think maybe that's sort of like when I keep saying that films nowadays don't seem to have as much heart to them, maybe that's what I'm picking up on. Is those sort of, I hesitate to say traditional values, but traditional story values that, you know, is uniform in so many films.
Absolutely traditional values. I mean, like, one of the things that I always find interesting is that people talk about James Bond. I'm not a huge fan of James Bond, but his character arc is always the same when I see it. And it's a very traditional character arc. It is exactly the same as Paris in the Odyssey and the Iliad, where someone who just goes out and wants to bang loads of girls and then like falls in love and has to save the girl and himself and become a better man. And he's always shown as sort of misogynistic, like someone that nowadays, and I'm not a huge fan of James Bond. I think it's a story for 12-year-old boys, to be honest. It doesn't interest me.
Like Star Wars.
Yeah. Well, no, but Star Wars isn't about sex. James Bond is about sex. It's about understanding that you need to. James Bond is about controlled aggression. It's understanding that you need to carry a threat as a man, so no one messes with you, but when to act upon that threat. Like it's sort of decision making and things like that. And I think it's a very, very good story. Certainly in today's day and age for young men to understand that you can't be weak and you can't be overstrong. Like to be a man is to have the balance between the two and to suffer them the same, to misquote Rudyard Kipling. But I think that the problem is it's not where the character starts. So I think that Robin earlier said they're going to cuck Sam. If they cuck Sam at the start, I'm okay with that. It's how they end the character, because stories about transformation. And do you want to go from being a cuck to a good guy, or do you want to go from being a good guy to a cuck? Obviously not. And that's what concerns me, is that when we get people like Ray, for example, I think you and JX argue about this. Ray is a Mary
every day of our waking lives, yeah.
All right, tell me, what changes in Ray's character from The Force Awakens to The Last of the Skywalkers?
It's really difficult because it's the most schizophrenic trilogy, if you can even call it that, ever, because each director had a different vision for the character. Well, they didn't have a plan for the character. So there's the whole element that she's holding on to, like a sense of belonging, that she's waiting for her parents. So she's like this isolationist, wanting more, but she's there kind of stoically waiting for her parents to come back. And towards the end of that, for like the 3/4 mark, someone says, like, look, they're not coming back. You've got to go on this. You've got to seek for Luke Skywalker. And to me, that first film kind of put to bed the whole waiting, like, who are Rey's parents? It's like, it's not important. You're holding on to this vain hope. Just carry on, and you've got to go to Luke.
All right, consider it like this.
Yeah.
Rey is seen as a very sort of modern feminist woman, etc. Is her story defined by her relationship to male archetypes?
No, I mean, there's moments where, like, she's Kylo Ren says, like, you're looking for a father figure in like Han Solo, and now in Luke Skywalker.
Oh, does he say that?
Yeah, in Force Awakens.
I've only seen them once, and I fell asleep, to be honest.
He's looking into her mind, but where that falls apart is that she spent like no time with Han Solo. Like, she spent, if they'd have gone with something that maybe she was the daughter of Han and Leia, and I don't know, her memory was wiped or something. She's got amnesia. She can't remember that. And she's got that sort of unspoken connection to Han. Then fair enough. But they spend like a weekend together. Then, yeah, Kylo Ren says, you're looking for a father in Han Solo. He would have disappointed you or something. He says something like that. He says you can't stop your parents. You can't stop needing them in Han Solo and Luke Skywalker. So she's looking for some kind of figure. But I don't think they really pursue that enough, really.
So for me, right, when I watched it, like, you know, I am a psychologist, but I'm a sports psychologist. We're the most bimbo of the psychologists. I was amazed at the reaction to Rey being a Mary Sue, because I thought it was one of the most stupid portrayals of a woman I've ever seen, where everything is her saying, I'm a strong, independent woman.
Yeah. A rejection of everything. Yeah.
And yet her entire story is based on her relationship with male characters, like with Han Solo, her dad, and who's the other one? Luke. And they're all and the problem for me is that they're all portrayed as being bad fathers, essentially. And that was genuinely like my issue, because if she'd been Kylo Ren's brother, I think you've got a really interesting film. I think you have the inverse of Luke and Leia, and I think it rhymes and it works really, really well.
Well, that was George Lucas's story, wasn't it? It was good. He said the prequel trilogy was going to be about the father, the original trilogy was about the son, and the sequels were going to be about the grandchildren.
My word,
he was going to have
substrate.
He was going to have the brother and sister dynamic, which eventually got reworked into Rey and Kylo. But then, you know, the sibling thing was dropped. You had the mystery box of the origin of Rey's parentage and the big mystery about that. You're expecting some kind of reveal, which we get told in the second film. You know, your parents are nothing, and then of course JJ comes back to JJ, and now she's this destined, like the granddaughter of Satan himself,
so
Emperor Palpatine.
Crazy. How did they have the biggest cultural property that probably the world has seen? Like, I don't think that's an exaggeration. Say Star Wars is, right. And just to have literally just to improvise it. It's so mental.
I think they just wanted a super quick return on the investment. Like they mentioned that when George Lucas was still on board with it in the early stages, he hired Michael Arndt, who was the screenwriter of, I want to say, Pixar's Up, I think. I can't remember what else he's done.
Very poor depiction of Latin America, to be perfectly honest.
I think he did that. Let me just have a look real quick. I should know this because I'm reviewing it on Wednesday. So let's see. I think
good 10 minutes rest. Meh.
Screenplay. No, he didn't do that. What did Michael Arndt do? He did some kind of animated film.
You should definitely check out Silent Runnings, Chris.
Silent Runnings. Yes, I remember you mentioned that. Oh, Little Miss Sunshine, Toy Story 3.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, that was it. So he was on board, and he takes ages to write a script. He has to spend like a year or two to fully immerse himself in a world before he starts writing. And Kathleen Kennedy was like, we didn't have that kind of time. We wanted to get something moving and in production. So out he goes, out George Lucas goes, because they were fundamentally changing everything. J.J. Abrams comes in with Lawrence Kasdan, and we basically get a New Hope remake, a safe, soft reboot, if you will, immediately in production.
I'm so annoyed that Finn wasn't British in that film. It drove me up the wall when I watched it.
Well, Rafa says Finn's was one of the ones I was most invested in. Yeah, then they do nothing with him in the second and the third movie. He's just pining after Rey, isn't he?
I do think it's really cool where he rides along a Star Destroyer like on a camel or something. I thought that was wicked when I saw the trailer.
Tilt the ship.
Well, I think
they're sliding off.
I've got a secret fascination with trailers, and up until The Force Awakens was released, I used to think the best trailer ever made was for Rush Hour Part 2. But I think the trailer for The Force Awakens is amazing. Like, do you remember where it goes, the dark side? and the light, and then it plays the music, and the Millennium Falcon is whizzing about. I was so into it, and I'm not even that big into Star Wars. I think it's good, but
Star Wars was back, wasn't it? It was huge.
Yeah,
Star Wars was back. You were going, oh, what's that new?
Rafa.
Yeah. Carl says the better question would be, from what you've seen from her character arc, would justify her to be labeled as, quote, all the Jedi. It's like a child mashing toys together, isn't it? Like, I am all the Sith and I am all the Jedi.
To be honest, it is actually a surprisingly common heroine trope to do stuff like that. Shout out to Cal. I was in your I was where you lived last weekend. They've opened a new school. It confused me. New roundabout. It was wild. But this idea of a bloodline is very, very important to women's stories. Like you like if you think of things like the Bene Gesserit in Dune, for example, being the most obvious one. I'm okay with that, to be honest. Like, you are the product of where you come from. But the issue for me is that all the Jedi served her rather than her being part of the collective, like understanding her place in that legacy, which is what they try to do. I am a Jedi like my father before me, but instead what they did is I am the product of all of the Jedi. Aren't I cool? And that's what I found unsatisfying on a sort of like metaphorical level. It's very kind of selfish, and the Jedi are, I mean, they're basically monks, aren't they? Like a religious order. Yeah. And that's not what it was.
Yeah, Luke just tells her, like, as a Force ghost, he just says 1,000 generations live in you now. It's like, oh, okay. at that point, it was just like, oh yeah, just give her another power then, because she's already lifted an entire mountainside of rocks after like a week without even breaking a sweat.
That to me, right, this is the difference, is that it's okay to get new powers and to have 1,000 Jedi living within you, but you've got to be part of it. Like, it's not about elevating.
It's not about you. Yes. Yeah.
That's the issue, is that because we live in, I'm not going to get super political now, I'm just going to give you some political theory, is that we live in something called liberal democracy. And I know liberal has become a word that means like left and woke and things. Liberal is essentially about protecting the rights of an individual opposed to a group. So it's about individual rights, not group rights. So when you see some unnamed YouTube creator saying that this is liberal or whatever, they don't read enough books. They don't know what they're saying. The problem is that the Jedi are not liberal at all. It is not about the elevation of the individual and the celebration of the individual. It is about your place in the collectiveness, which is your place in society.
Well, and
exactly.
Right? Yeah, we just exist. Yeah.
And that is almost like the hero's journey, where it's about being able to balance those two things, which is why I am a Jedi like my father before me is my favorite line in cinema, because it completely sums up his character journey. And I'm so disappointed that someone like J.J. Abrams and all these people that know this, they don't read books. They just watch films.
Yes.
Or they just play games. And this is why this is why it's so important to, before like you criticize the casting in Harry Potter or, the casting in Rings of Power or these surface level things, read the books and then justify it. Like, it's not about being right or left or whatever. It's about what the source material is. And when I watch Star Wars, I appreciate the George Lucas stuff for what it is. I think it's masterful, and it just doesn't grip me the same way it grips you. Like, I mean, saying that, you've got a bedspread with the Lord of the Rings on it, and 3 posters and swords and stuff. So, Lord, I'm more like you with Lord of the Rings. Like, Star Wars is something I appreciate, but I can't believe the people that have been trusted to make this don't understand what it is fundamentally about.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like to you, what is the soul of Star Wars?
It is.
What's its DNA?
With DNA, well, it's kind of like George Lucas said. It's a soap opera. It's like a family soap opera. It's the father.
He said space opera, I think, Chris.
Oh, space opera. Sorry, I thought he said. I thought he said it's a soap opera in space or something like that. Anyway, he says it's not about like the spaceships or the lightsabers or anything. It's these, like the family dynamic and the family issues.
Yeah.
And I guess the stuff that I always gravitated towards, even as a child, like I may have not understood all the levels of complexity to it, but I was getting the surface level, so it was already resonating with me. Was specifically in Return of the Jedi that Darth Vader and Luke stuff was the father and son storyline. That was the stuff that gripped me the most.
Well, in that you said The Empire Strikes Back for that.
Return of the Jedi mostly. Because it's the emotional payoff, isn't it? It's that line that you mentioned there. It's the Vader redemption and the
how old were you when you saw these? Like 8 or something?
I think no, it was probably about 6 because Phantom Menace was my first Star Wars movie, and I was 6. So probably after watching that, I almost certainly would have gone back to the original. Yeah. So it would have been about 6. So I think I mentioned this on stream before. It's the bit where Luke snaps in Return of the Jedi and he comes out and he's wailing on Vader and overpowering him to the point where he cuts his father's hand off. And there's the bit where he looks at his own hand and then looks down at the severed hand of his father and he sees like his own robotic hand. And
I never understood it.
Well, as a kid, I thought he's just chopped Vader's hand off and now Vader's hand is somehow grafted to Luke Skywalker. So I was picking up on it, but not. I was an absolute idiot and thinking it was literal. Clearly not having paid attention to Empire Strikes Back at that point because he gets the robot hand in that movie. But I was getting the themes of, Luke is becoming Vader in some way.
Yes. Yeah.
So I was getting that at the age of 6. Yeah.
It's amazing, isn't it? Like, I mean, I watched Star Wars, I think when I was 11 or 12. So I was, without being condescending to anyone, I think I was a bit too old for it.
That's fair. Yeah.
Like
I know some films like The Goonies is another one where I know some people have watched it later and go, "Oh, I don't like that," and I think, well, you had to be like
a
much
has
younger
Captain
age.
Blood in it. You know the film that they're watching with
with the sail, the knife. Oh, okay, yeah. I wonder if it was
that's Captain Blood.
When you mentioned Errol Flynn, yeah.
But it's like, so I suppose like what I'm trying to get at is that with Star Wars, there's so much meat to the story. Like even as a 6-year-old, you started thinking, what does this mean? Like he's becoming his father and things, and there's a concept which isn't well known, but it's very important to cognitive psychology called the metaphorical sublimate, and it's the idea that language evolved with frames. So a metaphor, for example, is a way of interpreting different information, and that if you're from a Christian Judeo culture, everything boils down basically to mother, father, son. Like everything is seen that way. So that's why we talk about things like Mother Earth or Father Time and stuff like that. And what I love about Star Wars is that at its heart, it's about these identities. It's about the son and the father. And for Anakin, it is like he starts off with Liam Neeson as his kind of dad. Like in some ways, it's similar to Hagrid in Harry Potter. He's the one that comes and rescues him and shows him this world, his place in it, and gives him hope and potential. And then Obi-Wan Kenobi becomes his dad, and they end up basically fighting, which is what sons and fathers do. With the new Star Wars, I see absolutely none of this. I see the actor that played Moses in Attack the Block. Have you seen it?
A long time ago, yeah. It's the aliens invading London, isn't it? Yes.
There's a bit and like this stuff in it, like where the girl who ended up playing a Doctor Who says to a guy, "God, you're so much older than you look." As you know, like he's had such a hard life. And he's like, "Yeah, thanks." Like it's brilliant. Attack the Block, and I know that John Boyega is capable of being a fantastic actor, and instead he's running around going, "Oh, have you got a boyfriend? A hot boyfriend?" And I mean,
the writing quite. Look at that. I know people slate George Lucas how he writes dialogue, but there was I don't know. Dare I say? I hesitate to say Shakespearean quality to it because some of it is questionable. But there was a loftiness to it. There was a theatricality to it almost. Whereas, you'd never get a line like that in. Yeah, there's even things in Last Jedi where he says like, "I sure hope we can open that." What does he say? Like, "I hope that big ass door can hold back the First Order" or something like that. It's like big ass door, and I was like, that's just not something that should be in Star Wars.
Oh my god!
Like the your mama joke at the beginning of Last Jedi as well.
Who are these losers?
Hang on, Last Jedi, big ass door. I'm gonna find it. I think Poe Dameron says it in Last Jedi when they're held up in that bunker at the end. Yeah. Well, let's just pray that big ass door. Yeah, hang on. Is there a continuation of that quote? Yeah, it's from Last Jedi. Let's see if I can find the actual full quote. Yeah, like DJ. What's it? Finn calls DJ a bastard, and it's just like, it's just
really?
I don't know. Like, I'm just like, this is not Star Wars language. Like, I'm not a prude, of course I'm not. I swear like a sailor, but it's just some language doesn't fit,
No, I understand completely what you mean. Like, sometimes you hear a line, and you're like, "What?"
Yeah.
Like I remember for me I think it's the second Star Wars of the new ones. Like Jason, is it not Jason Isaacs? The guy that I think's all right, the like Latino starship fighter.
Oh, Oscar Isaac. Sorry, Jason Isaacs.
Oscar
is
Isaacs,
Malfoy, isn't it? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, he is. I actually used to play football with Malfoy's cousin. Shout out Simon Felton, very good player.
Oh, awesome! That's cool.
I've actually met the guy that plays Malfoy, and we played a practical joke on him. I'll tell you about that afterwards. It's very funny, but I don't want to get clipped up because he was about 11 at the time.
Right.
Harry Potter. Big into his fishing. But like, there's a bit, right, where there's a ginger starfighter or something on the Empire ship. And he's like, "If you don't pull back, I'm going to blow everything up." And the guy, "What was that? Sorry, I can't hear." It was just like,
yeah,
it was so and what word am I trying to say? Anachronistic. It was so against like what Star Wars is. Like, the best joke in Star Wars for me, the original ones, is where Chewie says something and Han goes, "Yeah, that's right." Like, like. But it works because he understands what Chewie says, and we don't, and it's nice and fun and things. But it was like, it wanted to be something different, and I think that's the problem with so much stuff, is that it's not about that they want to separate themselves from the source material. It's that they almost don't respect it.
Yes. Yeah, it's a rejection of it. Yeah, completely. Yeah.
And I'll give you an example from Lord of the Rings. We all love the line, "Meat's back on the menu, boys."
Doesn't fit.
It works. It's fantastic. If you know Tolkien, you understand that he needs a 7,000-year history of restaurants to like, the orcs need to have been running a restaurant and all this kind of stuff.
The fact that it's a French word as well, it's like, okay, what do we?
Well, so is
what do we now
Goblin,
apply
to be
with
fair.
it? Oh, okay.
Like, I think, the reason I know that is that Tolkien, rather like Newton, hated the French above all, and he has expressed he's expressed discontent a few times that he used goblin because it is a Latin-based, it's a Romance-based language and not the Anglo-source that he loved so much. And the other thing I recently discovered is Tolkien was so fascinated by the idea of Ragnarok because the gods knew they were going to die. And that's really recontextualized Lord of the Rings to me, that even the gods knew they were going to die, like death and deathlessness. That is the quest of Odin, to stop death. I think, who is obviously Gandalf's primary inspiration is Odin.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, the old man that walks among, like, a god in mortal form. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Zeus does something similar as well, doesn't he? I think
but he bangs cows.
Yeah, he does.
He loves it.
They do in Norse mythology as well. God, Loki's put it about a bit, hasn't he? My word.
Yeah.
An eight-legged horse or something, wasn't it? Is one of them? I don't know.
Yes. Well, this is what I find so fascinating about Tolkien is that, like, I've recently read his letters because I
still need to get around to them. Yeah, that's cool.
I saw a quote recently which said that Tolkien said that Lord of the Rings was a mythology for England. And there's just something about that sounded off to me. It doesn't sound like something Tolkien would say. He's like, I don't think that Tolkien ever really says what he thinks. Like that, like the Nazis asked him if he was Jewish or something, and he said something like, "I'm not part of that noble race," and it was almost like he knew that his words would be scrutinized. And I'm not saying he was an anti-Semite or anything like that, but it just made me think. So I went to check his letters. He never said anything of the sort that it was a mythology for England. What he said was that it was a present that he gave to England, which changes the meaning completely. And I suddenly realized that all of the Anglo-Saxon nations fought each other during these things, and it's more of a sort of like reunification rather than like an origin myth and stuff like that. And it's really changed how I sort of like I see it. And I'm just like I'm very, I don't know about you, Chris, but I'm very worried about how a lot of political groups try and take Lord of the Rings from us and make it into something else. Like, did you see this article? Like recently, someone put up this list of books that said if someone reads these books, they're probably far right. It had 4 of my favorite books.
What made the list? Well, obviously, Lord of the Rings is probably on there.
Lord of the Rings,
yeah. Paradise
Lost, 1984, the complete works of William Shakespeare.
Jesus Christ!
Like, Paradise Lost is one of the most. It's very, very difficult. It's one of the most electrifying books. You go like if you like audio books, Ian McKellen does a reading of it. It's incredible. Paradise Lost. It's one of the. It's from like 1453 or something, and it is one of the most incredible stories you'll ever hear. Satan's really sexy and cool. Like Red Dead Redemption 2 is based off Paradise Lost.
Right.
But yeah, it's like it's wild how I can't enjoy a book without it becoming a political issue.
Yeah.
But then I've talked to people who know nothing about politics.
It is a rejection of certain aspects of culture, isn't it? Or it's vilified. I remember when the Rings of Power first came out, and people were negative against it.
Super fans?
Well, oh god, there was I forgot about that video. But no, the articles started springing up and saying, "Oh, how Tolkien was problematic and things that were a little bit awkward now," and they were pulling out certain quotes completely out of context from Tolkien, calling him, racist and non-progressive and things like that. And those articles sprung up around the time where Rings of Power came out, and I was almost like, "What are you trying to say here?" There's almost like this vilifying the person that you're basing these
Well,
works off. We're
I mean,
going to write
to
the
be
story
fair-
that Tolkien never did, or something was the quote they said, didn't they? They're going to write the story that he never told, or something
mean,
like that, I think.
To be fair, like I have a huge amount of respect for Professor Tolkien. I believe like his translation and writings on Beowulf are some of the most electrifying things I've ever read. I am a massive nerd and I love stories, and it might not be the same for you. Tolkien did have some what we would look at now as slightly worrying views about women and their place in society. However, it's very difficult to find someone from that age who didn't share the same sort of views, because people evolve and so on. Tolkien was now he would be like one of the most woke people you can ever think of, and everyone around him was the same, because they fought in a bloody war and they saw the price of human life and all these different things, and he wouldn't be left, he wouldn't be right, he wouldn't even be central, he'd be a humanist.
Yeah.
And he made a story that resonates with people from every different part of life for more than 100 years. It is the most successful book since the Bible.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because it is not for one particular group, it is for everyone. So if you're gay, you can find, the writings of Wilfrid Sassoon and like the gay people from the First World War that everyone loved. If you're well masculine, you can look at the issues with masculinity with Boromir. Like if you're, a bit fat and weak-willed, you can look at Frodo and Sam and see how they managed to change. It's one of the most hopeful, optimistic stories ever written. And it should not be taken from you by anyone. And you shouldn't let anyone say you're this or you're that.
Mm-hmm.
And when people talk about decolonization of Tolkien, you have my express permission to ring me up and I will fight them for you.
There we go. There's the Bathtime. I know. He's going to challenge you to a fight. He's going to milk you. He's going to milk you dry.
They don't know about this, Chris. No, do you know that there is a bloke that at Birmingham University who is trying to teach a course about Tolkien being racist, and in order to pass it, you have to say, you basically have to agree to this concept. So I did email him and ask him if he wanted to have a punch up. I gave a really long list of arguments why I thought he was wrong, and then asked him if he wanted to settle it by trial by combat. Nothing back from him.
Let's get him on the channel. Let's tear him a new one. Respectfully. Actually, no respect.
I actually think that would be quite an interesting show, is if you either got someone on or I took on the arguments of very, very left-wing Marxists about what they say about Lord of the Rings and why it is problematic.
I'd be like the intermediary. I'd be the intermediary.
No, it would be you. Like, no, I wouldn't be saying that I believe this stuff, but I'd be saying what they say and arguing on their behalf. Like a lawyer defending a guilty man. I'd love to see how you reacted to it.
Oh, Lord.
I think it'd be really funny.
It'd be different, yeah. It's that or mine and JX's great debate at The Last Jedi.
Have I told you about my friend? I've known this girl for like, I'd say 5 or 6 years. Like she studied like Tolkien in Glasgow and stuff like that. And she's become quite a big star on Twitch. Like she debates people like Andrew Wilson and stuff like that, and it's like really got into some. Basically, she's becoming a communist, which I'm not a fan of communism. She's gone off the bloody deep end on Tolkien and has said that Tolkien needs to be made gay to take it from right-wing people. What a disgraceful way of viewing it.
Oh, Jesus. It reminds me
Shout out Enemy Charlie, if you're listening. Love you, Chuck.
It's that moment in...
he knows my thoughts.
It's that moment in T2 where John Connor's just like, we're not going to make it, are we? People, I mean.
We are. I trust Colbert. I do. I think that I think that his Catholicism, like, is the key to it all, because I wouldn't say that I'm an atheist, but I wouldn't say that I'm a believer. If I was being specific, I'd say I'm agnostic.
Agnostic, yeah.
But when I see Lord of the Rings content, and I watch a lot, I never see anyone talk about Catholicism at all. And it's one of the most important parts of Lord. Like, when you think of the death of Celebrimbor and of Boromir, like, I assume you don't see the Passion of the Christ. So the Passion of the Christ is
sorry.
Yeah. You understand what the Passion of the Christ is, yeah?
Yes, yeah. I mean, the bit with the spear as well in Celebrimbor. I mean, it's all the iconography is there, isn't it? I mean, I'd say about Aragorn as well is very Christ-like, like the hands of a king are the hands of a healer, like the houses of healing thing. So I'd probably bring Aragorn into that as well. Boromir, I don't know. I guess I can kind of see that now a little bit, but for me, it was like really Aragorn. And yeah, I can see the Celebrimbor comparison. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else as well who's like specifically like a Christ-like figure. I mean, I've seen an interview with Tolkien. This guy, I don't know where he's from, might be the BBC or something, talking about Frodo is very much like a Christ-like figure as well. It's like the beast of burden kind of thing, like carrying the cross or something like that. I'm not sure. Having the power to sort of oh, hang on.
Sorry, I muted myself.
Yes, you did. Sorry there. The
no.
bit where he holds up the ring and curses Gollum at the end, sort of like commands him.
So, like, in Catholicism, one of the big things is the Garden of Gethsemane.
Yeah.
Thank you. My Aramaic isn't what it used to be. And this is the idea of temptation. Mm-hmm. And for me, like, one of the big things is that everyone is tempted in the Lord of the Rings. It's massive. And it's arguable with Celebrimbor. It's arguable if he gave in to temptation or not, which is why having him fucking about with Mr. Mouse is just so stupid. But
got Mr. Mouse, yeah. It's like a glitch in the Matrix.
Shout out Mr. Mouse. I hope he comes back. You know, like Sauron, when he takes off Morgoth's crown, it's like Ratatouille. Like Mr. Mouse, it's there. And it's the Rings of Power. They can do anything. But
yes, they can.
Boromir is kind of like the reverse of Jesus, in the fact he gives in to the temptation, but he dies in a similar way. Celebrimbor is quite clearly a Christ-like analogy, but it's kind of like the misquote about how evil can only what do they say in these YouTube videos?
Is it like it cannot create, it can only corrupt, or something like that, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, it's a misquote, but for Celebrimbor, that's actually pretty accurate, because it is a corruption of the crucifixion. What they do, where Celebrimbor, he does die to save us all because his sacrifice is so important, but it's kind of for the wrong reasons. It's more for his pride and his hubris and so on. And I think that, like, I think there's a real niche to explore a bit of Catholicism. And I also think that the other thing that isn't said enough about Lord of the Rings is how it's a very religious story without religion. Like, it's a conscious choice to, like, you know that Tolkien is like, I mean, his autism is next level. Like, the detail, like with things like schizophrenia, you go like horizontal, where you make connections between different things. With autism, you go deep. And Tolkien, man, he goes deep.
Yeah.
Like, but there's no religion, and it's not a coincidence, because he didn't want to expressively say his morality. I think that is the big difference between him and C.S. Lewis.
Yes,
like, you know,
well,
tapes.
That's probably why they disagreed so much. I mean, they were friends, but They definitely had their creative differences, didn't they?
Yeah, but it's like it's like for me, I don't really care. Snape is black. You think it changes the story. It's like it's cool because it's a friction of ideas rather than like judging someone's character. And I think that's what it was like with C.S. Lewis and Tolkien.
Yeah.
Whereas when you look at his dislike of Dune is one of the most allegorical things ever. It's all about like the Middle East and oil and stuff like. I mean, even bloody jihads in it and so on. Like, wait till they bring out the third film. Wait till people react to that. They're going to go crazy.
Do you think they're going to downplay a lot of aspects in it, or do you think that will be a disservice to the book?
I
get the idea with given everything that's happening, they're going to try and not tread on any toes as much as possible.
I think that like
because the release of that film
I'll be a bit brave. Left-wing politics at the moment has completely lost its mind and has focused everything onto a conflict in the Middle East. A lot of people see Dune as allegorical for this conflict without actually knowing how the story plays out. When an actual jihad, which is not like a term that I use lightly, it's what the author calls it. When 60 billion people die in the jihad in Dune, I think it is impossible not to follow that plot of how Paul Atreus's choices lead to a worldwide slaughter and him dealing with it. Like that's the third book. I can't see how they do it differently.
They're setting something different up with Chani, aren't they? Because they completely changed the ending where she... Yeah, so I guess they're going to give her a bit more agency in a side quest. I'm like, oh, is this... Because she just kind of goes along with him. She's just sort of doting.
Well, she becomes the role of the mother,
isn't she? Yes, yeah.
Well, it's more about... It's kind of interesting. I always saw it actually as an allegory for gayness. I'm so sorry if that offends anyone, that term. I'm not trying to like I am a massive bimbo. But I find it like it's different to being a mistress, the role that she plays in the books and so on. It's more to do with sort of bloodline and monarchy and class and like how like institutions and structures like need to be upheld. And I don't know, like I don't know how good your sort of like understanding of actual political theory is. Not like what's playing out at the moment in politics. But, so basically in the 1930s, there was a big push towards what is sort of called like communism, but it is slightly different. And a lot of it was based on the idea that there are people that are oppressed and there are people that are in power. Right?
Mm-hmm.
From Dune, which does have a huge amount of this in it, they have portrayed to this point the people that live in the desert as being oppressed. In the third book, these people come into power and they murder everyone for their beliefs. It's incredibly crucial for the plot. I wonder how they're going to do it, because the whole point of Dune is not to trust messianic figures.
Yeah.
My concern is that they make it into a metaphor. Unlike what I think Colbert is going to do, I think they make it into a metaphor for your Orange Man.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right. Wasn't the existence of a sequel to Dune in the first place because people missed the point of the ending of the book, and the author was like, "Oh, okay, right. Well, I'm gonna write the sequel to just really hammer home what I was actually trying to get at with that first Dune book based on the ending."
Yes, and then his son actually finished it off. A lot of people hate what his son did. I actually think it's really good.
That's why I've been hesitant to continue. I've read the first... Well, I've listened to the audiobook. I've listened to the first Dune book, but I was hesitant to carry on because I didn't know where there was a good jumping off point. I've heard that the second one, which is Dune
God
Messiah,
Emperor
isn't it? That's
Dune.
the second one. Like Dune and Dune Messiah sort of form a package deal. You can just kind of stop there, but people go, well, then there's Children of Dune, and it continues on, so you can do those first three. But then I think if you've made it that far, which is the really weird one where someone turns into a sandworm.
God Emperor Dune.
Because I've heard it gets really fucking weird, and then there's like not Slaughterhouse. What's it
gets
called?
Really bizarrely horny after that.
Right. Okay.
Like, I think God Emperor Dune is the best place to stop, as it were. Like the next books, like things like Charterhouse of Dune.
Charterhouse, that's it. Sorry, yeah.
I think that they're really good because the thing about Dune is it is like with Tolkien, we've got pure autism. Like we've got like the detail of trees and everything has to make sense and then like repeating patterns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Beren, Luthien, Aragorn, etc. Like you could even like argue that the children of Hurin is like Hurin is the anti-Aragorn. And that Nim is like Nim and his relationship with the archer who gets the curse on him. I can't remember his name. I always call him Patroclus because that's who Paris gets the bow from to shoot shoot Achilles in the heel. But it's like that's like an inversion of Aragorn and so on. And it's like it's so precise and worked out, and yet it still has metaphors and these really cool things you can connect with. But Dune is schizophrenic. It is taking two concepts that are unrelated and finding a way to make them related. And there's a genius in that. It's random, it's eclectic, it's exciting, and so on. And so when you get past the plotted books, which begin to break down around Messiah of Dune, where Paul like returns as no spoilers, but he returns as a sort of like biblical figure, as it were, like coming out of the desert and things, very on the nose. But then it's about like all these different ideas and so on. Like it's got like the idea of like things like AI, and it's so far-sighted, and there's so much like ecology in it and so on. It's whether you're still stimulated by it at this point, because it gets crazy. Like Duncan is just he lives forever. He's 1 minute he's a clone, 1 minute he's a control clone and things, and it just goes. And he's also called Duncan Idaho. It's like calling a bloke like Dave Southampton.
Yeah, is that Jason Momoa's character right in the movie?
Yes,
yeah.
Jason Momoa's character, who I think is actually a really good depiction of it in it, because he's a man at a time. Mm-hmm. A lot of it, he becomes something that I can't remember the name for it, but it's a corruption of a golem, like the sort of Jewish robot figure, and he is constantly brought back to life to sort of like in a way seduce Paul and like Leto, who's Paul's son. The guy turns into a worm, but it's like Dune is so fascinating because it's so insane, but it's like hearing a story from the drunkest man in the world and being hooked on where it's going, like Billy Connolly. Like the stormtroopers. Like it's kind of like, where's he going next?
Nice.
See if you can do that one, JX.
Oh yeah. I was going to say, so his son becoming a sandworm or whatever, a worm, is that like a kind of Fafnir situation where he's become?
Oh, okay. No, I understand what you mean. Like the Fafnir stuff is more about the importance of names, isn't it?
Mm.
Like that's more. That leads me on to one of my favorite concepts in Lord of the Rings, which is the monster under the hill, which I haven't brought up too many times, I don't think, because it's actually related to when Tolkien talked about Beowulf. And so for most viewers, so I'm not like none of you have read Beowulf, Tolkien's translation, I'm going to guess. Have you read it, Chris?
I have it.
You
here,
own it,
actually.
but you haven't read it. Brilliant, Michael Scott.
Dude, I've got like 50 Tolkien books which I own and haven't read. JX bought me this actually a couple of birthdays ago. Which I
Shout out
thank him
JX,
for.
such a nice man.
I also have The Fall of Arthur and Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, which are there, which I still need to conquer at some point.
Big up, Robin. Yes. So look, I can't stress this enough. I am the biggest bimbo you'll ever meet. But I do read books. I haven't read every Tolkien book. I'm actually saving them. I said to Chris earlier today that, like, you know, I found this out off AI. There's a book here. Please don't make me read it because I'm saving this for my retirement or World War III. Like, I want to save Tolkien. Like, with Star Wars, you watch a film and it can wreck everything because you don't have the books to go back to. I've got the books. I'm saving them. But with Beowulf, like, before Tolkien, Beowulf was seen as a historical record. Mm-hmm. So people saw it as a stupid fairy tale that had elements of real life that was the interesting thing. Mm-hmm. So they'd look at like when we talked about the Odyssey earlier on, we sort of talked about how there were these like repeated, they're called like epithets and things, like these descriptions given to people afterwards, and they'd give you a clue into the language because of like they were using accusative cases, and sometimes there'd be phonetic, like really sort of technical details. And that's how people used to read Beowulf. And then Tolkien came in, gave a lecture at Oxford University that changed literary criticism forever, where he talked about metaphor and what these stories meant, how they connected to us. Like, you know, have you ever seen when Steve Jobs showed off the iPhone?
Yes. Oh, is this on Fairy Stories, by the way, you're talking about? Is it that? It's not. No, this
No.
was
That was that was the second. That was like the encore. Like,
okay. Yeah.
The Beowulf lecture, to my understanding, was really hyped up, and a lot of people went to it, and it was one of the most incredible things like the academic world had heard, because Tolkien restored the idea of imagination and fantasy to these stories that people had basically been looking at for exact details. And he talks about a dragon represents this and all that kind of stuff. And one of the key things he brought up was the idea of a monster under the hill. We can see this, right, in things. Smaug should be the first thing that everyone thinks.
Gollum, I guess, as well.
Gollum, yeah, like a maggot that worms its way into a mountain. And you can obviously make the sort of the metaphorical leap, which is that this is the monster buried within a subconscious.
Yeah, it's like Thorin Oakenshield with the dragon sickness, and well, that was Fafnir. That was Fafnir as well, wasn't it? Almost
exactly. And like Robin has brought up a great example, the Barrow-wights. Exactly, that deep inside there is something terrifying. Mm-hmm. Where does Bilbo live?
Well, yeah, under a hill. I was thinking that. Yeah,
that's the thing. That's what I think is the genius in some ways of Tolkien, is that he makes these people like Frodo both monsters and heroes. Like, from the Nazgul's perspective, I don't think they've ever shat their pants as much as when this little dwarf is holding a sword, shouting war cries that he has no right to know, and things like that. But the idea is that Bilbo is a trickster. He's like Loki. He deceives Gollum out of the ring. Frodo and Sam, Sam battles a monster under a cave. That, you know, we can go back to the idea of like trees in Valinor, or like at Endil fighting Calagon or whatever. But he absolutely does in, you know, like he's shanking Shelob in the back alley and stuff like this. But it's the idea that the monster is within you, within us, and that is the thing that you've got to get balance with. And that's what I love about is he's so far ahead of his time. Before Young and the idea of the shadow, before like Robert Campbell and the idea of the hero with 1,000 faces. He's not just like this linguistic genius who had a good imagination. He understood human psychology on a level that no one previously had, and he completely reinvented how academics saw ancient text. He's responsible for the promotion of Gilgamesh, of Beowulf, of like something I can't pronounce called the Calavar, which is where the children of Huron come from.
Yes, yeah.
Like he genuinely brought to the world a new light, a new understanding of how to view ancient texts. His contribution goes far beyond Lord of the Rings. Tolkien brought in an enlightenment of imagination and metaphor and meaning to the academic world.
Wow, well, I've got.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
That's the mic drop. I mean, now I've got to get to these books. I keep wanting to sort of surround myself by Middle Earth because there's always more to learn. You know, a lifetime
just save
isn't
them.
enough. But yeah,
save them. Just think about them. Like, so when you talk about Fafnir and the dragon, what's that mean to you? Like, not what happens.
It's been a long time since I've understood the Fafnir thing. He was a king, was it? He was a king of the dwarves.
All right. Well, if it's been a long time, talk about Gollum.
Talk about Gollum.
You understand Gollum, yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Gollum has been held up as drug addiction. It's been held up as different things. But like, when you think about Gollum, can you relate him? Can you relate to him?
Well, there's the pity aspect, I suppose, of the character, but from what we see, you know, in the flashback and whatever, I mean, he was kind of like a bad egg from the start, wasn't he? Murderous intention and everything, very, very quickly. So
was he? Did he murder anyone before the ring?
Well, what I'm saying is he murdered Deagle very quickly. Usually, the corruption of the ring is like a slow thing. With him, it was almost like in an instant he sees the ring and instantly turns murderous.
But he's the first person that's ever corrupted by the ring, isn't he? Like the One Ring.
Well, I mean, there's a Sildor, I suppose you could argue, and
he's never corrupted by it.
Oh,
I know in Jackson's films he is.
Yeah, I see. That's what I think I'm doing. I think I'm bringing in aspects of the films.
Yeah, no, well, you see, that's one of my big issues with the films is that I think that I completely understand it. That it is like the introduction to, well, everyone now, isn't it? Like, you know, your dad or your mum or whatever shows you the film, and then you go and read the books. But the film came first for most people. And for me, it was very different. I read the books first because of all people, my mum loved them. Don't know, and she complained about Aragorn. Said he wasn't handsome enough. It's like, yeah, like, Mum, you're quite clearly a lesbian if you think that. He's needed
John Hurt, Native American John Hurt, in a bit of skirt from the animated one.
Well, I mean, I've yet actually I've only seen the first animated one, and I think it's amazing.
Are you talking about the Hobbit one or?
No, the Lord of the Rings one. Where,
yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we had a guy when we did our massive stream. Do you remember that guy who was like, "Oh, he's just nicked it all from the cartoon." I agree with him. Like,
no, yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so obvious Jackson saw that cartoon and then went and read the book to me. And that's why I'm quite hopeful for Colbert, because I'm assuming, you know, he didn't have sex till he was like 28 or something because he was just too busy finding out about what was going on in Lord of the Rings. He didn't have time for it. And I'm really hopeful that he's going to deliver the geeks version of Lord of the Rings. Like, something that we can sit there and we might say, this isn't what I was hoping for, but this man is in love with the source material. Like, have you ever seen him introduce Liv Tyler on his show?
No.
If I send you the link, can we watch it? Because it's amazing.
Sure. Yeah.
Read some comments while I do it.
Well, I can talk about my Liv Tyler story. Met her at Comic-Con. I have never swooned before in my life, and oh my god, what a woman! Total simp energy. I don't care. Valid for Liv Tyler. I spoke to her about music, which was really cool. I always like asking people what kind of music
spoke
they're
to her.
into. Yeah, I went up to the desk. So I would think I was one of the first ones in the queue because I sort of made a beeline for her table first and waited till she came out and she greeted everyone and everything. Yeah, I got to the front desk and I just said, so I'm really big into my music. I'm always curious to know what music people are into. Like, what have you been listening to recently? And she said, oh my god, hang on, wait a minute. And she grabbed her phone and I thought, oh, is she gonna give me like a digits or something, like fucking result? And she brought up like a Spotify thing.
Digits.
She was like scrolling through it, and then she said, so I like sort of old like 1930s kind of music, like big band
in blood
kind of song. Yeah. And she says there's a radio station called Angel FM, which has like all old timey like the songs that they would sing in the war and things like that.
Yeah.
And she says I like nice, and she's still got that dreamy ethereal quality to her voice, you know, that she has. And she's like absolute chilled vibes in my kitchen at home when I'm cooking. I was like,
oh.
And then
when you have these things, right?
Yeah.
When you're speaking, do you look at the other people like that are at these events and think, yeah, I'm more adjusted than them? Because I went to
most of the time, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yes.
I was hoping I wasn't being elitist because I played a football match near Earl's Court, and there was a Comic-Con that came out, and all my people were there, like all the nerds and stuff. And I looked at them and I thought, God, I should go for this. Absolutely clean up. Mm-hmm. But I just remember thinking, was that bad that I just looked at all of them and thought, do you shower, like, and all that kind of stuff? And I imagine that when someone like Liv Tyler meets you and you're just like fairly normal, she's like, oh, thank God.
Well, that's it. Yeah, no, I just like, you know, they're just, you know, they all eat and shit the same, don't they? They're just fucking people. I don't care. But yeah, no, it was really cool. And then as I was sort of leaving, because it was like the one way in, one way out kind of thing, I don't know if it was like security or like her entourage or something, he says, that was a nice little bit of interaction for you there, wasn't it? I was like, yeah, I know. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
And she signed my poster. It was a great day. It was a great moment. And then I got a picture with her afterwards, and I said, oh, by the way, I googled that Angel FM thing, and she remembered like the conversation from earlier. This was like a few hours after.
Yo!
And I said like, oh, well, it was in Liverpool. I said, I'm driving back later, so I'll listen to some Angel FM on the way home. And she was like, oh, but it's a Sunday. I think they're going to play a lot of gospel today. I hope that's not a problem. I was like, that's fine. That's all good. That's all good.
What if
and then
you
I
said,
left.
yeah, that is a problem?
Yeah, just kick off.
Like, can you sort
take my shirt off and throw it to the floor? Yeah, it is an issue actually.
You're gonna milk her security. So she sorts it out.
Oh, I fucking would have done, man. Oh, man, what a woman! What a woman. Anyway, speaking of the woman, let's get to this video that you mentioned.
Just the introduction. I absolutely love it. He's such a nerd. It's fantastic.
Okay, share screen. Here we go then. Let's bring this up. Right, hopefully everyone can see that. Okay, yep.
Welcome back to the show. My next guest is an actress you know best from Armageddon and The Leftovers, and I who know as Arwen Undomiel, the evening star of her people in The Lord of the Rings. Please welcome Liv Tyler.
That's it.
Is that it? Hang on. Oh man. Oh man.
He gets her to knight him, I think.
Damn. See, that's class right there. You know, it's very, very rare that you find that nowadays.
I'm amazed that she's such a good Arwen, because I don't think she's a brilliant actress. I've never really seen her in anything else.
The casting in the Lord of the Rings films is next level, because I'm like that with a few of the actors in the films. It's just, I don't know, they just, with Lord of the Rings, it all came. Like Orlando Bloom, absolute wet blanket in pretty much every other film that he's in. But that kind of monotone, emotionless performance works.
He's not my Legolas.
That's fair. That's fair. Anthony Daniels guy from the animated one.
Who's Anthony Daniels? Is he not C3PO?
Yeah, but he does the voice of animated Legolas in that weird 70s animated Lord of the Rings one.
I'm not that knowledgeable. I have a very unpopular opinion, which is that I only like Pippin from the Hobbits.
Yes, yeah.
I think the rest are not great. Sam's okay, but I'm from the countryside. Like he's not a village. He's not in village people, Chris. Frodo, bloody dreadful. Gimli, not my Gimli. Aragorn.
What? Oh, come on, Gimli. Really?
Not my Gimli. Gimli is not comic relief like that. He is a noble. Like he's Gimli. They play him like he's a young farmer. When he's dignified and stuff. It's not my Gimli. Gandalf, brilliant. I think Christopher Lee, the best casting. Bernard Hill, rest in peace. Incredible. Incredible. Whoever plays fucking Wormtongue and Theoden, they did well. Sorry, and Denethor, good jobs. Not the character. Not at all. The elf that he might be human. Whoever shoots the first shot at the Battle of Helm's Deep, fantastic.
That's the old guy, isn't it? Yeah, the old with the one eye.
That's funny.
Yeah.
The orcs, wonderful. I love the fact they're Cockneys. It makes me laugh so much.
It's weird when you go back to the Hobbit films and they all talk in black speech, which is a cool language. But then you go to the Lord of the Rings and all of them are speaking Cockney. It's like, I kind of wish they kept the Cockney thing going. Could you imagine like a Cockney Azog in the Hobbit films? The pale orc just rocks up like, "Ew, what's all this then? You can't." Like it's just, I don't know. maybe that would have worked.
That would have been amazing. Imagine I'm singing about Jared Bowen.
It's like Bronson, Tom Hardy. He's like,
I love Tom Hardy.
Just absolutely insane.
That'd be amazing. Jared Bowen is on fire. He's shagging Danny Dyer. Oh, I'd love more. What I love about like fantasy is how it's always like Britain.
Yes.
Like
yeah.
They're either Welsh, Irish, Scottish, English. Like you never just get a random Italian just turning up. Like, no one from Poland, or like, you don't get someone from California or something. And that is the.
Poland's The Witcher, isn't it? The Witcher's based on Polish sort of folklore, isn't it? I think so. There you go. We account for that. Yeah.
But it's like, that's what's so cool because like I have a friend who's from Egypt, and about maybe 2 years ago they made Cleopatra black, and he like went absolutely mental. He was saying this is the worst thing that's ever happened. I was like, well, what's the issue? Like, you've had Christian Bale as an Egyptian and things. I was genuinely curious. As I say, I don't really care about these things. I'm more concerned if they're attractive or not because I am a bimbo. And like he was going on, and I thought it was a really good point. He said it's so annoying to him that Egypt, which is like kind of the start of recorded human history, is that everyone tries to take it from them. And as like he's like, he considers himself Mediterranean rather than African. And he talks about like sub-Saharan Africa and all these things that will probably get us into trouble. But he basically said, like, they have their own stories. You have your own stories. What's the problem with your stories? And I remember thinking, like, I don't want to see Pocahontas from Essex. Why would someone want to see like Robin Hood, the Hood? It's like I want to, like I love creation myths. I know so many creation myths.
You got the Gununga Gap, right? Is that the Norse mythology one?
Yeah, from Norse mythology, the ice giant and the melting of the wicked stuff.
Yeah,
I'd love to see.
And
I'd love to see like the Uruba from Nigeria, like their creation myth and so on. We don't need to make stories we know, black, white, red, whatever. Let's get more stories out there because creation myths are so cool.
What's the Egyptian one where someone wanks onto a piece of lettuce?
I don't know that one.
I think I think it happens quite a lot to assert their dominance. They ejaculate onto various things, which are then consumed by someone, and then that's their way of taking control of them or something. I swear that's Egyptian. That's not some dodgy thing that I've like been searching up on Google or anything.
It makes a lot of sense. Like, there's actually some really interesting research into like how myths relate to what time they're in. So, like for example, like the Navajo from like I don't know if this is the correct term, but the Native Americans, like the Red Indians, whatever.
Yes, yeah.
A lot of their like creation myths are about like rabbits hunting the moon and so on. And it is a part of hunter-gatherer society. And then when you look at like the Egyptian and Roman myths and Greek myths, this is more about about society, the pantheon of gods. And it's like as human civilization kind of evolves, or I don't know if that's the right term or not, but as it progresses, you see the myths changing. And I think that it's really cool that, like, I mean, like Robin here said she's from Ohio. Robin is from a liberal democracy that is based on the French Revolution. That's where the American, Constitution, independence, all that comes from. And yet, the idea of kings and queens and bloodlines resonates within everyone. And like when we think about I don't know, like Skal, the Norse wolf that chased the moon and things. It doesn't matter about the culture. It's like there's something that connects on a really deep level to these stories. And so when we talk about like making Snake black, or if they had a black Aragon or whatever, I don't mind as long as they get these things right. That they don't make it about a clap on the back for everyone and tick in a box. That it's like it's in service of the story. The exact opposite of Ray.
Absolutely. Let's get to a few comments here. Oh wow, they're really piling up. From earlier, I think we mentioned this one. Robin in caps says "Fall of Arthur." Yeah, I have it here. Leaning Tower of Pisa of books right there.
Yeah, you got to read them, Chris.
I know. I'm trying. I'm working my way through the Harry Potter books at the moment because me and Dale are going to be reviewing the Harry Potter films in November, and I'm trying to get all 7
I've read Harry Potter in Spanish. If I can do it in Spanish, you can do it in English. Come on.
I'm listening to a wonderfully silver-tongued Stephen Fry reading all the books at the moment.
Do you know he's a criminal?
Probably. Who isn't in Hollywood?
Stephen Fry went to prison when he was 18.
I didn't know that actually. No.
He wrote a wonderful adaptation of 1984 and The Odyssey. Like he's wicked, Stephen Fry, and like Nelson Mandela, never reoffended. Shout out Dale.
Oh. And Robin says, Chris, please read Fall of Arthur. I will come on and talk Arthur with you. Let me read it. I don't even know if I have like my channel email address as part of my channel.
You do.
Do I? Okay, there you go. Robin, drop me an email, and I mean, I don't know when I'm going to get round to it. I'm sort of midway through Chamber of Secrets at the moment, and yeah, I'm trying to get through those, but I don't think it's
but she could come on and tell you why you should read it.
I know. Oh, it's only like 200 pages.
I don't want to be a power bottom.
Yeah. Robert says, "All hail the professor." Yeah, I think that was your very empowered and passionate speech about his impact on the literary world and the academic
People don't
world, I
talk
should
about
say.
him enough. He gets demonized and like reinvented and stuff, and he is, to me, he's similar to Shakespeare.
Yes, I agree. Toblerone says, "Late to the party, you beautiful glub shittos." Stephen Colbert making Lord
That's
of the Rings.
Dune, by the way.
Oh, glub shitter. So I've heard that phrase thrown around a lot. I didn't know that was from Dune. Is that from like one of the later books? They haven't mentioned that.
I'm just gonna check before I
Glub
say
shitto.
anything. It's from Star Wars.
Glub shit. Wait, what?
It's a fucking meme coin from Star Wars.
Is a viral meme. Oh, to mock the extreme excitement surrounding the return of inclusion of obscure, minor, or background characters in new media.
Right, he's talking about Rosentine and I forget the name from Hamlet being done as like the main characters in their new play. So it's like taking the side characters from like Rogue One is basically that, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
That's my understanding of it.
Let's see. Toblerone says, "Is Stephen Colbert about to go full goon over Liv Tyler? I mean, she is mighty fine, but still, calm down, you weird fuck." See, I didn't goon over her in person. I did that in the
You deserve that.
own home. Exactly. I'm like, no, she's play it cool. Like, she's all right. No, it's fine. And then I just walk away like the Dumb and Dumber music plays. You know when he sees Mary Swanson and that music played. There was that moment.
Well, weird because their next film was called "There's Something About Mary." Like all the love interests in their film were called Mary, and it's always been something that's bothered me because my aunt's called Mary,
right?
And she's 98, Irish.
Fair play. Wow, she's doing something right. Robin says, and now I need to include an Italian in my fantasy book just to prove Bathtime wrong. Call him like Giuseppe.
I don't like that aggressive frame, Robin. Wouldn't it be brilliant if the mouth of Sauron had been Italian?
Oh my god!
Sauron.
It's just could I do that with AI?
Hey,
like get him to
what
do
is
this?
wrong with you?
With two hands, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, that should be what you should do. The Hobbit when you finish your Hobbit editor, the Hobbit editor in Italiano. You Italianize the Hobbit.
Oh, you could do. I'm trying to think where that hand gesture's cropped up in anywhere in Lord of the Rings. The only one I can remember is Boromir. You know, like the one does not simply walk into Mordor and he like, does this.
No. For me, right? You know, one of my favorite scenes in The Hobbit. This is something that in the short film Making a Tyrone that I keep sending him, and he keeps refusing to do. Is a bit where Bilbo, just before people come and visit him in his house, so right at the start of the film, he's like salting in a very theatrical way. He's salting his meal, and there's a knock on the door. He looks down, then he looks up. Now just imagine him. He just puts both his hands up in the Italian gesture and goes, "Hey!"
Yeah. I'm trying to think how I would write that prompt on AI. Like, how would you describe this?
Make him the most Italian man ever. He'd probably nick someone's bag on a moped.
I could just imagine like all the dwarves and Bilbo around the table. It'd be like a Dolmio advert. You remember like that old ones with like the Muppet kind of characters?
It'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Like when Thorin's got dragon sickness. Goes, what is the matter with you?
Oh God. Oh, we need to do it. Someone needs to do that. Carl says, if I had the confidence, I'd come on and talk about Lost. Dude, you should do it. Let's do it. When's like the next anniversary of Lost. Well, I did the quiz, didn't I? I think that was for the anniversary of Lost.
I absolutely adore Lost. Like how if
Cole,
the
get on here.
lights, yeah, well, if the bright lights of the Hobbit editor 8021 or whatever it is too much, for the last 3 weeks, literally no one have watched me and Tyrone. Come on and just talk to us about Lost. I love Lost. Like, don't worry about it. And also, we've got, that connection. I lived 3 miles from Carl?
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't have gone to the good Catholic school that I went to, or, nick papers down the old village. But Carl's one of my people. He's a village person. I got you, Carl.
Cole, you should do it, man. Do it. You can just do the audio experience, like Bathtime, if you want to. It's fine. We're all friends here. Been around here for a long time. It's all good. And I needed an excuse to go back and watch Lost. I haven't watched it in ages.
It's amazing. The Constant is one of the best things,
mate,
ever.
Oof, I know. And
also, what's the song? Drive Time sing it. You Are Everybody.
You are everybody.
I love that song.
This is what. Do you ever have those moments where call it coincidence, call it karma, whatever you want to, or a sign from the universe? Earlier today, I had the music channel on downstairs, and I haven't heard this song in ages. It was Petula Clark, Downtown.
I know. Yes.
It's the beginning of season 3, right, where Juliet's listening to it, and I probably haven't heard that song since I last watched Lost, which was a long, long time ago now. So it's all connected. We talked about Evangeline Lilly earlier, and you were saying, "Oh, Kate from Lost."
Do you know what? For Lost, right? I was playing for a football team in Chile, and there was a bloke who used to live in so I lived in this apartment block, and there was a guy who lived in the elevator that used to sell dodgy DVDs. And every day I pay him 25p to get the next episode of Lost. And I remember I was 1 season behind, and I got the flu. And this is Southern Hemisphere flu. It was really difficult. I was fainting and stuff. I fainted during a football match. I remember watching. I think it's season 2, and it plays Mama Cass.
Yes, make your own kind of music.
And I just remember being in bed, unable to turn. It was too painful to turn. That music coming on. And just getting up and dancing. It was, I can't tell you. People talk about Game of Thrones. No one understands the grip that Lost had on the world.
The season 2 premiere for me will always live in my mind. I wanted to see what was down that hatch, and that music coming on and being really confused what was going on. I think it was they released, at least in the UK, because it was on Channel 4, I want to say, in the UK. And then I think season 3, it moved to Sky. So that was a long year. Where
really?
Yeah. So the first 2 seasons was on Channel 4. And then I went a year, because I didn't have Sky. I've never had Sky, where I couldn't watch Lost. And I was buying the Lost, I don't know if it was bi-weekly magazine or something. Oh, sorry?
Oh, no, right, the magazines. I thought.
No, I was buying the magazines, and I was seeing all of these screenshots and everything from season 3, and I wanted to read this, but I was like, this is spoilers, and I can't watch it, and season 3 is happening right now. So I had to wait until the DVD was out, and then I watched season 3, and then I discovered that there were websites on the internet where I could watch TV shows.
No, don't do that. I remember that, right. I used to, I was playing football professionally in Chile. Not as impressive as it sounds, because you're not allowed to be a professional footballer over the age 24 in Chile. So I was 19, and there wasn't a lot of competition. I got absolutely rinsed by a 15-year-old once. It was so embarrassing. He's called Nicholas Milan. Never forget it. The next game after he played against me, he started in the first team for the biggest club in Latin America. And I had to sit there and watch a teenager that had done me. But anyway, I was out there, and I used to make a bit more money. I used to go to the football clubs and pretend to be a football agent and teach them English. Which was quite amusing, because I was the equivalent of someone playing in like league, like the Vauxhall Conference in the UK, then going and talking to the David Beckhams of this world as if I was all there and I was 19. They knew I was bullshit. But all they ever did was talk about heroes. Like it was incredible to me. Like we used to have in like broken English, mad conversations about Save the Cheerleader, Save the World. And I remember there was a guy called Humberto Suarez who was like, he'd be like the equivalent of Alan Shearer, or I don't know if you know football.
Yeah, I know
Like,
who Alan Shearer is. Yeah.
Okay, he would have been the equivalent of Alan Shearer, and he shouted into a camera after scoring a goal. He played for Colo-Colo against a team called Universidad Católica, which is my team, good Catholic boy. And he shouted into the camera, "Save the cheerleader, save the world." And I was like, this is all about me. It was amazing.
I thought you were going to go with the hero route, like "Yatta" or something like that. But no, save the cheerleader.
We were doing English. I was telling them I had contacts at Southampton, like which I didn't. I'd never even been there. But it was what a time to be alive. I can't wait till you go. Yes.
That was great, wasn't it? It was like mid 2000. I think like Heroes and Lost were almost coming out parallel to each other. It was like 2005, 2006 kind of time, wasn't it?
For me, it was definitely 2006.
Yeah.
Like,
Heroes was heartbreaking though, because I mean that should have been a one and done show. I think.
I would like. I mean, they had a problem. Oh my god! I'm going to talk about this in a second.
Flash forward.
Oh!
Oh man!
Have you seen Flash Forward?
Yes, the one season.
That's one of the best shows ever made.
Yeah, it ends where like it's what's his name? Ralph Fiennes' his brother, isn't it?
No, the fencer man from Star Trek, the Chinese guy. He's the only one.
I just remember he's like slow-mo running at the end.
Am I wrong in thinking, right, that there's a bloke in Star Trek who says, they say something like, "What's your special skill?" And he goes, "Fencing." And they're like, "Oh, that's bollocks." And then he does like mad space fencing. And he's in Harold and Kumar. I think he might be called John Chu. And he, in Flash Forward, right, Flash Forward is the one where everyone has a dream where they're going to be in 6 months or something, right? He's the only guy who, when he dreams, he doesn't see anything, so he thinks he's dead. But Flash Forward, one season, it was one of the best things I've ever seen on TV. It was incredible.
That had Mary in it as well, didn't it? Dominic Monaghan from Lost and
yeah, he was the guy that actually caused the Flash Forward.
There we go.
If
Joseph
correctly,
Ralph Fiennes' brother, Joseph Fiennes, was the main one in it. That's it. And I just remember the end of that show was him like, I don't know if like a building was about to explode. He was like running in slow motion. He was getting all these flash forwards of stuff that we thought was going to happen in season 2. And then it got cancelled. I was like, oh.
Flash Forward was amazing. Like as part of my dissection of teaching football players stuff, I think I watched that with the Rangers de Talca football team, which is like the equivalent of like Kettering Town. And translated it from Spanish into English for them. But Carl is such a G, man.
Oh yeah,
he's from
Carl. Dude, the time is now. Like, you got to get on here, man. We got to talk Lost. We'll do like season reviews. We'll review like each season.
Like Carl, do you have the accent from the Candle, or do you have that? Because I always imagine this won't mean anything to you, but means something to Carl. Is that where Carl lives? There's this really weird road. Like you drive past it, and on the right is this massive country manor just on the main road. It's one of the strangest things you'll ever see. There's all these thatched cottages, and then there's this like manor house. And I drove past it the other day, and I thought, yeah, that's where Carl is. Even though he supports Newcastle United. I'm not going to say where you live, Carl. I know where you live, but I won't say.
It is funny because we are all relatively close. Obviously, you and Carl are like, practically next door neighbors at this point. But we're like 40, 50 minutes away, probably, I would say, from where I'm at.
Yeah, well, that's why I said I'll go on the trip. Yes, he knows what I'm talking about. He knows exactly what I mean. Yeah, it's honestly, it's so strange. Like that house, you go like so. Carl, I'm coming Andor way now. I go past the school through like the new build, and I get onto the main road where there's that light that tells you to slow down, even though you're driving under 30 miles an hour. And it's like this really old like market. Well, yeah, I suppose it's market town. But you go around this corner, and if you're going more than 5 miles an hour, you're likely to have a car crash because only one car can pass it. And it is like a blind corner. And on the right, there's this big stately house with a drive just going up to it, and you can see it. It's like it's like Downton Abbey. It's absolutely crazy
on a main road. So that would be like if you're turning into that and you're on the main road, you'd probably put your hazards on to slow down to just like randomly veer off up to like a country manor. Is it that kind of situation? I can't even imagine a house like that, because all houses like that are off the beaten track, down a country road, somewhere in the sticks. I can't imagine somewhere like that on a main road. And I live on a main road.
Carl has docked himself, I'm going to find it on Google Maps and show it to you.
Robin also says, everyone in the UK is like 45 minutes from each other, and my best friend is a 10-hour drive away. America, it's far too.
Yeah, but that's because it's bare cheap in America. Like with what's going on in the Straits of Hormuz at the moment, and I noticed no one is talking about the LGBT community from Hormuz. It's just the Straits. I thought that was a good joke. Never mind. Like we've seen the prices that you pay for gasoline in America. It is cheaper now with no gas. Like no petrol coming out of there than it is for us without a war. It's ridiculous. And we've got the Green Party saying, "Oh no, drive over 50 miles an hour."
Petrol at the moment's ridiculous. Like I full tanked my car the other day, and it was like pushing 60 quid. It's the most I've ever spent on petrol, I think, since having a car.
60 quid.
Yeah, and I've got like it's not even, it's a 2011 Ford Fiesta I drive. It's like,
You're going back in time. Like wow.
It's a vintage. It's a classic. Okay, it's a very reliable car.
Like that. Vintage.
It matches the driver.
I drive like a 12-year-old farm vehicle. Like I live like unfortunately I've had to leave. Where Carl says live, but I used to live in Corby. Well, at least that's where I grew up. I now live in the north of Wales. And I have to I have like an old Land Rover Defender, and I do not want to know how much it would cost to fill up my tank at the moment. I'm doing halves, and it's costing me 28 quid. And it normally costs me like £19.
Yeah,
I just
you petrol or
really
diesel? Did you say you petrol?
Petrol. Oh, if it was diesel, I'd be fine. Because Carl knows the Nassington Blue Diesel gang. We used to have a gang of farmers that would sell blue diesel for about half price.
So do you use the like special one-leaded one, or do you just go like regular?
Well, I like to treat myself with a bit of special, but no, I just do I do the cheapest.
I've got like this horrible feeling if I put like the cheap stuff in there, my car's just going to like shit itself and all the doors are going to fall off and it's going to like break down or something. So I always go for the special if I can. But see, I've got a bad habit of
really?
I almost let it get to the red, and then I just will try and full tank it. But yeah,
that is so weird, mate.
60.
Do you know why that's weird?
Go on.
It's that like you're being so cautious to get to the red, like getting the most value for money out of your your driving, but yet you don't know why you're buying the special. It's
placebo effect, isn't it? Oh, get this one. It's like, it's much better. It's totally better.
Yeah,
Special
like,
for your
what do you
car.
think special oil is? Oh, this is Tesco's finest dinosaurs that have been crushed for 20 million years.
I don't know. I trust the label, you know. I think that the regular is like junk food. It's McDonald's. It's fine to put in your body every now and then, but you don't want to live on it, you know, week in, week out. And then the special is like, I don't know, healthy eating for your car.
No,
I don't know.
opposite. I've nightmare. You know, like Tolkien had nightmares about like a time
The Great Wave. Yeah, yeah.
Like I have nightmares about waking up fat. Just like Kafka's The Metamorphosis. Like I wake up the size of a mountain or something, and it is a regular recurring dream I have where I'm just incredibly fat. And as you know, I'm a big bimbo, so I like to be as attractive as I can be. No, it's true. I'm very shallow man. Yeah, and like I have dreams about being unattractive, but I've never looked at my car and thought, do you know what? You need Diet Coke. It's just never occurred to me, and I'm worried it's awakened something within me.
You're probably right.
I
now
my car's on a diet, Class.
Well, it's there for a reason. Well, I know the reason it's there is to make more money on fucking chumps like me. But
there must be a reason. They could not have just invented. There is no way that in the gas fields of a man or whatever, they're getting up petrol out of the ground going, oh, that's the fat one. This is the thin one. They can't. Like, it just can't be happening, can it?
I've got low calorie
petrologists in the house.
Low calorie petrol. It's the future.
Absolutely. I mean, when I was younger, one of the first cars I bought was far too big for me, and I used to feel like something out of Mario Kart, like driving around with it. Like I want a really slim car, you know, that can sort of like. You ever seen that James McAvoy film where he's like assassinating people with skids and things out of his car? Is it called Wanted?
Oh, was that the Curve in the Bullet one with Angelina Jolie? Yeah, I've seen it.
God, I wish they made films like that the other day. We reviewed the film. Have you ever seen the film Solomon Kane?
Oh God, a long time ago. Is that the Nicolas Cage one?
No, it's James Purefoy. It's like a guy from Somerset.
Oh, it's not the witch trial one, is it? Solomon Kane.
It has witches in it, but it's not. You might be thinking of The Crucible, maybe.
Maybe. I remember. Oh shit! Max von Sydow's in it. Pete Postlethwaite. Holy shit! Why haven't I seen this movie?
Honestly, yes, Robin.
Oh, I got. There we go.
Robin, you should come on and speak to some real men's men about how attractive James Pure. Honestly, like, you know, like how Hugh Jackman is Wolverine.
Yeah.
Like, Solomon Kane is based on some books written by the same guy that did Conan the Barbarian. And it is now, right, when it came out, it was a pretty shit film. Like, no one really liked it. And it's one of those films that's kind of a bit like The Thing in some ways. It's like kind of grown over the years. And it's so weird because it's an incredibly masculine film about what it means to be a man without any love interest in it. The character really reminds me of Aragon a lot. Like, Tyrone hated it. Other people liked it, but I would genuinely be interested what you think in that film, because what you think of that film, because it's like it's genuinely an interesting film. No films like that get made anymore. It's also got Mackenzie Crook just randomly popping up, and the Hand from Game of Thrones just appears. Yeah. Like, hey lads, let's go. But I must confess, one of my best friends married one of the actresses from it, which might have influenced me.
Right, okay. So they converted you to it.
Although she's about 11 in the film, so just wait for her to get older, I suppose. That's what he did.
Fuck. No, Robin's sharing the Solomon Kane hype.
Robin, are you a big geek? Like, just come and speak on to other geeks.
I'm thinking, right, we need to get everyone on at some point. Carl,
Yeah,
let's
party.
Let's fucking watch Lost. Let's just watch The Constant and just talk about how amazing it is for about 6 hours.
Oh, wouldn't that be great? I never understand. Right, on small YouTube channels like this, I never understand why people don't want to just come on and talk. Like, I understand
I'm down.
people...
We're probably gonna have to round it off in a minute, but like, guys, like, just email me and I will send you. I will send you the StreamYard Hangout link. Like,
that's
come on.
An absolute lie. If you email Chris, I can tell you from experience, it takes a year.
Yeah,
for him to come back. I'm not even exaggerating.
No, it wasn't.
I said,
it wasn't.
Chris, I'd like to get involved. I like your channel. He's like, yeah. And then a year later, he goes, "Are you still up for coming on? I want to talk about Lord of the Rings."
Last year was not great. That was work, practice for over a calendar year. That was not a sexy time in my life. Burnout
Every time
happened.
in your life should be sexy, Chris. You've got a ponytail. You're not overweight. Be sexy. Become a bimbo like me. It's amazing.
Oh, everyone's gone quiet in the chat. Everyone's just gone quiet. I think we frightened everyone off.
Nah, just be bimbos, boys. Oh, honestly, flirt with everyone you meet. It's so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
I had a great flirt with a woman on the bus the other day. She's about 80. And you could tell it made her day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, you got a guy called Seaman who isn't flirting. Like, what's the point?
Let's unpack this a second. Think Charlie would have survived longer if he hadn't chosen to commit suicide? Well, yeah. Don't commit suicide. You live longer, right?
That's what a fascinating insight. I mean,
what is funny
I don't
though?
want to be unkind because that might have been sent as a joke. But we know that our boy Seaman doesn't do jokes. But yes, you will live longer if you don't commit suicide.
What is funny about Charlie and Lost, though, and if you go back and watch the early seasons of Lost, there are some discrepancies that don't add up when we get to like season 3. Do you remember? I think it's like episode 3 or 4 of season 1, where that girl called Joanna is out swimming and starts drowning. And Charlie comes and gets Jack, and he says, "There's a girl out there," and he said, "I'd have gone out myself, but I don't swim. I don't swim." Well, fast forward to season 3, and he says,
accent.
Something like that, yeah. And then you get to season 3, and he says, "Oh, I was like the childhood champion swimmer, like 5 years in a row." And he's an amazing
I really
swimmer.
liked it. Am I right in saying Paolo and Nikki?
Yeah, Nikki and Paolo, yeah.
Well, the sexy couple they introduced, and I was like, "Yo, it's my people."
And everyone
and then
hated
they killed
them, so
them
they
with
just
a spider.
Yeah, so they killed them.
Everyone hated them. I was gutted. Like, I really like that. Man, Lost. What an amazing way to do a show. I've got a mate in Croatia, and during lockdown, I rewatched Lost, and it was great. And I genuinely think the 3rd episode from season 1, which is where John Locke stands up, is one of the best things. Yeah, like, don't you tell me what to do. No one gets to tell me what to. Oh,
the Michael Giacchino music kicks. The reveal that he's in the wheelchair as well the first time.
Yeah.
Where
do they play him off like he's like a commander in the army or something?
Yeah, well, he's always sat at a chair or a desk or something. There's a bit where he's calling Helen on the phone saying he's going to do this walkabout, and he's just like sitting on his bed, like, as you would. So you don't think anything of it, but then it's the moment where they say, "No, you can't." The camera pulls back and he wheels the chair out, and you're like, "Oh, yeah. What a reveal!" Oh,
and then his dad's told his kid, but it's just.
And then they link. What did you think? Yeah, God, sorry. Yeah.
I just think it is like I often find it funny, and this is just me, when I do very basic things and think they're heroic. Like a shop at Tesco or something, and I walk out.
It's pretty
pretending
heroic.
to be. Yeah, I do. I think, yeah. And I laugh to myself just how ridiculous it is that I've accomplished a simple task. But I love how downplayed it is when he stands up, and it means so much for us and him, but nothing to anyone else. And I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah. And immediately they're like, "Hey, we need you! Like, get over here. We need your help."
That's why it's no one gives a shit, and I love it so much because, I mean, I remember, like, Carl, if you're here, I remember the first time I went to London. We're country boys, right? I went to London. I went up to a guy and said, "Excuse me, mister, can you tell me where the Natural History Museum is?" He looked at me and went, "What the fuck do I look like, mate? Some kind of fucking information point." And I was like, "Oh, okay, this is what the world's like," and stuff like that. And I remember 20 years later, I was in like Rio de Janeiro, and there were two people like who were obviously English, struggling with a bit of Portuguese. And I went, "Lads, what do you want?" And they went, "What do you mean?" I went, like, what do you want to get from this cafe? And they went, "Oh, I want a coffee and a croissant." And then I ordered it in Portuguese. And they said the price back, and I turned to them. And they were like, "Yo, this is amazing. This is like, this guy is incredible." And then I got the price wrong. And they had to pay more. And I felt like a dick. But at that moment, I felt like John Locke just standing up and being treated like he was. Because imagine that, like you've been in your wheelchair and these people look at you and they're not seeing any of that. They're seeing you as a person that can help. And that is what's so amazing about that scene, is that he's been completely like, oh, it's incredible. Lost Man was the fucking shit.
Rafa says, "Just don't mix it with Spanish. We find it offensive."
I am Spanish. Well, I'm half Spanish. I'm mixed raced, innit?
Yeah, Colt, we're going to have to get you on it.
White. You can see my... I don't even need an X-ray. You can just see all my internal organs. Like a fish, newborn fish.
Yeah. Carl, we're going to have to get you on at some point to talk about Lost. Like, when things are freed up a little bit, get a little bit more free time, got a week off work or 2 weeks off work, we're going to have to watch some fucking Lost. We're going to go through season 1 again.
Did you do your quiz about Lost in the end?
Yeah, I did it. Yeah, it's on the channel. Yeah, I was really nervous actually. Like whenever I meet new people for the first time, because normally, like, I mean, you've been commenting on the channel for ages, but like when we came on, we usually shoot the shit for a bit, for like half hour or something like that, and then it's easy breezy. But I'd never met these two people in my life, and I knew I wanted someone to collaborate with me on Lost because it was a big deal. It was the anniversary.
Yeah.
And I just messaged like a bunch of random Lost channels on Twitter at the time, I think it was.
Just
saying,
really?
Like, hey, would you like to be part
of
the club?
You hadn't spoken to them?
Not at all. So when they came on, I tried to do, but there was like no time for the small talk beforehand. Like they jumped on at the time, they were punctual, like 2 minutes or something. And I just said, right, this is how it's going to work. And then I hit live. And I kind of froze up a little bit at the beginning because I didn't have that rapport. I didn't have that comfortability, that back and forth. So I was like super, super fucking nervous on the intro on that. I think my voice was like cracking. I was kind of like, but then I eased it. And then it was cool. And then I was fine. But I get like that sometimes. I don't know. It's just, it depends on the day or, whenever it is. But...
I used to do like a football content channel, and we got a really big creator on. That was quite well known. His name, it's not the one you're thinking of. His name was Andy Tate. And he was big like 10 years ago or something. And I just remember meeting him going, "All right, mate." And he like looked at me and "You know, man." I was like, "Oh, fuck off." And then just started just started the show. But that's absolutely mad that you just got people on.
Carl says
that's not like you, Chris.
No, I know. It's very, very, very against the grain.
That's good.
It's really different. I messaged a few. There's a great channel on YouTube, I think, that does like all lost theories. I'm assuming he's still making videos. I messaged him. I said, "Would you be interested?" And he said, "Thanks, but like I'm busy with my own channel because it's gearing up for the anniversary." I was like, "Totally understandable." And then I looked out, and the two people that joined me, as Carl said, the two people.
Tell him that's not good enough.
Well, sorry.
Just tell him that's not good enough.
Like Will Turner, that's not good enough.
No,
but yeah, no.
I knew this girl who said that she went up to a bloke and went, "You fancy me, don't you?" And he went, "No," and she just kept saying it to him, and it got in his head. Like, so just keep saying, "No, actually, you do have the time, and you do want to collab with me." Just keep saying it to him. And then turn him down when he says, "Yeah, I'll come on."
Yeah, that's it. Or stand him up or something. Yeah. But the two people on were great. I mean, I'd love to get them on again at some point. I could reach out to them again. I think they gave me their like Twitter handles or something. I could go back and check. But like they were massive into like they loved it, because I've got quite a lot of qualms with season 6, and I wasn't too keen on the end. But
which is season 6? Is that the nuclear bomb?
No, that was season 5. Season 6 was like the Flash 4 was like the purgatory. The purgatory. There you go. We tied it back.
It's not
the purgatory. Well, they'd created this purgatory in their minds based on their personal connection to each other, and Jack had a son who then disappears, and then I wasn't keen on season 6. Saeed gets corrupted by the evil magic water.
Saeed is one of the funniest people like on television. Have you ever seen him being interviewed for real?
I know he's proper Cockney in real life.
Yeah, he's like me. He's a massive bimbo from Brentford, and he's meant to be playing this like Iraqi super agent or something. I saw him interviewed once. He's like, I'll be honest, mate. In my house, like when the lights go out, my girlfriend asked me to change a light bulb, and I was like, "How many Naveens does it take to change a light bulb?" And she's like, "What are you talking about?" So I just don't know how to do it. But yeah, anyway, I'm like super intelligent in the show, but in real life, nah. I know I've never seen an interview from an actor like it before. He basically said, "I'm a complete idiot," but not trying to be like I'm relatable. He was just like, "I have learning disabilities." It was incredible, inspirational, actually.
Well, to all you Lost fans out there, I am not endorsed by Comic-Con Midlands, but it's worth checking out if you live close. So Telford, this is in July. They're having like a big Lost shindig by the looks of it. We've got Evangeline Lilly, Josh Holloway, Harold Perrineau. Is that how you say it? And I'll see you in another life, brother. One of my favorite characters, Desmond. Absolutely love Desmond. Desmond and Penny, the ultimate power couple in all of Lost. My God, the chemistry with the actors was great
sad,
in that show.
Isn't it? Like, imagine that. Like you have a picture of how you look like now, like who you are, your identity, and they put you back 30 years. Like, imagine if that's how everyone like had to act. Like your ID, your passport was you now, and this was when you were attractive. I wouldn't like it.
I don't know. I'd still give Evangeline Lilly a go. Josh Holloway would still get it, And Harold, they say black don't crack. I mean, that he doesn't look a day.
It certainly does if you do it well enough. Sawyer is one of the most attractive men. I'm not gay, but I like beauty. And man, Sawyer.
It was actually unfair, wasn't it? It's like when you see
That's
Henry
what
Cavill.
I felt like. I used to look at him. Yeah. Like, I remember seeing Brad Pitt in Troy, thinking, how am I going to live up to this? And I know people, like, I obviously have body dysmorphia because I have regular dreams about being fat. But I was like, I'm going to be more attractive than him. And I tried, and I think I cracked it. But the irony is that I don't turn on the webcam because I'm very scared about people doxing me. Have you ever had any problems with that?
No, touch wood. No, not yet.
Should be kept that. Because I used to do a football channel, there are so many people that would like want to ring up like companies that I worked for and try and get me fired because I said Scott McTominay was a better footballer than they thought. The people on the internet, man, they're absolutely crazy. And then when you challenge them for a fight, Chris, they don't. They back out. It's very disappointing.
Robin says, "Touch whose wood?" Oh, I touch Sawyer's wood. There you go. Be rude not to.
Yeah,
man. Carl says, "I still find it strange Matthew Fox just seemed to vanish after Lost." Right?
He's in Speed Racer.
I thought Matthew Fox was a pretty weak source. Like if you go back and watch Lost again, any time Jack Shepherd goes through any kind of emotional upheaval, he'll always sort of go like, walk away and put his head in his hands every single time. It was always exactly the same response.
I thought he was all right.
And he was always breathless between every sentence. And I'm like, you haven't moved, mate. Your cardio's shit. If I was stranded on a desert island, my cardio would be a fucking on point. I'd be doing laps.
Would it, Chris? You live in 2026 in one of the greatest times of human development ever, with every opportunity. How's your cardio? How are the Lord of the Rings walks going?
I'm very glad you said that. Actually, I took myself on a hike to Peak District earlier this week. Which
did
was
you?
Cool. I did. I got up very early in the morning and got there. It was kind of a short one. I think it was like 13K or something about that, and I did it in about 3.5.
That's a good distance.
I took my time with it.
Did you go by yourself?
Yeah, I went by myself. Yeah, but what I was really annoyed about, I was trying to, because I wanted a hike that was, because I'm at Lothlorien in the map. I haven't put any miles into it for ages.
Right. Okay. So downhill.
Well, yeah, but I wanted something foresty, walking among the trees, because I'm always trying to pick location that sort of match where I'm at on the map. And I did this 13K, and I thought that would get me through Lothlorien and to the Anduin, where they start getting in the kayaks, right? And it's just gone like blip. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, now I need like another hike or something just to get me to the water. But because I know the kayaking's coming up, I'm having swim lessons because I can't swim. And most
I can't swim.
Hey, who can swim?
My arse is too big.
My legs sink.
I'm too unbalanced.
But most kayaking or paddleboarding things have a distance requirement before you can sign up. Most of it's like 60 meters. So I thought, well, if I can get it to 100, that's a nice little 40-meter threshold there. So I have swim lessons every Monday morning, which is going okay. I can do a length now, breaststroke, front crawl. Still needs a little bit of work. It's the breathing and the mechanics.
I can't do front crawl.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's a really, really tricky one. But I'm booked in for an all-day canoeing. Kayaking. One person is a kayak, right? Multiple people is a canoe, I think. So yeah, booked in for a kayaking thing. 5 hours on the water.
Cool. Like you're gonna kayak.
I'm going to kayak because I'm going to be on the fucking Anduin, but I don't know whether I'm going to kayak 350 miles.
That's
like
amazing.
Well, what I don't do in a kayak, I'm just going to do on the rowing machine at the gym. I'm just going to try and crank out.
Oh, I can do the rowing machine. Miles. They're easy, but you're not in the water. Like that is brilliant.
It's going to be fucking cool. I've always wanted to do it, so it's going to be fun. It's going to be cool. I haven't thought about how I'm going to package my phone to clock the distance that I'm rowing because I've got to put it in like a cellophane bag. Yes.
Get them in a ship next to you, Pirates of the Caribbean. Here we go, boys.
Yeah, fuck yeah. So,
during COVID, I set up my computer and my running machine, and I did Land's End, John O'Groats on Street View. Over 4 days, I think it was.
Jesus.
I went absolutely crazy. I did 6 marathons in 6 days. What a weird time that was, man.
You did that?
Yeah.
6 marathons in 6 days. Holy shit. That's pretty fucking
24
good
miles.
right there. So it is doable then. So speaking of I'm thinking ahead to later on in the challenge. I'm doing couch to 5K at the moment. I'm trying to get like at least 3 runs in a week if I can, on top of 4 days of working out and working. It's a whole thing. If I can fit 3 runs in a week, happy days. If not, but I'm like week 5 or 6, I think, into couch to 5K at the moment, with the intention of eventually running a marathon. That's what I want to do. So I'm getting in the training now because I want to run a marathon for when I'm doing the leg of the journey where Aragorn's chasing after Merry and Pippin.
Yeah.
Now, in the book, it does actually say how far they ran, and I think it works out to running 3 marathons across 4 days. So now you saying that you ran 6 marathons in 6 days, it is doable. Mm-hmm. You are winged foot.
Oh no, it's not as hard as you think. Like I'm obviously like I'm a sportsman. Like I played professional sport for like 10 years, so like I have like a natural ability to do these things. But I was always really slow. But I'm an exceptional long distance runner, and the hardest thing is actually being motivated.
Yeah.
Like, all you have to do is train and eat correctly, and it's not like it's just like mechanics. It's not actually that hard. Like, think of it as like, could you walk for 4 hours without interruption?
Yeah.
Then you can do a marathon. Like, you should be able to do a marathon in 4 hours. Like, it's as a beginner, I would think. The issue is,
do you have gels for the energy? Were you on gels for the food, or you just did it?
Yeah.
God, you absolute fucking mad lad.
No, it's like, I mean, you got to remember, this is COVID, and this was I used to go to Sainsbury's in a tuxedo to feel good about myself. So that was, we're allowed out for half an hour a week. It was crazy. But like, the thing is all you need to do when you're training for these things is just do it regularly and don't get injured.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you get an injury, that's the worst thing that can happen. Like, don't listen to you need to do this amount by this time. Just like, anyone, unless you're like in a wheelchair or you're like disabled fat. Mm-hmm. Anyone can run a marathon within 3 years.
Yeah.
Like, if that's your target, to run a marathon, like, don't worry about what anyone says. Just do a little bit more each day. Don't push your body too much and fuel correctly. It's just discipline. Like, that's literally all it is. It's just like, every morning I get up and I run 6 kilometers. Right, which is about 4.5 miles. The only reason I do that is that when I was 11, I saw a statistic that David Beckham ran 6 kilometers every half. And so I just did it. I saw once that Stanley Matthews, who's a very old English footballer, fasted every day on a Monday. I haven't had a meal on a Monday for like 25 years. I don't know why. I just did it. And the thing, it's just build discipline. That's all you need to do. And then you'll be able to do a marathon. Like, all these things come secondary. Work on the discipline, get up, do what you need to do, and it's easier the next day.
Yeah. Good stuff. So, I mean, I've got the couch to 5K up. I think after that, there's like 5K to 10K, 10K to half marathon, and then shit, I don't know.
10K to a half marathon? That's just 3K more.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's just an app just to get you from like 0 to half marathon outright. But I'm doing the NHS.
To do it?
Oh, sorry.
Like, do you need a race to do it? Like, do you think that, like, if it was for, say, the London Marathon, you'd be able to do it better than if, like, it was just from Telford?
I think so, because
Museum.
Yeah, because you've got like the crowd cheering you on.
Yeah.
You're surrounded in that environment. I think that would give you that mental push. Because as you said, like, for me with running, I don't really get any enjoyment out of running. To me, it's just it's just something that I need to do because it's cardio. And I kind of get bored when I'm out running on my own.
That's the biggest problem.
Yeah.
Like, I can tell you now, like, we used to, like, I used to captain my university team at football, which sounds impressive. It wasn't, because I was like 26 or something, and they were all 18, so I was the oldest player. Like I played professional football. It's whatever. The hardest thing actually is that a guy that joined our team, his last captain had been Roy Keane at Manchester United. He's called Oliver Gill, and he'd left Manchester United to go to university, and then I had to captain him, and he was like 1,000,000 times better at football than I was. I was like, yeah, look, you got to turn up on time, mate. Or I'm not having this. But like we used to do like a lot of long distance running, and I was always the best runner. Like I can do long, when I'm talking long runs with a bit of training. I could do 50k. Like just the way like my body and my muscles are. Like I can't run fast, but I can run for a really long time. And I remember I was doing like a sort of like a charity challenge, and I got to 30 kilometers, and like the goal was to get to 35. I could have done like maybe 15 kilometers more after that, but I was just so bored.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, is that like you get into the zone, but for me, I think the thing you have to do is you have to train not your body, but you have to train your mind for that distance, because it's like 6 hours of running. And like, we all love sex, but can you imagine having sex for 6 hours? Dreadful. It doesn't matter how pretty he is. Look, Josh Holloway, 6 hours. I'm not interested, mate. Doing 4.5 with you, beautiful. But I'm not working out. Ask me to do running while I'm talking to you. We're done after 2 hours. I mean, this is why Chris insisted we went earlier today. Because I know what we like. I know what we like. No, it's cool. It's cool. I'm doing some piano afterwards. I'll stay up till 2. It's all good. It's fine. We'll make it work. I'm gonna get some food though. I'm fucking hungry in a minute, so we'll go a little bit longer. To eat, Chris.
Oh, I just need to get the calories in. As long as it's in a day.
No, you need the discipline. Like a gremlin. No food after midnight.
Man's trying to make some gains at the gym. I've got to.
Man's trying to make some gains.
Yeah, man's trying to make some gains. Plateaued to shit.
Are you trying to get a bit bigger?
Yeah.
One of the worst things that happened to me, right, is a guy told me that if you have weight on, muscle weighs more than fat, you're going to be slower. And I used to like Carl know this. There's a place in the old village in Corby, which is like this. It's like in a housing estate, but it's like a village green. And everyone used to laugh at me because I used to run up and down that village green with a bin bag on my back at like maybe 12. Because the wind resistance, I thought, would make me run faster. I used to do laps up and down. And then I found out, like 15 years later, that muscle actually makes you run faster. And I've spent all my life trying to be as lean as possible. I'm like Beyonce. I've got a massive ass, big thighs, beautiful calves, like nothing up top. Like, and I could have been a big-titted bimbo, Chris, but they deceived me. I could have been so fit, but they didn't tell me. And even now, I'm a bit worried about putting weight on. So, like, are you going for like specific? Are you going for like your chest and your torso? Or
so I do 4 days a week. I do 2 upper, 2 lower. That's just what works with my work schedule at the moment, and just I stick to a routine for maybe about 8 weeks, something like that. Usually when I'm getting tired all the time and I've got no energy, I'm like, right, okay, I need to take a deload week. For the longest time when I was originally training, I didn't know even what a deload was. So for about 5 years straight, I was just burning the candle at both ends, wondering why my lifts weren't going up. And then years later, yeah, and then I was like, oh, okay, so a deload thing. So I'll either take a full week off, because then I don't have to worry about anything. I can focus on channel stuff, instrument stuff, work stuff, whatever. or I'll train at about half the way. It's essentially like you turn up for a warm up. You cut the sets in half. You cut the weight in half on everything. You're in and out of the gym in about 20 minutes or something like that. You just bash it all out.
And do you have the same like approach to like your music and stuff, or is that a different cognitive load?
Well, it's you're sort of accountable to yourself that, you know, I'm paying to have lessons. So if I don't practice, I'm essentially wasting my own money. I'm wasting their time. I'm wasting my time. And more importantly, I'm wasting my money as well. So what's difficult, though, is that I'm trying to learn 3 instruments all at the same time in amongst all of this. Because I'm a glutton for punishment, apparently. So I was always electric guitar. And then when I wanted to get into teaching, I reached out to my old head of music at my old school. And I said, like, look, give me the rundown. What do I need to get into teaching? And she said, you need a degree in, they prefer if you've got a degree in music. I was like, fuck, okay, what else? You should be able to play the piano because that's usually your instrument of choice in a classroom. I was like, fuck, okay.
Can you not play the piano?
Well, now I can, as of 3 years ago. As soon as I told me that, I've been playing for 3 years, working towards my grade 6 at the moment, which is a very, very difficult grade. The jump from 5 to 6 is ridiculous. She says, you've got to be able to read sheet music fluently. I was like, fuck, okay. It was just this laundry list of, I was like, well, I can't do that, can't do that. So I thought, right, I'm probably not going to go for another degree because it's just an unnecessary amount of debt. And I've managed to find a way into teaching that hasn't required me to have a degree. Or a teaching certificate, actually. So it's funny how things work out. And I took up piano lessons that week. So as I say, I've been doing that for 3 years now. And then in my guitar teaching, I had a taster lesson come in. Now, we don't get any information about taster lessons. It's just on the rota. Someone's showing up for a lesson to see if they like it or not. And I come from like a rock guitar background, never read sheet music or anything like that for guitar. And this person comes in, brings out this sort of this satchel of sheet music for classical guitar, puts it in front of the music stand and says, I think it was like grade 3 classical guitar, saying, I can't read this stuff. Can you help me with it? And I just looked and said, no, I can't, because I can't read music. And I finished work that day with this massive sense of guilt, like a look in the mirror kind of moment. Like, what are you? You're a music teacher and you can't read music. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So that week I signed up for classical guitar lessons. And again, I'm working towards grade 6 at that. So 3 instruments now, which I need to sort of, it's kind of like spinning plates. I always equate it to. I'll do like a couple of nights of electric guitar and be like, oh shit, I've neglected the piano. Now I've got to do that one. And probably not the most efficient way to do it. I should be doing all 3 in a day, but if I've got like 2 or 3 hours of practice time at the end of a shift, I'm all or nothing. I'm like, I don't want to do an hour of this, an hour of that, and an hour of that because you're not going to move the needle on anything. So, yeah.
So is that like, are you is your motivation like based on your job or what you enjoy for this?
It's both, really. I mean, there's, you know, if a student says,
one has to outweigh the other. Like, that's how motivation works.
I think it's my own personal motivation, so I don't think it's work related. It's something that I want to achieve. It's what I wake up in the morning for. It's what I get the most passion out of when I do. It's frustrating. It's frustrating doing it because, you know, you've been on a song for a week, a month, a year in some cases. You're still trying to. But
no, I get it, right? When I found out I was Spanish, I was about like some like Catholic stuff. Turned out my grandmother was my aunt, as it were. And it turned out we were Spanish. And I remember meeting my Spanish family for the first time when I was about 14. And like, you know, probably my best friend, Fat Fran, like my cousin. We're at this party. And I remember there was this, like, I was 14, this bit Spanish girl was like, do you want to dance in Spanish? And I was like, yeah. I didn't know how to dance. When I got back, I told all the lads, we're never making this mistake. Tango, salsa, like flamenco, merengue, I'm a master now. Never make, but the motivation was I never want to be in a situation with a girl again where I don't know what to do. And that's what sort of drove me. But I can imagine like being, I want more money. Like to to sort of like that would be like what motivated me at that point. But for you, it sounds like more kind of artistic and like it's what we call like intrinsic motivation. The idea that instead of being top of the scoreboard, you want to motivate yourself to master something.
Yeah.
That's really
as much as you can in one lifetime. As much as you can in one lifetime. You know, I was a late starter on all of this shit. Like looking back now, God, like, you know, if I was playing guitar at the age of 5 or 6 or something, and now like you'd have decades. I mean, I started guitar, I think I was second year of uni, so it would have been like what, 20 or something like that. I picked up a guitar for the first time. Piano was
now you teach it, man.
I know, yeah. It's funny how things turn out. And then piano, I was 29 going on 30 when I took up piano. Classical guitar was probably about the same, or maybe 31 or something. So, yeah, late bloomer. But
yeah. Were you good at like singing or something beforehand?
No.
Like,
so I played violin at high school. I did that for 7 years. So I did have the ensemble playing, and I played in a couple of the concerts at school and whatnot, and went to like these orchestral things. Got a bursary at one point. So yeah, I was sort of
scholarship.
Yeah. It was like for, I think it was when I was in high school, like year 7 or something. They did one like a music bursary or something like that. And I showed up and I played the Ride of the Rohirrim theme. It was actually that soundtrack that inspired me to pick up violin.
No way.
And they asked me a few questions. They said, how did you get into it? I said, listening to film music, the music from Star Wars and especially Lord of the Rings, and the Rohan theme made me want to pick it up. And I could see them all smile, and they all like wrote on these like clipboards. And then, yeah, like a week or two later, it was like I was granted like this music bursary. Got a little trophy and everything. It's my one trophy that I've earned in life. I think I've still got it downstairs in one of the cupboards.
Oh, come on. Don't worry about that. Having said that, I have a room with my football stuff in it.
Polish it every day, don't you?
Like I've commissioned replicas of trophies that I've won simply to have them. It's ridiculous. I love it. Like, I won them though. I earned them.
They are good to look at. You know, you get nostalgic. Think back to when you got and what you went through to earn them and things like that. It's the memories from them. It's all good.
Best wanks you'll ever have.
Oh yeah.
Pop them on.
It's all that trophy polishing.
Nice. I like that.
Let's get to a few comments here. Carl says, I did Mamtor for Sunrays, was stunning. Yeah, I've done Mamtor once. I did like a big circular. I think I did Edale. What, sorry?
What's Mamtor?
Mamtor is in the Peak District. It's quite a popular location there. It flock, a lot of people flock there. It's you kind of fighting everyone off to try and get to the top of there. But I think I did a big loop. I think I did a big circular when I did Edale up to Kinder Scout, I think it was, and then came back on Mamtor. I didn't do Sunrise though. I bet that was amazing. Robin says, I swim. Robin, teach me your ways. How does an adult human swim? I used to be able to tread water indefinitely, never time my laps though. Yeah, I've been trying to learn how to do that. Even getting to 30 seconds is ridiculous. If I'm in like a shipwreck or something, I'm fucked. 30 seconds, bloop, that's it, I'm gone.
Nah, you'd be fine.
Figure of eight.
The life of pi. Just get
Figure
the
of
time.
eight. Yeah.
Ride it about.
Carl says, I'm looking to book a hot air balloon experience. I don't know if I'd ever do that. You're a braver man than I, Carl.
Really? That's brave.
Yeah. I've read Enduring Love. No, I'm good.
I'll tell you what I will say, Carl, is I went to, where is it? I did a skydive like near Weldon,
Nice.
in between Weldon and Peterborough. Mate, it was fucking rubbish. Like, I used to go like bungee jumping on pre-season in Mendoza, which is like this really cool town in Argentina, and it was amazing. When I did the skydive, we went up. It took like half an hour to get upstairs, like into the sky. And then I got bloke strapped to me. We jump out the window. It's absolutely freezing. That's the only thing I'm thinking about is how cold it is. Then he pops the balloon. We're floating down. We see the A14 and there's traffic on it. And he's like, oh, for fuck's sake. And I'm like, what's gone wrong? He went, look at that. I'm like, what? And he went, it's going to take me an hour and a half to get home. I went, oh, traffic on the A14. He's like, yeah. I'm like, but mate, the council just won't do anything. Like, look at them. They've got potholes up there. I'm strapped to a guy's back, 500 feet up in the air, talking about congestion on a main road. It's not normal. Dude, and it's like, people say, oh, it's thrilling. It's an adrenaline sport. Talking about bloody congestion on A roads. Dreadful.
That's awesome. I do really. You mentioned bungee jumping. Actually, there's one in Switzerland, which is the Contra Dam from GoldenEye. They do the GoldenEye jump from there. I really want to do that. If anyone's up for that, let me know, because you all know I don't travel. I'm terrible at traveling. I'm saving for New Zealand.
Travel, Chris.
I am. I know I am. I'm saving for New Zealand, but I'm thinking in the meantime, Switzerland's a little bit closer to home, and I could get on a plane on like a Saturday night after I finish work, get to Switzerland, sleep there, do the jump on the Sunday, and then be back on the plane for like the Monday.
Would
or
that
something
reward
like
you?
Look, if I'm going to do a bungee jump, I think if it's film related and it's the James Bond bungee jump, I can go, right, okay, I don't need to do bungee jumping ever again.
That's not the question, is it? You're like, what you're doing there is you're framing it in a way, like if it's film related.
Well, I'm kind of doing that with the Lord of the Rings challenge.
Yeah, but that should be about like building discipline. You're not doing a marathon because, you know, fat Peter Jackson made some films a couple of years ago. It's something you found within yourself. Like, if you want to go, get on a plane, go somewhere, jump off a bridge, and then come back again. That's really cool. But is that what you want to do? I know you want to go to New Zealand. Like, and I mean, we've spoken about this off stream. Chris is very particular about his New Zealand experience.
Really am.
You know, he wants to know the Teutonic plates and so on. Make sure they're ordered. But
yes,
like, if that's what you want to do, just do it. But if that is like a substitute for doing something else, that's like going out with a girl because you want a girl instead of the girl you really want. Do you know what I mean? Like, so if you want to do it, just do it this weekend.
Yeah.
Like wood jumping off a bridge. And I don't mean this derogatory, like in derogatory fashion, because I can't sing, and I did karaoke once, and it was really, really powerful. Everyone shouted at me because I'm a crap singer, but no one has ever seen "Gimme, Gimme, Gimme a Man After Midnight" performed with that level of dedication. But if you want to go and do that, and you think it makes a difference to your life, go and book it now. But is it a substitute, or is it something you really want to do?
It's not a substitute. I was thinking, you know, if I get to my 80s and I look back and, you know, some people go, oh, I want to do a skydive, I want to do a bungee jump. I'm not too keen on the idea about skydiving, but I was like, yeah,
no, shit.
Be cool to do a bungee. Well, now you've told me that. Yeah, you know, talking about congestion. And
they're all like, do you remember how earlier on I said, big up you and Robin for saying that you read the Odyssey and thought it was bollocks? When I talk to people about skydiving, I ask them, was it cold? And if they don't instantly say, that was the first thing I thought about, I know they're lying. So I jumped out of the plane and I thought, fucking hell. I wasn't like, yo, I'm flying. I was like, Jesus Christ. And stuff like that. But do you genuinely think that there are 80-year-olds who are sitting there going, oh my fucking God, I wasted my life. I didn't jump out of a plane for 150 quid and have a fucking hippie strapped to my back. And then I had to think, is he suicidal? Has he packed it correctly? And the fucking place I jumped out of, 2 years later, someone got done for murder who had deliberately sabotaged the backpack.
Oh shit!
And I remember sitting in front of the guy who's backpacking, thinking, I don't trust this guy in the least.
Mm-hmm.
What am I doing? And then you're on the plane, and there's all these other people who've been backpacking for ages, and you go like, lads, I've never jumped out of a plane before because I'm not a fucking idiot, but I'm going to do it now. I'm a bit nervous. Do you mind if I make noises? And they all complain when you meow like a cat for 5 minutes. But I didn't care.
I think it'd be a cool thing to conquer heights as well. This is something that's, I don't know if it's because I'm more aware of my mortality now as I get older, because I never used to have a fear of heights. But even on a hike, like I'll approach like a cliff edge or something. Like I'll walk up to like a rock.
You get dizzy.
And, yeah, I just go, whoa, I get like the sense of vertigo. I'm nowhere near the edge. I'm approaching the edge, but I think your mind thinks about, oh God, what if like a gust of wind, like what if I felt like the sensation of that?
Exactly.
You're all up in your head.
Like
and
Gollum.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you ever seen The Fall?
The Fall? No.
The Fall is the only film I've never been able to finish, right? It's about 2 girls that go up I think it's a telegram pole, and it's like, honestly, it's like, it's too high. It's like 200 feet, and it's filmed for real. And I had to get on the floor and like lie down because I was genuinely spinning. It was the weirdest experience I've ever had. I don't like heights. I like roller coasters, all that kind of stuff. But like when you jump out of a plane, there's quite a lot of going, what the fuck am I doing? And then you find out it's not actually that good. Like bungee jumping, amazing. Absolutely brilliant. Skydiving, rubbish.
I've done a free fall before. You know, when I did that Go Below, I think I mentioned it, where it was like the abandoned mine or something in Wales, and there's like abseiling in there and whatnot, and it ends with a free fall, but it's like a controlled descent kind of thing, right?
How long?
You're hooked up to. Oh, it wasn't a big jump. It's pitch black, like you're in the the caves, the mines underneath. You can't see a fucking thing.
Sexy.
And you just have to jump off a ledge and just free fall. It wasn't like you probably controlled descent for about, I don't know, 3 or 4 seconds, something like that. It's not massive, but I was like, well, it's just like that, isn't it? Really, it's a controlled descent. The hardest part will be looking off and going, I have got to fucking jump off this.
Yeah, but you don't have that choice, because the bloke that I did it with gave me a massive bollocking.
Oh
no, because I jumped off. He was like, "Are you ready?" And I went, "I'll be honest, I need a minute." And then to entertain myself, I started singing the theme tune from the Mysterious Cities of Gold, because I was nervous and I thought that this was quite funny. And then I went, "Let's go," and jumped. And when we got to the bottom, and also the other thing is that they told me, if you don't line your legs up correctly, you'll break your legs.
Oh, fuck.
It's actually more than that. Like, I was earning my money by being a professional football player at the time. Like, not a lot of money, wasn't very good, but I was a professional athlete, or at least I was an athlete in a professional league. And breaking my leg is like a 30% tax increase or something, whatever. And I was thinking about that, and then I got on the ground and I thought, hang on, this guy is really fucking annoyed with me. And I went, "What's your problem? What's going on?" And he was like, "You jumped out of the plane." And I went, "I know. Like, it was, I feel really good about it." And he went, "No, you just jumped." And I don't remember, genuinely, Chris, I don't remember this. But apparently, he claimed we were up there and he was talking to me and I went, "Let's go." And we just jumped out of the plane. You're not meant to do that. And then I asked,
if you'd have jumped, what? So he's saying you jumped and you sort of like pulled him with you. You made the call.
He said that I just did it. And I said, "Where in the contract we signed does it say that I'm not allowed to jump out of a plane?" And then he got really angry with me. But this is basically, I mean, this is a guy that was talking about fucking congestion on the A14. I'm not that bothered. But I do find it funny that my sky jumping experience descended into the semantics of like a thing. But the point I want to make to you is that if you want to do something like this, wicked, let's go next week. But don't make it a substitute for something else. Why get a hand job when you can get a blow job, essentially?
Well, I fucking love James Bond anyway, so I think it'd be really cool. I love the opening to that film. It's just so awesome, and just to
it's amazing.
Just to like watch it and just go like,
But that film, GoldenEye,
so good.
In particular, the bit where he bursts through a wall with a tank.
Yeah.
Yes,
it's just the soundtrack. It's just the soundtrack that lets that film down a little bit. It's like really sort of like industrial sounding, and I think it's the same composer who did the music.
Tune's amazing, Tina Turner.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. No, I'm talking about like the actual orchestral music in there. I think it's the guy. Yeah, it's like just discordant, just noise basically. It's just like industrial kind of sounds. 90s. It's very 90s. I think it's the composer who did the music to Leon.
Yeah, but everything in the 90s, like you've seen The Rock, yeah?
It's on my list. No, I know. I know. This is not quite as bad as Dale not having seen T1 or T2, but it's in the same ballpark.
But Dale lives in his own world. You know what I mean? Like we just visit. Like one day he'll go back to his own planet. But like in terms of film soundtrack history, I believe The Rock is the first mainstream Hans Zimmer score. And everything changed after that. Like that's one of the big things in composing. Is his soundtrack. So he then went on to do, was it Pirates of the Caribbean? Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yeah, he was involved with Klaus Badelt's credited as doing the music for the first one, but he had a hand in a lot of the main themes in that film, I think. And then Gladiator, of course. Well, Gladiator was before that in 2000.
What a wicked film!
Oh, I know. It's just I still never watched the second one. I refuse to watch the second one. I'm not doing it.
I agree with you. I haven't seen that film. Like I saw. I don't watch Joe Rogan. I've only watched ever one show, full show, Joe Rogan, and it was where a really camp British guy just told him off for an hour and a half. It was hilarious, like so funny. But I saw a clip of Russell Crowe on the Joe Rogan show saying they completely misunderstood what Gladiator was about, and everything he said, I remember him talking about, is it Master and Commander?
Yeah, that's a good film.
Oh, starring Pippin. Amazing. Is it?
It's the only other film other than Lord. No, he's in there, but Pippin's in there too.
Is he?
It's the only other film other than Lord of the Rings that I know that he's done.
I was going to say I've never seen him in anything but a podcast talking about Lord of the Rings or Lord of the Rings, and I thought he was the best Hobbit. Like that's like, did Frodo do anything after Lord? Did Elijah Wood?
He did Sin City.
That's true.
Not much, I don't think.
Sean Astin.
Stranger Things season 2.
50 First Dates, I think.
He was in Stranger Things for a spell for season 2. He
was all right in that.
That's all I can think of. Again, they never really did all that much, did they?
Well, Orlando Bloom did Pirates of the Caribbean and
the Calcium Kid,
maybe.
Kingdom of Heaven.
That was before. Calcium Kid was before, and it got released.
Was it? Kingdom of Heaven, which was like mid-2000s.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I know. I love that film. The director's cut version. Yeah.
I like both, but I just think I love Eva Green. I can't believe she's in stuff like the sequel to the 300. She's proper fit but she's so good at playing like I don't know how you say it, but like femdoms.
Yeah, like femme fatale
dominant
kind of character. Yeah.
Yeah, she was in like some crap film with Johnny Depp where they're like
Dark
vampires
Shadows.
and witches.
Dark Shadows,
Yeah,
Tim Burton. Yeah.
She elevates everything to like the most sexual level I've ever seen. It's incredible. Like, I've never seen an actress or an actor that just takes subtext, removes it, and makes it just completely sexual. It's like it's almost like pornography. She's incredible. Like,
see, I get to goon over Liv Tyler. You get to goon over Eva Green. Hey, I'm right there with you, man. Her Vesper in the purple dress in that one scene in Casino Royale.
Yeah,
Lord have mercy.
It's like I remember looking at this actress, Spanish actress, Mexican actress, married to Ryan Gosling, Eva Mendes.
Oh yes, yeah.
Everything about her, like her physical appearance, is just sexual. Do you know, like, she's got like big lips. I imagine everything's big. But Eva Green has this ability to take any subtext and make it text. It is, I've never seen anything like it. It's like the nearest is, I think, Brad Pitt in Troy, where he's just Mr. Sex. Like the way he fights, everything is about sexual conquest. It's absolutely incredible.
But she's classy with it as well. She's sultry. She's classy. Typical femme fatale.
Yeah, it's incredible because you'll see like who's a girl who plays sexy a lot? The girl with the big things. She's in the Spider-Man film. Everyone thinks she's really fit. Sydney Sweeney.
Oh yes, yeah. Oh, you're talking about Spider-Woman. Yeah. Oh, Jesus, that came.
I love that film.
Madame Web. Sorry, Madame Web. What am I talking about? Yeah, Madame Web.
That is one of the funniest films that I've seen. Where the main actress is just completely different to everyone else. It's incredible. Like I genuinely think I think it's great. I know other people will dislike it because it doesn't match comic stuff, and I don't care about that kind of stuff. I just thought it was so funny. It was like she was like Nick Cage, where everyone else is in a different film. And I love Nick Cage. But Sydney Sweeney is obviously, on the face of it, extremely attractive. Beautiful woman. Not sexy.
Yeah.
Eva Green is something else. Like, I don't know, she's going to just start punching me. Or what she's going to do. It's incredible.
And you're down for it.
Like, aspirational. Yeah. That's the effect I want to have on people.
We need to start being sexy.
I am sexy.
Yes, you
Very
are.
important.
Sorry.
Chris, for anyone who's like, no one's watching that, but a while ago, Chris told me about someone he had a problem with, and I wanted his email so I could challenge him to a fight and then a hand job.
That's just the cherry on top of the cake, isn't it?
It
goes back to our Egyptian mythology thing. It's our Egyptian mythology thing. It's the
like
dominance.
That's the thing.
Come on, his lettuce.
Why wouldn't you want to be really sexy? I don't get it.
Right, let's power through these comments. I think we're going to have to round it off because I am very hungry and I'm very tired. I think bed is calling me.
I've had too much red wine, but yeah.
Rafa, I'm assuming this is regarding the Lord of the Rings challenge, says, I'm doing the challenge as well, but I'm so behind. Need to get back to it. Carl says, I want to join a gym, but have no idea what I'm doing when I'm there. Pick a split. Start with a bro split. It's absolutely fine. And then maybe work it to like 2 upper sessions a week, 2 lower. That's always really good. Just build it up slowly and find a routine with it. You'll be absolutely fine. Lots of resources out there now.
To help you cut. Just lock in. No one cares. Go there, say, I want to run. And there's people that help you run.
I'm a non-runner, but I challenged myself to run the Great North Run, which I actually enjoyed. That's awesome, man. Well done.
I'm not a runner, but I did the Great North Run.
That'd be me saying like,
I can't run.
I can't run a marathon, but I booked a marathon and I'm doing it anyway. So, it's that kind of mentality, I suppose. Robin says, good luck with piano. I took 13. Well, I guess I took piano for 13 years and loved it for 2. You took. Oh, that's really sad. I'm enjoying it. It's just really challenging at the moment, but all good things that are worth it are, right? Rafa pieced out about half hour ago saying catching some
Shout out Rafa.
Carl says, I'm self-taught on the guitar, Chris. Love it. That's awesome, man. Started off self-taught for a good few years, about 6 or 7 years self-taught. Robin says, you still need to play on live stream. Oh, no. I just don't think I could take that kind of rejection.
That's a cop-out.
Carl says, it's ironic your favorite story is about hobbits going on an unexpected journey. Follow their footsteps. I know. But Bilbo was 50 years old before he went on his journey, so maybe I need to give it a few more decades. Robert says,
is that your rationalization?
Exactly.
Fictional character.
Yes. Dude, I can only run because I imagine Witcher training. Whatever motivates you is good enough. Yeah, exactly. It's usually like movie soundtracks and stuff for me, or getting in the headspace of those characters, being inspired by those characters to overcome physical adversity and things like that. It's powerful.
If I won the lottery, I am 100% ditching my 2012 iPod Nano and hiring an orchestra, and we're going to run across the countryside with rock.
Yes.
It's going to be amazing.
That's the one song they know. Just keep it on loop.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, lads, again, I'm going to run up this hill.
Or this soundtrack, actually, Robin. Pirates of the Caribbean soundtrack, my beloved. At World's End, especially. Best one. Oh, my days. Great soundtrack.
It's a wicked film, wicked series. It should get much more love, Pirates of the Caribbean.
But we just end at the 3rd one. We don't go on to the 4th or the 5th one. They didn't happen.
I think
right.
You're right.
I think we're going to have to round it off there. So, this is what we were talking about. Let us know your thoughts on Shadow of the Past. Do you think Stephen Colbert is going to produce a good Lord of the Rings movie? It's weird, isn't it? Anything you want to, about any of the many subjects, all of the subjects that we've talked about tonight, please do let us know, and do consider subscribing to the channel for more movie reviews, discussions, and live streams. Bathtime, if you want to talk about your channel one more time, and we'll round off there, I think.
I don't.
Oh, you don't? Well, it's there at the bottom of the screen anyway for anyone watching at home. Real Talk Podcast 2025.
It's not worth your time.
Bathtime, it has been an absolute pleasure once again. We know we're in the long haul whenever we get talking, but this has been great. Hope you guys found some enjoyment in it too. Want to say a big thank you to everyone that tuned in and commented along for such a long time as well. Thank you. I will be live again on Wednesday with Dale. We'll be continuing our Pixar retrospective where we'll be talking about Up, which I need to watch, today now. We're in the early hours of Monday morning. Thanks, everyone. We'll catch you soon. Take care.